There are winners and losers in the competition. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose. Now we just want to have a good time anyway. After the fight in the super god realm, the true gods took action one after another. They geared up and found their own opponents one by one, and the battle became more and more exciting. The relationship between each other is also getting better and better with each discussion. Lin Moyu smiled and said, in our human race, there is a saying that no one knows each other without fighting. It seems to be true. Yu Qingru smiled and said, that makes sense. Lin Moyu asked, after the true god realm, it's the god king's turn, and then the little god lord. Have you found your opponent? Yu Qingru shook his head, I won't do it. Lin Moyu smiled casually, do you think that no one here is worthy of fighting with you? Yu Qingru looked at Lin Moyu, with a gentle light in her beautiful eyes. No, if I want to take action, my opponent will be you, but I don't want to do it with you. Why? 173 No reason, I just don't want to fight with you. Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't get the answer, so he stopped asking any more questions. The thoughts of girls, whether they are girls from the human race or girls from the starry skyfish human race, seem to be the same and cannot be guessed. Yu Qingru smiled and said, but I know that you are definitely going to take action, and someone will come to find you. Lin Moyu naturally knew who she was referring to, as Yuga's warning had appeared more than once. I ignored it every time. I have been with Yu Qingru these days, and Yu Ji's eyes have become more and more fierce, as if he wants to kill someone. Lin Moyu sighed softly, I hope he won't go too far when the time comes, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. It's okay, just don't beat him to death. Yu Qingru didn't care and stood up slowly, I'll leave for a while. After saying that, she turned around and left, returned to her residence, and disappeared from sight. Lin Moyu watched the discussion quietly, took the wine on the table, and drank slowly. At this time, Su Qingyang, who had not been seen for several days, came over silently and lowered his voice, Junior brother Lin, I didn't expect that you actually know Princess Ro. Lin Moyu said, we met once on the Zhuke battlefield. Su Qingyang clicked his tongue and said, a one-time relationship can lead to this. I think Princess Ro is interested in Junior brother Lin and wants Junior brother Lin to try to marry the princess and take her home. Lin Moyu glanced at this guy and didn't want to talk to him. At this time another person came over, it was Yu Ge. He didn't come over when Yu Qingru was present before, but now he couldn't wait to come over as soon as Yu Qingru left. Yu Ge stared at Lin Moyu closely, with fierce eyes, your name is Lin Moyu, right? My name is Yu Ge, and I want to compete with you. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and said, yes, but I have agreed beforehand that I don't know how serious my attack will be, and you may get hurt. Yu Ge's face changed slightly, Lin Moyu's words made him feel that he was being despised, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm also very harsh. Lin Moyu said it didn't matter, it doesn't matter, if you can hurt me, it's your fault. Yu Ge gritted his teeth and said, okay, then we will see the real chapter. After he left, Su Qingyang said strangely, I feel like this guy has a grudge against you. Lin Moyu took a sip of wine and said, God knows. He communicated with the Human Emperor Network, directly contacted Saint Hao, and told him about Yu Ge. A few minutes later, he received a reply from Saint Hao. Wu Xingzuan's original words, as long as you don't kill him, it will be easier to win. From this sentence, Lin Moyu saw some different meanings. Obviously, the negotiations with Saint Hao were not going smoothly. Need some help here? Su Qingyang suddenly frowned and said, I just received a message from my ancestor, asking us to put more effort into it and not hold back. Lin Moyu said, ask others if they have received similar information, good. Su Qingyang immediately went to inquire. Su Qingyang has no heirs. Although he is a minor god, he can get along with the super gods and become brothers. In the past few days, he had become familiar with almost everyone. After some inquiring, Su Qingyang said, we are the only 10 little gods who have received the message. The content is the same, let's not keep the people here. Lin Moyu confirmed his suspicion. It seems that the progress on Xingzuan's side is not going well. However, the performance of the super gods, true gods, and god kings will not have much impact on them. The performance of the minor gods will have an impact on them. Su Qingyang was not stupid and immediately understood what Lin Moyu meant. Then let's have a good fight. We can't play anymore. Lin Moyu thought for a while. I'll ask again. He sent another message to Wu Xingzuan. If I single-handedly challenge all their little gods, will the effect be better? This time I waited for 10 minutes before receiving a reply from Wu Xingzuan. The reply is just 2 words, yes. A smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips, and he knew what to do next. Su Qingyang noticed Lin Moyu's expression. What are you going to do? Lin Moyu did not answer, which made Su Qingyang feel itchy and muttered, why are you like those old guys in the family who like to pretend to be mysterious? Half a day later, Yu Qingru came back again. She changed her clothes, from a silver dress to pink light armor. The light pink color made her whole body look rosy. The close-fitting light armor shows off your curvy figure. Yuga stared at Yu Qingru without blinking, his eyes full of fascination. It's a pity that falling flowers are intentional and flowing water is ruthless. Yu Qingru didn't like him at all, and no amount of tenderness was useless. When Su Qingyang saw Yu Qingru approaching, he left knowingly and winked at Lin Moyu before leaving. Yu Qingru came straight to Lin Moyu and said, follow me. The two left the crowd again and walked far away. This scene made Yuga's eyes burst into flames and his chest heaved violently with anger. Yu Qingru said with a hint of helplessness, I didn't want to do it originally, but I had no choice. The elders of the clan gave an order and I had to do it. No wonder I changed into light armor. I remember when I first met you, you were also wearing light armor. Lin Moyu looked at Yu Qingru with admiration. Yu Qingru didn't hate Lin Moyu's gaze. What do you think? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I also received the order here. The two looked at each other and smiled, knowing it well. Yu Qing said softly, okay then, let's have a fight. Actually, I'm quite curious about your strength. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I also want to see how powerful the space law is. The two of them did not pay attention to the subsequent discussion. Whether it was the true God realm or the God King realm, their discussion was just a discussion. Only the discussions between the minor gods contained deeper meanings. In Lin Moyu's mind, the saints of the two tribes had agreed on a bet. If the Holy Lord does not end the game, the outcome of the gamble will be decided by the younger generation. The mainland didn't know when it stopped in the starry sky. Several wonders had been seen, and all that was left was to discuss. Just as the last competition in the God King realm ended, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Moyu, come here and fight. The voice was slightly low, with some suppressed meaning. Yuga officially challenged Lin Moyu. The gods watching the battle in the sky were a little puzzled. The god of the starry skyfish people understands why. Yuga is probably jealous. In the past few days, Lin Moyu has been with Princess Ro. It seems that they have a good relationship. That's good. Yuga won't hold back. It's also a good time to see Lin Moyu's true strength. Often the beginning of big things begins with some trivial things. For example, now, the results of the discussion between the little gods can affect the decisions of the saints. The two of them stood in the air, and the battle at the little god realm affected a huge area. It's not surprising that this continent was shattered. The gods have taken action to stabilize the continent and activated multiple formations to firmly protect the continent. Lin Moyu looked at Yuga. Originally, I didn't want to fight with you. Yuga sneered, it's too late to regret it now. I won't show mercy. Lin Moyu shook his head, you misunderstood what I meant. What I meant was that I originally wanted to challenge all of you little gods alone. It would be too troublesome for you to come together and fight one by one. Lin Moyu's words immediately caused an uproar. The little gods of the starry skyfish people changed their colors one after another. Arrogance. Who is this person? He is so arrogant. I know Yuji's strength. Although not as good as Princess Ro, he is still ranked high in the clan. This guy is too arrogant. If one hits 10 of us, he means that even Princess Ro will be included in the count. I would like to see what confidence this guy has. Don't wait until he is seriously injured by Yuga. It would be too embarrassing. I heard that this person named Lin Moyu is the strongest genius among the younger generation of the human race. Maybe his strength is really extraordinary. Compared to the starry skyfish human race, the reactions from the human race are also different. They didn't expect that Lin Moyu could say such a thing. 1 fights 10. We are all small gods. Even if there is a gap in strength, it cannot be that big. The starry skyfishman clan is not a weak race. In the same realm, no one dares to say that they will win. Even those who were originally superstitious about Lin Moyu now have doubts. Yu Qingrou's face was expressionless. At this moment, she returned to her cold posture, with neither joy nor sadness in her eyes. Above the sky, Yuga laughed angrily. He felt that he had been greatly despised. Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and waved. Let's do it, don't waste time. Okay, I want to see what strength you have. How dare you say such a thing? Yuga roared, and a trident appeared in his hand. The trident emitted blue light, and in an instant, the sky behind Yuga turned blue. The ocean above the earth rose as a whole, becoming overwhelming and reaching into the sky. The little god, with 100% control over the laws of the water system, controlled the entire continent's oceans in an instant. Yuga's momentum became more and more powerful, and behind him was the blue ocean. The trident is one of the favorite magic weapons of the fishmen. The trident among the fishermen has reached the God King level and is also a top-quality magic weapon. 1 second he gathered strength, the next second Yuga gave a soft shout and thrust his trident forward. The rolling torrent was crushing towards Lin Moyu. The stormy waves in the sky turned into countless human figures, and giant sea beasts bared their teeth and claws, trying to tear Lin Moyu into pieces. Waves are not just waves, they also contain powerful water laws. This is the truly terrifying power, and the waves are just an appearance. Facing the overwhelming waves, Lin Moyu didn't make any big moves. He didn't dodge or chop, and just made a light circle. There was a flash of golden light on the fist, but under the blue water light, this golden light was so insignificant. Boom! The weak golden light exploded instantly, and the huge wave suddenly reversed. Lin Moyu punched the menacing giant wave upside down and flew away. Everyone was stunned. God, how did he do it? What kind of law is this, and how can it be so strong? No, I don't feel the power of the law at all. What the hell is that? Several gods in the distance all stared at this scene in disbelief, with their eyes widened. Physical strength. It's pure physical strength. The golden body of the God King, his fists can defeat all kinds of magic. The gods opened their mouths wide and could not close them for a long time. They are well informed and can see at a glance that what Lin Moyu uses is pure physical power. But it was because I understood it that I was so shocked. If Lin Moyu used any powerful spells or amazing laws, even the first-tier laws, they would not be so rude. No matter how difficult the rules of the first echelon are, there will always be people who understand them. The starry skyfish human race can master the laws of space. It is normal for a powerful human race to have several geniuses master the first echelon laws. But Lin Moyu showed pure physical strength, and it was extremely powerful. That is a road that no one can take anymore. No race follows the path of physical cultivation, but Lin Moyu has chosen to do so, and he has gone very far. If he becomes a god and walks to the other side, he is invincible in the same realm. Let me ask who can compete with him. Once he becomes the Holy Lord, he may be the strongest person in the world. The eyes of several gods of the starry skyfishman clan are extremely complex. But the human race's deities' eyes were filled with excitement. They were extremely excited. This is genius, a real genius, a genius that can suppress a lifetime. On the battlefield, Yuga was stunned on the spot. His offensive was unexpectedly resolved by Lin Moyu at will. He couldn't understand the method used by Lin Moyu, but he could clearly feel that his face was being slapped. Lin Moyu's punch truly humiliated himself. Yuga was furious, and a gem on the trident suddenly burst into light. The space at the tip of the trident was torn apart invisibly, and terrifying space cracks appeared. If it were a natural space crack, the damage to the little god would be limited. But if the space crack controlled by someone can form various powerful attacks, the damage will be beyond the reach of even a small god. Everyone below was shocked when they saw Yuji's actions. Yuga has used the space gem. The power of space in the space gem, combined with his water laws, will increase its power exponentially. But it's easy to seriously injure someone. Isn't that too much? Yuga should be measured. Don't forget that he is of royal blood. Although he has not awakened the power of space, he still has a certain degree of control over the power of space. Yu Qingru is not worried about Lin Moyu at all. Although I don't know Lin Moyu's true strength, how can a guy who can top the must-kill list of all races be so simple? With his beautiful eyes turning, Yu Qingru said, "Please make preparations and prepare to save people." "Princess, don't worry, Yuga should have some sense of proportion," a little god on the side said immediately. Yu Qingru shook his head. "It's not to save Lin Moyu, it's to save Yuga." "Ah?" In the sky, Yuga roared angrily and thrust out his trident. The space was suddenly shattered, and the trident pierced the broken space. The space behind Lin Moyu was shattered at the same time, and the trident stabbed out from behind silently. The trident is very fast as lightning, and silent. But Lin Moyu moved faster. The moment the trident approached, he sidestepped and reached out to hold the tip of the trident. The sharp trident sparked sparks on Lin Moyu's hand and made a harsh sound. The space crack cut Lin Moyu's palm like a sharp blade, but his white palm was unscathed. How is this possible? Brother Yu was shocked again. Ignoring the cracks in space and the sharpness of the trident, what happened in front of him completely exceeded his cognition. Too weak. Lin Moyu then pulled, and terrifying power exploded. Yuga was still holding the trident at this time, and he was uncontrollably pulled into the broken space in front of him. Yuga only reacted when he entered the space crack, and his handsome face suddenly showed panic. But it was too late. He rushed into the space crack, completely uncontrollably, and then quickly emerged from the other end. No one knew what he experienced at this moment. His armor was in pieces, as if he had been cut by countless sharp blades. Fortunately, he is a minor god and is powerful enough that the turbulence in space will not kill him. He just looked embarrassed, but he wasn't actually hurt. The space crack could not kill him, but Lin Moyu in front of him was hard to tell. Before Yuga could react, a fist was already coming towards him. His punches were like lightning, and his speed was so fast that even Yuga had trouble reacting. This punch hit Yuga's abdomen. With a bang, Yuga was smashed away and hit the formation in the sky like a meteor. The entire continent was roaring, but fortunately the formation was strong enough. The fisherman's song fell from the sky and fell like a meteor. Help! Yu Qingru gave a soft drink, and several little gods who had been prepared immediately flew out and caught Yuga. After some inspection, it was discovered that Yuga had just fainted and was not injured, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked. Lin Moyu's power was not only powerful, but his control was even stronger than that of Jingren. The same little god, one punch broke Yuga's spell, and another punch directly knocked Yuga unconscious. They compared it secretly and found that they would not be much better if they went up. Their strength can only be regarded as comparable to that of Yuga. Except for Yu Qingru, no one dares to say that they can definitely defeat Yuga. It can be seen that Lin Moyu is better than them all. Lin Moyu was condescending and looked down. "You all come together." This sentence seems to be contemptuous of the starry sky fish people, but for some reason, it makes people feel that it is taken for granted. There are 10 minor deities from the starry sky fish people, excluding the unconscious Yuga. There are still 9 people. Yu Qingru glanced at Lin Moyu, her beautiful eyes twitching. "You 8, come together. She is a princess, and may even be the next clan leader, and has great authority within the clan. Not to mention these little gods, even the gods in the sky must obey her opinion." Yuqingrou's status in the clan is comparable to that of several elders. Now that the elder is away, as long as Yuqingrou speaks, it is basically in order. Yes. 8 people responded at the same time, took off together, and surrounded Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled, cupped his fists and raised his hands. Brothers, you're welcome, feel free to move the people. Several people also knew how powerful Lin Moyu was, and they didn't dare to look down upon him, let alone hold back. 8 people took action at the same time, and in an instant the laws surged, the ocean rose, and lightning and thunder thundered. Among the 8 people, 6 control the laws of water, and the other 2 control the laws of lightning. The law of water system is a general term, and it can be subdivided internally, but it remains the same and the difference is not particularly big. The law of thunder and lightning is also a law that has more masters among the starry sky fishmen. Moreover, their thunder and lightning law incorporates water, which is a kind of yin thunder. It is not masculine, but the damage is more terrifying. Especially when the 2 are combined, the power will be doubled. The ocean rose and turned into a huge water ball, surrounding Lin Moyu. When the thunder and lightning fell, in an instant, the electric snakes rolled in the ocean and turned into a real sea. Interesting. I just don't know how powerful it is. A hint of interest arose in Lin Moyu's eyes. He had seen a lot of thunder seas, but this was the first time he had seen such a thunder sea. Several little gods took out their weapons at the same time, and their weapons were all tridents. The trident pointed at Lin Moyu at the same time, Thunder Sea Ice Storm. In an instant, countless ice arrows were densely packed in the ocean, shooting towards Lin Moyu like a storm. The ice arrows carried rolling thunder, and roared everywhere, shaking the entire continent. The faces of everyone on the ground changed slightly when they saw it. This attack was very powerful. They put themselves into it and found that they could not block it at all. Ice arrows came from all directions, and Lin Yu had no way to dodge. In fact, Lin Moyu didn't even think about dodging. He stood motionless and let the ice arrows fall on him. Lin Moyu's whole body glowed with golden light. Although it was not dazzling, it was naturally noble. At this moment, he was like the scorching sun and became the focus of everyone's attention. The ice arrow was illuminated by golden light and melted instantly. The yin lay above also collapsed in an instant. The 8 little gods of the starry sky fishman clan, with shock in their eyes, once again expanded the calendar area. The ice arrows became more violent, but still unable to touch Lin Moyu. The golden light became an impenetrable barrier that could not be broken through. Everyone in the underground was in an uproar. What kind of magic is this? What a powerful spell, but I can't feel the breath of the law. It's a law I haven't seen before. Is there a new law that has appeared? Is there a possibility that this is not a law at all? In the distant sky, the god stared at this scene. The god of the starry skyfish people said with disbelief, "The great golden body of the god king is actually the great golden body of the god king. The legendary body has actually been refined. All the geniuses of this generation will crawl at his feet. The human race is about to produce another god of war. No wonder all races want to kill him. How can we not kill such a person? It's too late. It's too late to kill him now. The God King's golden body has already been completed. If he goes one step further, I'm afraid only the other shore realm can kill him. We've definitely been isolated for too long." One by one, the gods marveled, with beautiful wishes in their eyes. It would be great if Lin Moyu was from the Starry Sky Fishman clan. Facing the full siege of the 8 little gods, Lin Moyu blocked all attacks just by standing there, leaving them helpless. Lin Moyu's power is disappointing, he is naturally invincible. Lin Moyu smiled casually, "If these senior brothers don't have any other techniques, then I will take action." At this time, Yu's soft voice came, "Use the fishman's song!" Exclamation point. 8 people took orders at the same time, and the 8 tridents lit up with blue light at the same time. The song suddenly came on, and a fishman appeared above the ocean. The fishman is 1,000 meters tall, his whole body is shrouded in a thin layer of mist, his upper body is a human, and his lower body is a fish. As soon as she appeared, bursts of singing rang out from heaven to earth. Everyone felt their souls tremble. Some people were horrified. Soul attack technique. I didn't expect that the starry sky fish people actually have such a technique. If the law attack is ineffective, then change it to a soul attack. It is indeed a good idea. Lin Moyu looked at the fishmen in the sky with interest. It's a bit interesting. A little god, Li Zhaozhao, said respectfully, Brother Lin, our control of the fishman's song is still lacking. If we cause harm to you, please forgive me. If there is any failure, please surrender immediately and we will stop immediately. Lin Moyu smiled, it's okay, just do it. The 8 people exerted their strength at the same time, and their souls seemed to be connected as one, and an astonishing explosion broke out. The fishmen began to sing, and a powerful soul attack swept out. The faces of everyone underground changed drastically. Although the soul attack was not aimed at them, it still made them feel scared. Especially those little guys in the super god realm, whose souls are pitifully weak and cannot be stopped at all. In just a few seconds, each of them felt that their souls were about to collapse. Yu Qingru waved her hand, and an invisible barrier immediately formed. The barrier formed by the laws of space firmly blocked all soul attacks. Even if they are like this, the pressure on Lin Moyu, who is the target of the attack, can be imagined. Looking at Lin Moyu again, he had his eyes closed and was smiling. Does he look like he's listening to music? Lin Moyu closed his eyes and seemed to be enjoying the song. To others, a fatal soul attack was like a gentle breeze to him. The quality of his soul was too high, and he was completely ignored by mere soul attacks. This is impossible. The faces of the 8 little gods all changed. They didn't believe that law attacks were boring, and even soul attacks would be ineffective. This is their trump card, and they won't use it easily. They tried their best to activate their soul power, and their singing became urgent and filled with chills. The gods in the distance also frowned. Lin Moyu's soul is actually so strong. I'm afraid his soul has reached level 4, so he can ignore soul attacks. It should be like this. The God King has a perfect golden body and a 4th grade soul. I'm really envious. All the human gods smiled and said nothing. Those who come here are all core figures of each family, and they know more or less some gossip. As far as they know, Lin Moyu's soul is not a simple 4th grade. Lin Moyu suddenly frowned while listening to the singing. There's a reaction. He's reacting. The 8 little gods frowned when they saw Lin Moyu, thinking that Lin Moyu felt the power of the soul attack. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes. The singing is messed up and not as good as before. The small and exquisite soul-shooting bow appeared above his head, and then the bowstring was pulled open, forming a sharp purple arrow. The sharp arrow flew out and appeared on the fishman in the next moment. The fishman exploded in response, and the 8 little gods groaned at the same time. Their joint trap was instantly shattered. The 8 people's faces were pale. Lin Moyu's arrow shattered their united souls. However, Lin Moyu was also merciful and did not hurt them. Lin Moyu asked softly, "Do you want to continue?" The 8 people looked at each other, unable to fight at all. The difference in strength is so big that they feel that facing Lin Moyu is more terrifying than facing the god. The body's defense is invincible, and the soul is so strong that it is simply invulnerable. The 8 people looked at each other and made a decision. Thank you, Brother Lin, for showing mercy. We admit defeat. Brother Lin is so powerful that we are not against the people. A few generous people admitted defeat. They really couldn't beat them, so there was no need to fight to the death. The 8 people returned to Yu Qingru feeling extremely weak. They all lowered their heads and felt unable to lift them up. Yu Qingru said, "It's okay, it's not that you are inferior, it's that he is too strong." When he was still in the true god realm, he dared to challenge the god lord. Now that he is a minor god, he can even kill the god. You will not lose unjustly. It's just that our tribe has been isolated from the world for many years and knows too little about the outside world, Ajia. As she said this, she raised her head and looked at Lin Moyu. Have you ever killed the Lord No God? she asked openly, and Lin Moyu smiled casually. Killed. How many have you killed? I can't count, maybe 100. This answer confused everyone on the spot. For a little god, let alone killing the god, even if you can tie with the god, you are considered awesome and enough to be a team player. If he were to reverse slay the god lord, he would be a top genius, and not many people from all races could do it. But Lin Moyu's answer was that he had killed hundreds of people. Is that human being? Everyone wants to ask, are you really the little god? It's not like the god is pretending to be here. However, they all felt that what Lin Moyu said was not bragging, but true. It is not unreasonable for various tribes to put him at the top of their must-kill list. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Princess Ro, are you still fighting? Yu Qingru slowly rose into the air, although I can't beat you, I still want to give it a try. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and said, then let the princess take action. There is no need to hold back. Yu Qingru's eyes instantly became sharp, and the space around her automatically burst, and a mysterious law aura reverberated between heaven and earth. The laws of space are also among the best among the first-tier laws. Yu Qingru has mastered the laws of space naturally. After practicing all the way, she has become even more comfortable in controlling the laws of space. Lin Moyu has also been exposed to the law of space, but his method of using it is simple and crude, without any sense of beauty at all. Unlike Yu Qingru, the laws of space flow around her. Wherever the law passes, the space ripples, breaks, or bends, all changing according to her thoughts. Lin Moyu looked at Yu Qingru with admiration. Your rules are stronger than before. Yu Qingru said softly, you are also stronger than before. As she spoke, silver light flashed, and a silver sword appeared in her hand. At the same time, a jade box appeared next to her, and a small sword flew out of the jade box, spinning around her. Two swords, one large and one small, reflect each other and resonate continuously. I'm taking action. Yu Qingru reminded, pointing his sword at Lin Moyu. The small sword flew out like lightning and disappeared instantly. The space beside Lin Moyu shattered silently, and the small sword instantly rushed out of the shattered space and hit Lin Moyu's head. Lin Moyu tilted his head slightly to avoid the small sword, and at the same time reached out to hold it. At this time, the space around the small sword was shattered again, the small sword disappeared without a trace, and Lin Moyu held it empty. Yu Qingru appeared in front of Lin Moyu as if teleporting at this moment, waving the long sword in his hand. A large space collapsed, and countless spaces shattered into sharp blades, shrouding Lin Moyu. Golden light bloomed, and the golden body of the God King was automatically triggered, blocking all space debris. The space debris hit the golden light, making a metallic collision sound, and the entire space was shaking. There were layers upon layers of waves gushing out in the space, causing the entire starry sky to vibrate together. Everyone watching the battle groaned. They felt that their bodies were being torn apart and their souls were being pulled. A god from the starry skyfishman tribe immediately took action and threw out a pearl-shaped magic weapon. The magic weapon came in front of everyone, emitting soft light and blocking the distorted space. Everyone was shocked, and the aftermath was not something they could resist. Everyone wants to know more about Yu Qingru's strength. The laws of space are indeed terrifyingly powerful. Lin Moyu stood in the void turbulence and punched Yu Qingru. The punches are like lightning, but Yu Qingru is faster. She manipulates the laws of space and appears and disappears. Lin Moyu can't even touch it. Because the speed was too fast, many Yu Qingru appeared in the sky. A large number of afterimages confused the vision. Yu Qingru's attack was extremely fierce, and he slashed at Lin Moyu densely. But Lin Moyu's defense is too strong, and Yu Qingru's space law cannot hurt Lin Moyu at all. Lin Moyu stood still, and the golden body of the God King alone was enough to make him invincible, but he seemed to have nothing to do with Yu Qingru. No matter how many punches he throws, he can't hit Yu Qingru. Yu's soft voice sounded in Lin Moyu's ears, why don't you fight back? She is very aware of Lin Moyu's strength, and now Lin Moyu has not used his real combat power at all. It can be said that Lin Moyu is playing with himself. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I want to see where the limits of the physical body are. Yu Qingru was instantly angry because Lin Moyu actually wanted to use her to test the limits of her body, then let you try it. Yu Qingru bit his silver teeth, and the sword's strength suddenly changed. The starry sky shattered, and countless spatial powers surged in, forming a 1,000-meter giant sword. The giant sword is translucent, like crystal, reflecting the light of the starry sky. The giant sword slashed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu tensed up and the space around him was locked. He had nowhere to escape. Seeing the huge sword smashed down on his head, Lin Moyu punched it. Boom! The giant sword shattered and exploded like fireworks, shattering the space at the same time. Deep exile! Yu Qing softly shouted, and the shattered space collapsed again, revealing the deep space. The next second, Yu Qingru appeared next to Lin Moyu. With a wave of her hand, the two of them disappeared without a trace at the same time. Lin Moyu and Yu Qingru disappeared together. Not only the people disappeared, but also the breath disappeared. The human god looked puzzled at this moment. Where have they gone? The Fishman tribe god smiled and said, it must have gone to the deep space. The face of the human god changed slightly. The deep space is too dangerous. Even if you and I are in it, we will be in danger. The Fishman god was not worried at all. The princess often travels to deep space. With her here, there will be no danger. Thinking about it, Yu Qingru controls the laws of space, so it is not difficult for her to enter deep space. The human god was also relieved. As long as Lin Moyu didn't show up, everything would be fine. The fish-human god had a smile on his face at this moment. In their opinion, as long as he entered the deep space, Yu Qingru would basically win. Even they must be careful to deal with the turbulent energy flow in deep space. No matter how strong Lin Moyu's God King Golden Body is, he will still have a headache inside. On the contrary, Yu Qingru enters the deep space, which is equivalent to the fish returning home. That is her world. In the deep space, rays of light of various colors fly randomly, forming brilliant light bands, which is very beautiful. Beauty contains terror and danger. These lights are turbulent flows in space, enough to kill the god. The space turbulence crashed into him, and the God King's golden body actively bloomed, blocking the impact of the space turbulence. The impact was so powerful that Lin Moyu could not help but sway slightly. From the turbulent flow of space, I felt a trace of the power of rules, the power of natural rules. This was not the first time he came to deep space. When he obtained the ancient well of ancestral water, he entered deep space. It's just that the deep space of Zushui ancient well is relatively peaceful and not as chaotic as the deep space in front of you. Yu Qingru's body was surrounded by silver light, which blocked all spatial turbulence. If the spatial turbulence touches her, it will go around her and will not cause any harm to her at all. This is Yu Qingru's real home ground. Yu Qingru had already put away the two sharp swords, one large and one small. She came to Lin Moyu and let the silver light around her envelope Lin Moyu. Is it beautiful? Lin Moyu looked at the deep space, then at Yu Qingru, and said, they are all beautiful. A smile appeared in Yu Qingru's eyes. Are you praising me, or are you praising this deep space? Lin Moyu smiled and said, they all praise me. You smiled softly. When did you become so good at talking? Lin Moyu said, I'm just telling the truth. Did you bring me here just to see the scenery? Yu Qingru stretched out, showing off her beautiful figure. I don't want to fight you. If it weren't for the elder's order, I wouldn't even want to take action this time. She looked a little lazy at the moment, but the coldness in her expression was still there. This is the true appearance of Yu Qingru. Lin Moyu asked, then how will you explain to the elders when you go back? Yu Qingru sighed, just say I can't beat you and just admit defeat. Besides, this is the truth, I really can't beat you. Lin Moyu smiled and said, if you give it a try, I won't be able to hit you. You can fight civilians with me. Yu Qingru shook his head, I don't like to escape. The implication is that she is not interested in this kind of evasive play. She prefers to attack head-on, which suits her temperament quite well. Lin Moyu admired the beautiful and dangerous scenery in the deep space, and suddenly asked, "Do you know about the water of colors?" Yu Qingru looked at Lin Moyu in confusion. The answer was self-evident, which meant that she didn't know. Lin Moyu was afraid that the name would be different, so he took out a drop of colorful water and said, "This is it." The colorful water containing infinite colors, with its misty atmosphere, firmly caught Yu Qingru's gaze. "So beautiful!" Yu Qingru exclaimed, showing her love without any concealment. Only then did Lin Moyu remember that the starry sky fish people were born with water. The colorful water is also called the ancestor of all waters, so it will naturally attract the starry sky fish people. "Send it to you." Lin Moyu brought the Wankai water to Yu Qingru, and Yu Qingru took it carefully, never taking his eyes off the Wankai water. Looking at her appearance, Lin Moyu knew that she had never seen Wankai water. In the deep space under the dark void, there is an ancient well of ancestral water, from which water of various colors will gush out. Moreover, there is no spatial turbulence in that space. Except for the spatial surge, caused by the black tide, it is usually very calm. It is in sharp contrast to the deep space in front of you. Coupled with the restriction on obtaining the ancient well of ancestral water, a powerful and terrifying soul attack. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the space filled with ancient wells of ancestral water was not naturally generated. The ancient well of Zhu Shui was artificially arranged for the purpose of obtaining colorful water. It is hard to imagine the strength of such a person to be able to carve out such a peaceful area in deep space. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Can you carve out an independent space that will last forever and be very peaceful in the deep space?" Yu Qingru's eyes suddenly changed. She looked at Lin Moyu like a fool. That look was saying, "What are you thinking? How is this possible?" Yu Qingru said with certainty, "It's impossible to do it. Even the most powerful elders can only cut off a piece of surface space to form an independent space. And it is not an eternal independent space, it must be reinforced every once in a while. It is absolutely impossible to open up an independent space in deep space." Lin Moyu sighed and thought to himself, "It's not that it's impossible, it's just that we don't have enough strength. If the Holy Lord can't do it, what about the Supreme Being? Even a stronger existence than the Supreme Being. The current saints can't do it, but the strong men in ancient times may not be able to do it. Lin Moyu retains his doubts, maybe he can figure it out one day in the future." After Yu Qingru finished speaking, his attention returned to the colorful water. "I can feel that it is very special and has an indescribable sense of intimacy. This thing is called water of 10,000 colors. What is it used for?" Lin Moyu explained the function of the water of colors. It was not a secret. Yu Qingru knew it when he went back and asked the clan elders. Yu Qingru's eyes lit up when he heard this. It turned out to be the ancestor of all waters. There has always been a legend in our clan that our Fishmen clan was born from the ocean, but it is not an ordinary ocean, but the oldest and most primitive ocean in the starry sky. I wonder if we were born from the colorful water, otherwise how could I feel so familiar with it? Lin Moyu said, "Maybe it's possible." Yu Qingru put away the colorful water and smiled, "Thank you, I like all your gifts." A small sword in a jade box, 7-colored essence of fire, and multicolored water. The small sword in the jade box was originally a Yu Qingru thing. It was an item from the previous life, and it was also hers. It's useless for Lin Moyu to hold it. He doesn't like the magic weapon of the God King realm. The colorful essence fire was originally prepared for her because of the affection between the two of them fighting side by side in the Suzaku battlefield. As for the colorful water, it is an unexpected surprise, just 1 drop, for Lin Moyu, 5 lives and 1 horse. Moreover, this discussion between the human race and the fish human race is very important, and Yu Qingru's status in the clan is of no small importance. All of his actions will affect the plans of the higher-ups of the human race. 3 things may bring greater returns to the human race. The two of them stayed in the deep space for another moment. Yu Qingru suppressed her smile and said, "We are going back. In fact, I quite like it here. It's quiet and no one disturbs me." Lin Moyu smiled and said, I'll come again when I have the opportunity. Then will you accompany me? It's okay. The two left the deep space, and Yu Qingru took Lin Moyu back to where they were. Seeing that the two of them were safe and sound, the human race god was relieved. They were really afraid that something would happen to the two of them. No matter which accident happened, the cooperation between the human race and the fish human race would be completely over this time. Yu Qingru is the princess of the starry skyfish people, and her status is of great importance. Lin Moyu was registered in front of the Holy Lord, and his status was also not low. Fortunately, both of them are back now, and they seem to be intact. Yu Qingru took a few steps back and said loudly, I give up. Several fishmen glanced over, seeming a little surprised. Yu Qingru just nodded slightly, not paying attention to their gazes, and turned to leave. Lin Moyu slowly landed, and the discussion between the two clans ended. Lin Moyu's existence seems to have become a high wall that cannot be overcome by his peers. When others looked at Lin Moyu, there was a sense of awe in their eyes, and 920 even dared not approach him. Su Qingyang didn't care at all and was the first to rush over and wanted to hug Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly and avoided immediately. Su Qingyang laughed and said, Junior brother Lin, don't be shy. Lin Moyu looked at him and quietly uttered one word, get out. Su Qingyang was not angry at all, then no more hugs. Junior brother Lin, let me ask, is it true that you killed the God Lord? Lin Moyu nodded, really? Su Qingyang asked again, then tell me how to kill him? Lin Moyu shook his head, you should ask Xingzuan Fu, he should know. Su Qingyang's face suddenly fell, go ask the ancestor, I'm afraid of being beaten to death by him. Lin Moyu thought for a while, there is also a calendar. Su Qingyang's eyes lit up, say it quickly. When you become the other side, you can see it on the Human Emperor Network. Su Qingyang was speechless for a while. There was no difference between this method and not saying anything. Lin Moyu left the crowd under the awe-inspiring eyes of everyone, came to the coast, and found a random place to sit down. He communicated with the Human Emperor Network and sent a message to Saint Hao, it's over. After a while, he received a reply from Wu Xingzuan, which also only had 2 words, not bad. The task on my side is completed, and the next step is the matter on the Holy Lord's side. Until now, Lin Moyu didn't know what the two clans were discussing. Yu Qingru seemed to know something, but Lin Moyu didn't ask her. Lin Moyu knew very well that since the saints didn't say anything, it was reasonable. When it's time to know, you will know naturally. The exchange between the human race and the starry skyfish race is still going on. The discussion is over, but it does not hinder normal communication. Especially the food and wine of the human race are particularly attractive to the fishmen. In the next 2 days, Yu Qingxing never appeared again. He had used his undead vision to look at it, but he didn't see Yu Qingru's soul. Lin Moyu knew she was gone, but she didn't know where. With the laws of space in her body, she can come and go freely in most places. But this is the Divine City, the territory of the Human Emperor Network. No matter how strong Yu Qingru's space laws are, they can't hide it from the Human Emperor Network. If anything happens, Renhuang Network will solve it as soon as possible. Lin Moyu has always felt that Renhuang Network is very scary, even less scary than Hao Xingzuan. On the 3rd day, Lin Moyu felt something and looked into the distance. In the ocean, Yu Qingru appeared there, riding on the waves and coming in all directions. She changed into a silver dress, which was a little less cold and a little more layered. Yu Qingru came to Lin Moyu and sat down with Lin Moyu without saying anything. After a while, Lin Moyu said, is the matter done? Yu Qingru nodded, part of it is done, but there will be other things soon. Lin Moyu didn't ask further. Yu Qingru looked at him strangely, aren't you curious? Lin Moyu shook his head, we humans have a saying, curiosity kills the cat, so there are some things I'm not curious about. What is a cat? Yu Qingru didn't understand. Lin Moyu explained with a smile, in our human race, there is a kind of pet called a cat. It is said that a cat has 9 lives, but it is very curious, and it lost all 9 lives just for the sake of curiosity. There is such a pet. Yuchingru was amused, her laughter was like a silver bell, very pleasant, then you can give me one in the future. Lin Moyu immediately agreed and asked questions. Yuchingru looked very happy, then it's settled, I will always remember it. The two fell into silence again, and after a moment, Yuching said, actually, it's not that I can't tell you, but once I tell you, there will be many variables in the plan. Once you say it, the plan will change. This sentence swirled in Lin Moyu's mind, and combined with all his previous guesses, he vaguely understood something. He stretched out his finger, used the law as a pen, and wrote a word on the beach, Buddha. Yuching's beautiful eyes were slightly bright and she nodded slightly. Lin Moyu got the answer in the affirmative. The starry skyfish people are indeed going to come back, and the star field they want to occupy after their comeback is the star field where the Buddha family is now. 0. Coincidentally, the human race also took this opportunity to attack the Buddha race. The relationship between the human race and the Buddhist race is very strange. The Buddhist race claims to be neutral and does not participate in any racial battles. But in fact, they have been doing it secretly. And every once in a while, the Buddhist tribe will convert some people from the human race to discuss. Their methods of converting are very powerful, and many of the people they convert are geniuses. Unconsciously, the hatred between the two clans accumulated. Secondly, the human race actually hates wallflowers like the Buddha race. They are not afraid of using open swords and guns, but they are the most despicable when they shoot cold arrows in secret. If the human race wants to take action against the Buddha race, it is completely reasonable. The reason why it cannot be said is because it involves two major laws, namely, the law of cause and effect and the law of fate. Whatever you say and do will affect the law of cause and effect. Although no one in the Buddhist clan understands the law of cause and effect, they possess the treasure of the law of cause and effect. Through some special secret methods, perhaps the Buddhists can learn some information and prepare in advance. Another important reason is the law of fate. Among the Buddhas, there are past Buddhas and future Buddhas. Both Buddhas understood the law of destiny, but neither of them fully understood it. In the past, the Buddha understood the past part of the law of destiny. He could see what happened in the past. The future Buddha understands the future part of the law of destiny, and he can foresee what may happen in the future. Adding the two together, you can deduce and know what will happen in the future. However, this 3.4 deduction is not omnipotent and requires many conditions. The human race must have made arrangements and used some special magic weapons to cover it up. But there is no arrangement on my side. If I say it, it will be sensed. Lin Moyu deeply understands the special nature of the law of destiny. I have only scratched the surface. Someone like future Buddha, who has been studying the laws of destiny for countless years, is much better than I don't know. Yuchingru whispered, the results are out and the elders will be here soon. Lin Moyu looked into the distance, are you participating? Yuchingru smiled and said, that's natural. I am a princess, how can I be absent? See you then. Lin Moyu said softly, and he would not be absent. He once said that he must go to the Hard clan and his party. There used to be many things that had to be understood. Yuchingru was not surprised that Lin Moyu would attend, and said with a smile, see you then. Half a day later, the mainland appeared outside the port star of the Divine City Star Territory. The special battleship of the Starry Skyfishman tribe is moored there, and the trip of the Starry Skyfishman tribe is over. Yuchingru left without saying goodbye to Lin Moyu. They all know that this visit is just the beginning, and they will meet again soon. Lin Moyu looked at the Starry Skyfish human battleship. In terms of appearance, it was very different from the human battleship. On the surface of the battleship, there seemed to be waves rippling, just like a big fish parked in the starry sky. The battleship exudes a vast atmosphere and has traces of time. Lin Moyu can be sure that this battleship must have existed for a long time. After the Starry Skyfish human race returned to the battleship also quickly started to leave the human race Divine City along the prescribed route. Everyone, leave the mainland, enter the port star, and return through the teleportation array. Everyone on the mainland has received the message from the Human Emperor Network. Everyone follows the instructions. In many cases, the information from the Human Emperor Network is equivalent to the same order. Su Qingyang came over again. Junior brother Lin, what on earth are you and Princess Ro talking about? Lin Moyu glanced at Su Qingyang, with a half-smile in his eyes. Are you sure you want to know? Su Qingyang also looked at Lin Mo's words. He couldn't help but feel something in his heart, and immediately shook his head. Forget it, stop talking about me, I don't want to know any more. Why do I feel that as long as I listen to it, something bad will happen? Lin Moyu smiled noncommittally, but he didn't believe what Su Qingyang said. Su Qingyang looks like a tease, but is actually very shrewd at heart. For example, he seemed to be infatuated with Yu Qingru, but in fact, this was not the case at all. Su Qingyang was born in the Su family. The Su family was in charge of the intelligence information of the entire human race, and the ancestor was a saint. Such a family has countless talents. If they can send him here, this guy is definitely not as unreliable as he seems on the surface. Lin Moyu felt that he might know something about some things between the two clans this time. But what you should know is not very clear. Everyone came to the port star and then returned to their respective families through the teleportation array. The voice of Saint Hao rang in Lin Moyu's ears, don't resist. The next second, Lin Moyu felt his eyes go dark, and his whole body was wrapped in an invisible and powerful force, flying towards a certain place. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Moyu disappeared suddenly without any warning. Many people had surprise in their eyes. Only the little god like Su Qingyang, the ancestor of the other side of the family, can see some clues. Su Qingyang just felt the power of rules flash past, and he realized that the other side had come and took Lin Moyu away. Su Qingyang murmured to himself, sure enough, something happened. His eyes became clear and wise, nothing like his usual look. Then he shook his head and smiled, but it's none of my business. It's hard to be reborn. Enjoying life is the right way. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up, but it won't be my turn anyway. Go home, drink, sleep, kid. When Lin Moyu regained his sight, he found himself in a strange starry sky. There are tens of thousands of planets and hundreds of stars in this starry sky. Galaxies are crowded together, looking a little cramped. This is the first time Lin Moyu has seen such a weird starry sky. The most important thing is that the atmosphere of the laws here is very indifferent, as if there is a powerful force that has dispersed all the laws. Lin Moyu felt that his immortality law was also suppressed, and he felt uncomfortable. Holy Lord Hao appeared next to Lin Moyu silently. How do you feel? There's something strange here. Where is this? Lin Moyu asked instinctively. Wu Xingzuan laughed. This is my world of rules, and I call it the Void Realm Starry Sky. A world of rules? This is the first time Lin Moyu heard this name. Holy Lord Hao smiled and said, the world of rules is the biggest difference between the Holy Lord and the ordinary other side realm. Although Lin Moyu doesn't understand what the world of rules is, he already understands that the other side of the world with rules can be called a saint. The world without rules is the ordinary other side realm. Lin Moyu guessed that there was a huge difference in strength between the ordinary other side realm and the Holy Master. The reason may be because of this world of rules. Wu Xingzuan said, the world of rules is the core place of a saint. Generally, others are not allowed in. Do you know why I want you to come in? Lin Moyu thought for a while. Do you have something to say to me? Wu Xingzuan laughed loudly. Smart. It seems you have already guessed something. Lin Moyu looked at this world of rules, although all laws here were greatly suppressed. But there are still traces of laws passed in from the outside world. It is indeed isolated here, but not completely isolated. Lin Moyu knows that if he talks about specific matters here, he will still be caught by the law of fate. Lin Moyu thought for a while. When do you plan to take action? Wu Xingzuan felt more and more that Lin Moyu was a genius, not only strong in cultivation, but also so thoughtful. A month later, there is still some preparation to be done. I'm looking for you this time, and I also want to ask you if you want to participate? Lin Moyu nodded without hesitation. Of course, I have to settle some matters with them. Saint Hao said, but I want to warn you in advance that there may be dangers and some accidents are unpredictable. Lin Moyu knew what Wu Xingzuan meant. The power that the Buddhists show on the surface is not necessarily the real power, and there may be a hidden part. So before the actual action was taken, Holy Lord Hao could not tell whether there would be any accidents. Lin Moyu said, it's normal, after all, everyone has a trump card. In the big world, dangers are everywhere, including this one. And if I don't go, our sacrifices will increase significantly. Lin Moyu's idea is also the idea of Saint Hao. Lin Moyu has an army of undead. He alone can equal 250 to several armies. As long as Lin Moyu is around, the human casualties can be reduced exponentially. Saint Hao whispered, if there is danger, remember to evacuate as soon as possible. Your safety is more important than anyone else. Why? Lin Moyu nodded, don't worry, I cherish my life. It's a pity that the time is a little short. 10 times is not enough for me to enter the divine realm. Wu Xingzuan immediately said, this is the second thing I want to tell you. Don't rush into the Xingzuan. If you win this time, you may be able to get something good. When entering the Divine Lord, if you have this thing to help you, it will be of great benefit to you in the future. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, and he was obviously interested. Okay, I hope I can gain something by then. I just happened to take advantage of this time to polish my physical body and control my strength. To be honest, I was captured by you just after refining my body this time. My control over my strength is very poor. Saint Hao snorted, excessive humility is pride. The two of them seemed to be in a daze, but at the same time they were talking very clearly, you knew and I knew. A month is neither long nor short. Lin Moyu randomly found abandoned stars and polished his body. The golden body flows through every corner of the body, not even the smallest place is spared. He carefully felt the rhythm of his body and fully controlled his physical strength. His physical body has reached the level of God King, but his control over his physical body is not perfect yet, and there is still room for improvement. In 1 month, Lin Moyu's control of his own power reached a new level. Almost every day, he can feel the extent of his strength. The upper limit has not changed, but the degree of control over power has been continuously improved, and the control has become more and more refined, gradually reaching a subtle level. A month later, Yuan Xingzuan's battleship appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The battleship door opened, and Lin Moyu turned into a golden light and shot into the battleship. The space was distorted, and the battleship jumped into the space and disappeared. Buddha, the Paradise World. The Buddha Pagoda, where the future Buddha is located, once again shines brightly. In the Buddha Pagoda, the future Buddha, the past Buddha, and the present Buddha form a triangle and sit looking at each other. How is it? Buddha asked in a low voice now. The future Buddha shouts the Buddha's name. No, the future is still unclear, and the law of destiny is disturbed. The eyes of the future Buddha are full of doubts, and he looks at the past Buddha. The past Buddha also frowned at this moment. The pictures in the past are also disturbed and cannot be seen clearly. Now the Buddha said in a deep voice, some time ago, tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples were sent out, and they made good connections among various races, but they also did not get any useful information. In the past few days, the last batch of disciples have been returning one after another, hoping to bring some new news. The 3 of them were all confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. If the law of destiny is interfered with by invisible forces, some saint must have taken action, but interfering with the laws of destiny is not necessarily aimed at their Buddhist clan. In history, there have been several incidents where the laws of destiny were interfered with. Although wars eventually occurred, they had nothing to do with the Buddhist clan. They claimed to be neutral and stay out of the matter, and the strength of the clan was not weak. Generally, no race would dare to provoke them. Now the Buddha whispered, since we can't see the past and the future clearly, then we will temporarily close the Buddhist world and cut off contact with the outside world. How do the 2 Buddhas feel about restarting the Buddhist world after everything is clear? The future Buddha and the past Buddha responded at the same time, but, after the last group of disciples return, we will temporarily stay in the Buddha realm. A huge palace floated in the starry sky, and Wu Xingzuan's battleship appeared in front of the palace. The palace is extremely huge, with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. Wu Xingzuan's battleship is like a speck of dust in front of the palace. Lin Moyu saw the palace. Is this the fortress of the god of war? The style of the palace is very similar to the Temple of War, but it also has the characteristics of a fortress, revealing a strong sense of solemnity. What appeared this time was not an imitation, but the real fortress of the god of war. Wu Xingzuan chuckled, yes, the fortress of the god of war. At this time, the closed door opened a crack, and Wu Xingzuan controlled the battleship and flew in. The door was closed again, and the hall was not dark. At the top, there was a small star providing light to the entire fortress. This star has obviously been specially refined. It emits light and at the same time emits warmth in an extremely gentle way. The entire interior of the hall is bathed in sunlight and very warm. The hall is very empty, with floating discs. The diameter of each disc is no more or less, exactly 10 meters. There is a person standing on each disc. They are all majestic and look like gods. Looking around, there are at least 100,000 gods here. 100,000 gods wear uniform clothes, with the uniform logo of the War Temple on their cuffs. They are all members of the War Temple. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. The strength of the War Temple was beyond his imagination. Among the human race, the Temple of War has always been mysterious. Because of the inheritance of the god of war, the position of the god of war has always been supreme. They usually never take action. Even if there is a war, the elders of the god of war will at most come forward as helpers, never the main force in the war. No one knows what the people in the Temple of War are busy with or what they have done. Some people have suspected that the War Temple is just a name, but no one has any evidence, and this kind of argument is impossible to appear on the Human Emperor Network. Anyone who talks nonsense will definitely be punished. After Lin Moyu entered the big world, he also came into contact with the Temple of War several times. He was in awe of the Temple of War, and he also knew that the strength of the Temple of War must be extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so fishy. 100,000 gods are by no means the entire strength of the god of war. The terror of the War Temple is evident. Lin Moyu and Wu Xingzuan left the battleship. In an instant, countless eyes fell on the two. Wu Xingzuan naturally didn't feel the pressure from the god, and the same was true for Lin Moyu, who didn't feel anything. He followed Wu Xingzuan all the way up and flew to high places. Lin Moyu also discovered that although the discs were the same, with God standing on them, their positions were particular. The lower the position, the weaker the god's strength. Overall, the disc can be divided into 5 areas. The first to third levels of deity are the first area and the lowest area. The fourth to sixth levels of the God Lord are the second area. The 7th level God is the third area, and above that there are the 8th level God and the peak God. The higher the area, the smaller the number of people. 100,000 gods, at least 50,000 gods are the first area, and the realm is between the first and third levels of gods. The number of gods in the second area exceeds 40,000. Starting from the high-level gods, the number has dropped sharply. There are about 8,000 7th-level deities. The 8th level of the deity is less than 2,000. There are only 100 people at the peak of the gods. These areas basically have a triangular structure at the bottom. The closer you get to the top, the fewer people there are. This is also completely consistent with the situation in the big world. If the god of war can produce 10,000 peak deities now, that would be damning. The 5 areas are clearly divided and hierarchical. No matter where you are, you always speak according to your strength. The arrival of Lin Moyu aroused the surprise of these gods. They didn't understand what a little god was doing here, but next to Lin Moyu is Wu Xingzuan, so these deities must hold back their words. Lin Moyu looked at the eyes of these gods and sent a message to Wu Xingzuan. Don't they know what they are going to do? Saint Hao whispered, we don't know yet. When it was about to take action, he didn't even know who his target was. This confidentiality work was indeed done well. The key is that these gods are not in any hurry or have any objections. It seems that the usual rules are also very strict. The two came to the highest point. There was a platform here, just like a command platform, high up. On the podium, there were 10 people sitting cross-legged. Among the 10 people, several of them were known to Lin Moyu, namely Sha Xingzuan, Fu Xingzuan, Mr. Lin, and Bao Yanwu. It seemed that with Saint Hao present, Zhu Qiwu looked very honest, bowing his head and saying nothing. Only when Lin Moyu arrived, he nodded and smiled at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't recognize the other 6 people, but they wore the costumes of the Temple of War and had already identified themselves. To Li Hao, 1 saint, 5 other shores. Lin Moyu muttered in his heart. The strength of the War Temple is indeed extraordinary. In addition to the 100,000 deities, 5 other shores and 1 holy deity were also dispatched this time. This kind of strength is enough to crush most races. The people are here. Zhan Xingzuan said, his eyes falling on Lin Moyu. Saint Hao introduced, his name is Saint Zhan, one of the masters of the Temple of War. This operation was also led by him. Lin Moyu immediately saluted the War Saint, Junior Lin Moyu. I have met the War Saint. The War Saint smiled slightly, you're welcome. And Wu Xingzuan then introduced the other 5 other people from the other side, Lin Moyu, for ceremonial purposes. The other side of the 5 gods of war is also very interested in Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is so famous that even they in the god of war have heard of him. After saying hello, the War Saint said, Fu Saint, let's get started. Good. Fu Xingzuan outlined a simple rune in the void, and the rune exploded, sweeping across the entire war temple in an instant. The rules are broken. The lines of the laws were broken one after another, and in the blink of an eye, this god of war fortress lost its connection with the big world. The fortress of the god of war became an isolated island at this moment, and all the laws in the big world could not enter it. All the gods showed discomfort on their faces. They were unable to mobilize the laws and protect the galaxy of laws. Now all they can rely on is the power of their own laws and the power of the physical body. Let alone them, even in the other side realm. It feels a little unnatural at the moment. But they knew it would be like this, and kept calm. The Holy Lords are better. They have rules for the world and have little influence. Lin Moyu felt that his immortal law was suppressed and it was difficult to exert his true power. Only physical strength was unaffected. Lin Moyu is more determined in his belief that physical strength is very important, even more important than the law at some moments. The laws also rely on the big world, and the physical strength is purely one's own strength. It is this truth that it is better to rely on others than to rely on oneself. After Xingzuan Fu felt it for a while, he slowly said, that's enough, everything said here will not be sensed by others. Why, the runes only last 10 minutes, long story short. The War Saint nodded, he stood up and flew into the air, tapping his finger lightly in the void. The entire god of war fortress suddenly lit up, and the stars above projected various colors of light, intertwining into a star map. 847, this is a star field map, not the human star field. There are many galaxies among them, as there are millions of large and small galaxies. The overall scale seems to be similar to one of the human race's 4 star regions. All the gods knew that serious business was about to come. They stared at the star field and pricked their ears. This is the Buddhist world of the Buddha, and it is also our goal this time. As soon as these words came out, countless gods all changed their expressions. Only then did they realize that they were actually going to take action against the Buddha clan. But no one raised any questions. As members of the War Temple, they are taught to be warriors from the moment they enter the War Temple. Once a soldier goes to the battlefield, he needs to obey orders. You can have questions, but they cannot be raised before the order is completed. Zhan Xingzuan continued, the Buddhist star realm of the Buddha clan is divided into 3 levels. The outermost area belongs to the area under the Buddha. There are a large number of believers here, cultivators in the Arhat realm and the Bodhisattva realm. The largest number of people is here, estimated to be around 10 trillion. The middle area is the area belonging to the Buddha, as well as some practitioners in the Bodhisattva realm, as well as some true believers and fanatics. According to the information we know, the number of Buddhas in the Buddhist clan is approximately 50,000. Following the words of the war saint, the star map also marked different areas. The last area is the core of the Buddhist world and is called the Paradise of Paradise by the Buddhists. In this area, ancient Buddhas and Buddhas live. The war saint did not introduce the number of ancient Buddhas and Buddhas in detail. This number has no meaning to the gods. They do not need to face the ancient Buddhas and Buddhas. Then the war saint began to introduce the specific tasks. All the gods from level 1 to level 3 attack the outer area. All the gods from the 4th to the 6th level will cooperate with the high-level gods to attack the middle area. As for Elysium, we will deal with it. The purpose of this operation is to kill, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Don't be soft-hearted. You should all understand the life and death battle between races. Finally, please note that in addition to us, the Starry Sky Fishmen will also join us in this operation. They are friends, not enemies. Hearing that the Starry Sky Fish people would also take action, the gods did not react much. They have entered the state of warriors and no longer regard themselves as gods. When a soldier goes to the battlefield, he doesn't need to worry about anything else, he just needs to follow orders. As the war saint's order was issued, an invisible chilling air began to rise. The fortress of the god of war is filled with murderous intent. It is indeed impossible to stay away from racial strife. Just like before when the coalition of hundreds of races invaded the human race, no one was left alive wherever they passed. The stars collapsed, and all humans and animals perished. This is a war between races, extremely cruel and ruthless. Humanity has experienced painful lessons, so when counterattack comes, the human race will not hold back either. Kindness to others is cruelty to one's own people. The war saint returned to the podium and said to everyone, in the Paradise of Paradise, as far as we know, there are 3 Buddhas and 7 ancient Buddhas. So we are taking action this time with 4 holy lords and 6 Biangon. Babe, although they are all 10 people, there is one more holy lord, and the situation is favorable to the human race. But it is also possible that there are ancient Buddhas or Buddhas hidden within the Buddhist clan. Lin Moyu knows that in addition to the human race, there is also the Starry Skyfish race. Even if the Buddha clan has any hidden power, it will be crushed under the joint efforts of the 2 clans. The star territory occupied by the Buddha clan is not small, especially the outer areas. 50,000 gods are enough to sweep through, but it is a bit difficult to miss all of them. In such a large area, if they wanted to escape, the 50,000 gods would be unable to do anything at all. Therefore, the Starry Skyfish human clan will also send a large number of troops, and the coalition forces of the 2 races will completely sweep away the Buddha clan and eliminate the Buddha clan from the human race. This battle is not only fought by the human race, but also by the Starry Skyfish race. Lin Moyu asked, "What should I do?" Saint Hao said, "You can do whatever you want." What does freedom of expression mean? Lin Moyu was a little speechless. He seemed to be a superfluous person. Saint Hao laughed and said, "The meaning of free play is that you can go wherever you want. You can fight however you want, we won't assign you any tasks." Saint Hao asked, "Do you have any other ideas?" Now that everything has been said, what else can I think of? Okay, then I'll just use it as I wish. There were still 5 minutes left. Wu Xingzuan said, "Let's continue." The war saint raised his head again and pointed towards the stars above. The light projected by the star suddenly changed, interweaving a new picture. There is a lot of information emerging at the same time. Human New Calendar, 56228, on the outskirts of the Azure Dragon Star territory, the Buddha of the Buddhist race fought with a giant starry beast, resulting in the destruction of 2 galaxies in the Azure Dragon Star territory, the collapse of 3 small worlds, and the death toll of more than 1 billion. In the year 63328 of the human race's new calendar, the Buddha clan preached and wanted to forcibly convert 6 geniuses of our human clan at that time. After resistance, the Buddha clan killed me. In the year 7631 of the new human calendar, the Buddha clan was secretly entrusted by the demon clan to assassinate 3 of our human gods. New calendar of the human race. Each record is vivid in my mind. This information cannot be seen normally, but the Renhuang network has recorded it all. The Buddhist clan, which claims to be neutral, has done many things that have harmed the human race for tens of thousands of years. They provoked the bottom line of the human race again and again. The number of human beings who died at the hands of the Buddha clan exceeded 10 billion. At that time, the human race had recovered, but its strength was not strong enough, and some things had to be endured. The human race's purpose has always been to either not take action, or to kill them all without leaving any consequences. Now, it's time to calculate the general ledger. Looking at these information, the god's murderous intent boiled and became more and more intense. Lin Moyu's eyes also showed coldness. My own hatred and the human race's debt must be settled this time. The last vestiges of mercy from the gods were wiped away. The 5 minutes are over and the past has no effect. The laws of the big world radiate in again. The war saint shouted softly, "Let's go." The space was violently distorted, rippling like water waves. The huge god of war fortress disappeared instantly and teleported away. The fortress of the god of war started teleporting and moved towards the Buddha star territory at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu felt something unusual. This is no ordinary teleportation. There's also a big difference between teleportation and teleportation. The teleportation array uses a material called space stone. The same goes for battleship teleportation. In Lin Moyu's understanding, the god of war fortress should also use a similar method, using the materials of gemstones for teleportation. But now he feels like this. The entire god of war fortress is wrapped in the laws of space. The transmission speed is faster and the distance is further. Lin Moyu immediately realized that this god of war fortress had been transformed, and things from the starry sky fish people were added to it. Only they have the ability to make the fortress of the god of war have stronger teleportation capabilities. The Saint Killer looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. How about it? The space teleportation of the starry skyfish people is pretty good, right? Lin Moyu nodded. There is a difference between using space laws to teleport and using space stones. That's right, the difference is huge. It's a pity that no one in our human race controls the laws of space, otherwise there would be no need to ask them. Lord Killer seemed a little dissatisfied with this cooperation between the two races. Lin Moyu can probably guess why. It should be a big price paid. But similarly, the price paid by the starry skyfish human race will not be small, and it is impossible for the human race to make a loss-making business. Wu Xingzuan said, there is a formation in the Buddhist clan. Before, we could teleport the god of war's fortress to the outside of the Buddhist world, but could not directly enter the inside. Once the Buddhist formation is activated, the space in the Buddhist world will be blocked. If we want to attack, it will become difficult and we will not be able to win quickly. But with the space laws of the starry skyfish people, we can ignore the blockade and stay within. Zhang Xingzuan added, more than that, the Buddha clan's blockade will trap them themselves. When the time comes, they won't be able to escape even if they want to. Lin Moyu asked, has the Buddhist world sealed off space now? Fu Xingzuan's voice was low. 2 days ago, Jianjia announced that it would be temporarily closed. It was just closed 2 days ago, and the human race followed suit and came to close the door and beat the dog. This wave of operations is really powerful. It's as if the human race knew from the beginning that the Buddhist world would be closed. Lin Moyu thought in his mind, it's not that I know, but that I've calculated it accurately. There seems to be a strong man in the human race who is proficient in servant calculations. He figured it out. Coupled with the Su family's intelligence capabilities and mutual cooperation, even if there is no law of destiny, the human race can still make arrangements in advance. With the addition of the starry skyfishman tribe, the Buddha tribe is finished. With the help of the starry skyfish human clan, the human clan's god of war fortress can reach directly into the Buddha clan. However, the Buddhists cannot teleport freely in the sealed space. Support will be difficult. The Buddha clan does not have the human emperor network of the human clan, so the transmission of information is not as convenient and fast as the human clan. In this way, the Buddhists have really become a turtle in a urn. After flying rapidly for a while, the god of war fortress slowly stopped. Like a fish hiding in the depths, it slowly emerges from the water. The war saint has his eyes closed at the moment. He is observing the situation outside through the formation of the war god fortress. The war saint said in a low voice, "We have arrived at the location agreed upon with the Starry Sky Fishman tribe." Lin Moyu felt the law aura coming from outside Duo Fortress, and the law aura here obviously had an unusual aura. He knew that he had entered the Buddhist world. Saint Hao sent a message to Lin Moyu. This is the junction of the outer and middle areas of the Buddhist world. It is a deserted area. If we attack the Buddhist world head-on, this deserted area will become the main battlefield. But now, this has become our best meeting point. The people from the Starry Skyfish people will come over and join us, and then they will take the gods to various galaxies. And we will go straight to the paradise and kill the ancient Buddha and the Buddha. Saint Hao briefly explained the plan, and Lin Moyu nodded slightly to express his understanding. This plan seems simple, but it is actually very practical. In order to reduce casualties, the human race did not use a large army, but directly used high-level combat power to crush them. The fortress of the god of war is waiting quietly in the barren starry sky. There is no movement coming from it, and it is difficult to find it if you don't get close. Time passed by, and after waiting for 5 minutes, the war saint spoke again. "They are coming." Lin Moyu felt slight space fluctuations, and the breath of space laws appeared. The Starry Sky Fishmen have arrived, and the battle is about to begin. The gate of the god of war's fortress slowly opened, and fish-like warships flew in. These warships are all warships of the Starry Sky Fishmen clan. Their level is not high, only the God King realm. However, battleships are not used for fighting, but for transportation. All the gods went to various galaxies. The war saint issued an order: gods of the 1st to 3rd levels, enter the battleship. The gods received the order and took action immediately. They were very fast and kept quiet throughout the process. They did not need any command at all and completed their assignments quickly. The number of warships of the Starry Skyfish people is not too much or too little, exactly 50,000, to deal with the number of gods. Obviously this was all discussed in advance. The battleship flew out of the god of war's fortress with the god, and quickly disappeared. Then another group of warships flew in. The war saint gave the order again: all gods, enter the battleship. All the remaining gods have also entered the battleship. Their target is the middle area of the Buddha realm, and their enemies will also be a large number of Buddhas. Just 2 minutes later, the second batch of warships also left. The fortress of the god of war became empty, with the exception of several holy lords on the other side, and only Lin Moyu remained. Another battleship flew in. It was also a battleship from the Starry Skyfishman tribe. The one in front of him had reached the realm of God. It shows that it already possesses the combat power of the God Sovereign realm, and coupled with the teleportation technology of the Starry Skyfishman tribe, the God Sovereign cannot stop it at all. Wu Xingzuan said with a half-smile, "Let's go, this battleship is here to pick you up." Saint Killer also said with a smile, "Go ahead, don't keep me waiting." While he was speaking, he even blinked at Lin Moyu, not looking like a saint at all. Fu Xingzuan looked a little serious. "Pay attention to safety." Lin Moyu had already guessed what was going on, slightly cupped his hands, turned around and flew into the battleship. Among the battleships, beautiful people stand tall and graceful. Yu Qingru wore silver light armor and smiled. "Where are we going?" Lin Moyu thought about the middle area. "Good." Yu Qingru activated the battleship and teleported away instantly. After Lin Moyu left, another Fishman warship appeared next to the God of War fortress. There are 5 elders of the Starry Sky Fishman tribe on the battleship, 2 of whom have reached the Saint realm and 3 have reached the other shore realm. Counting the strong men of the human race, There are 6 people in the Saint realm and 9 people in the other shore realm, far exceeding the Buddha race. The gate of the god of war's fortress closed again, and the god of war softly shouted, "Bang!" The god of war fortress teleported again, flying towards the Buddhist paradise. Both sides act independently and have their own goals. The disaster is spreading silently towards the entire Buddhist clan. In the god of war fortress, Wu Xingzuan said, "What do you think of Lin Moyu?" This sentence was said to Zhang Xingzuan. Zhang Xingzuan nodded, "Not bad, young man, I believe in your vision." Sha Xingzuan interrupted, "Lao Zhan has high hopes for Lin Moyu, hoping that he can." He didn't go on. There was another shore here, and there were some words that only a few of them could hear. Zhang Xingzuan naturally understood, "I hope, although it is very slim." Saint Hao muttered for a few breaths, "Actually, I hope it's not just him, but another one." Zhang Xingzuan's eyes lit up, "Who else is there?" Saint Hao said, "Lin Mohan, Lin Moyu's sister, her talent is unprecedented. A few years ago, in the 4-star field competition, I helped Lin Mohan get promoted to a god with Tao Ti. After that, Lin Mohan was out of control. I watched her with my own eyes, from the time she first entered the 357 Divine Master, to the 5th level of Divine Master, it only took a few years. Her cultivation speed started to slow down after she reached the 5th level of the Divine Lord, but in the past few days, it suddenly started to speed up again. Before the fishmen arrived, they had already broken through to the 6th level of the gods, and are now heading towards the 7th level of the gods. Zhang Xingzuan was just like listening to a legendary story. Even though he was well informed again, he still looked shocked at this moment. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine it. And based on his understanding of Saint Hao, Saint Wu would never tell nonsense, or even exaggerate in the slightest. The Saint of War was shocked and looked thoughtful. This kind of talent is somewhat unreasonable. Wu Xingzuan nodded, "I once heard a legend in a ruins. In ancient times, there was a special bloodline. They were god kings when they were born, and they reached god status when they reached adulthood. They could become the other side with just a little practice." Zhang Xingzuan asked, "You mean, Lin Mohan has this kind of bloodline?" Saint Hao nodded, "Not only Lin Mohan. I feel that Lin Moyu may also have this kind of bloodline. It's just that Lin Mohan's bloodline is stronger, so his cultivation speed is faster than Lin Moyu." Zhang Xingzuan frowned. He did not fully agree with Hao Xingzuan's words, but he did not refute it either. Fu Xingzuan spoke at this time, "The world operates according to rules, and everything has cause and effect. Even if Lin Mohan has ancient blood, it is impossible to transcend cause and effect. Her practice had been slowing down before, but then it suddenly accelerated. There must be internal reasons for this. Wu Xingzuan, has anything special happened during this time? Especially things related to Lin Mohan." Wu Xingzuan thought for a while. "Lin Mohan has been practicing in the Divine City recently. He hasn't gone anywhere, and he hasn't communicated with anyone. There is nothing special." For a moment, Wu Xingzuan couldn't think of anything special happening. The Killing Saint suddenly said, "Why not?" Lin Moyu went to the White Tiger Star territory and directly changed from the 7th level of the God King to the Little God. Later, I returned to the Divine City and went to the mysterious realm of Black Iron. My physical body went from the 2nd level of the Divine King to the golden body of the Heavenly Divine King." His words reminded several people. Several people said in unison, "Bloodline resonance." Wu Xingzuan patted his head and said, "You are really a fan of the authorities. Why didn't I think of that?" The War Saint smiled and said, "That's right, the blood of the 2 siblings resonates. The improvement of Lin Moyu's cultivation can further stimulate Lin Mohan's blood, causing her cultivation to further improve. Coupled with her own talent, her cultivation speed will far exceed that of ordinary people." Fu Xingzuan nodded. "In this way, if Lin Moyu can cultivate to the level of Holy Lord, then under the stimulation of blood, Lin Mohan's realm will be reached." The eyes of the 4 people shone fiercely, and they all said one word at the same time, "Open the way to God." War Saint said, "Old Hao, you should pay more attention to Lin Mohan from now on. In his opinion, Lin Mohan's hope seems to be greater than Lin Moyu's. Saint Hao, don't worry, Heavenly Saint and Sword Saint are both watching. Zhang Xingzuan asked, strangely, why did she come out? Saint Hao smiled and said, Lin Mohan has a sense of sword in him, which caught her attention when he was promoted. She originally wanted to accept Lin Mohan as a disciple, but I didn't agree, and Lin Mohan has been practicing and has not awakened. But she refused to leave, so she stayed with Lin Mohan. Saint Shazan laughed and said, this is fun, but if you insist on accepting disciples, it will be difficult. Wu Xingzuan smiled bitterly, yes, I have a headache. The four chatted for a long time, and the God of War fortress finally arrived at the scheduled location. The War Saint sighed, if anything happens, let's talk about it when we get back. The Saint Killer took out a gourd, and the aroma of wine suddenly filled the air. He took a sip of wine and said, it's time to kill. The 4 saints and the 6 other shores stood up at the same time. The 6 other shores were all born in the Temple of War, and they had not spoken out loud just now. The War Saint said to the 6 people, your target is the ancient Buddha, please pay attention to safety. As you command. 6 people responded at the same time. At this moment, all 6 people exuded strong fighting spirit and holy energy rose. The Temple of War was born for war. Zhangqi Liao stopped its space jump and appeared in the star field. The gate opened and Tian Fei left the God of War fortress. Outside the fortress, the 5 elders of the Starry Sky Fishman tribe have also left the battleship. The 15 people all restrained their auras, and the Buddha clan had no idea that a foreign enemy had invaded their home. There is still singing and dancing in the Buddhist world, and there are bursts of Buddhist sounds everywhere in the starry sky. 100,000 kilometers away from them is the Buddhist paradise, which is also the core area of the Buddha. Elysium is actually a galaxy. This galaxy is extremely huge and consists of 9 stars and 99 planets. There are a total of 108 stars, which coincide with the Buddhist diocese. Saint Hao whispered, let's begin. The War Saint pointed towards the God of War fortress, and the God of War fortress was immediately activated. This terrifying weapon left over from ancient times appeared on the battlefield again after many repairs and transformations over the years. The God of War's fortress glows like a star, with countless formations revealed on it. Then, waves of invisible breath shook the space, setting off layers of waves in the space, causing the space to become distorted. A few seconds later, several spears on the top of the God of War's fortress simultaneously shot out light toward the Elysian world not far away. The Elysian world suddenly lit up, and the formation surrounding the Elysian world was immediately shattered. The planets inside exploded one after another, and the attack finally landed on a star. After the star burst into brilliant light, it exploded, taking several nearby planets with it. With just one blow, the Buddha's paradise was crippled. Ba. 0.2 The Buddha's trumpet sounded, and thousands of golden lights rose from the paradise, and an electric Buddha's shadow appeared in the sky. The Buddha's shadow glared at Vajra, conquer the demon. A hand as big as a galaxy was photographed on the spot. The War Saint snorted coldly, a sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it out. The light of the sword tore through the starry sky and cut off the Buddha's hand. When the War Saint took out his sword, several saints had already rushed towards the paradise. A distance of 100,000 kilometers is just half a step away for them. The fastest mover was the elder of the Starry Sky Fishman tribe. Especially the 2 elders of the Saint realm. In a flash, they appeared in the paradise and started fighting. There are no words. They are here to exterminate the clan, not to reason. Invisible space waves swept across the entire Buddhist star field in just a few seconds. This was a signal. In an instant, the gods who had been prepared long ago mobilized the people at the same time. Yu Qingru accepted the spatial fluctuations, the elders and others started to take action. The spatial fluctuations emitted by the Ares fortress have 3 functions. The first function is to signal to take action. The second function is to block space. Originally, the Buddha clan had blocked the space, but this was the Buddha clan's method, and they could lift it at any time. On top of this, the God of War fortress used the means of the starry sky fishmen to block space again. All teleportation arrays have lost their effect, completely turning the Buddha clan into turtles in a jar. The third function is that it can disrupt space and make various communication methods useless. However, the communication methods of the starry sky fishmen are not affected, which is their advantage. Similarly, they also gave this method to the human race. The two tribes were not affected, but the Buddha tribe completely lost the ability to communicate with the outside world. They were unable to call for help, and every galaxy became an island. After receiving the information to take action, the gods have already taken action. But Yuqingru did not stop, but continued to move forward. In a state where space is double-blocked, Yuqingru's 11 battleship can still make space jumps. It's just that the speed is slower than usual. Lin Moyu looked at the starry sky disappearing like a stream of light. It seems you have a destination. Yuqingru admitted openly, that's right. Lin Moyu smiled and said, what if I choose the outer area? Yu shook his head softly, you won't. So sure? A truly strong man doesn't bother to step on ants. Lin Moyu shrugged, you really think highly of me, I quite like bullying others. Yuqingru shook her head slowly, trusting her own judgment. The smell of fighting continued to come from all directions, and huge phantoms of Buddha statues rose in the starry sky. The two clans have officially fought against each other, and the battle is extremely fierce. Yuqingru still didn't stop, walking through the battlefield. Lin Moyu found the corresponding position in the star map based on the direction of travel. You are going to the center of the Buddhist world. Looking at Yuqingru, Lin Moyu showed a hint of surprise. Judging from the position of the star map, the place they were going to was exactly the center of the Buddhist world. The core of the Buddhist world is the paradise, which is the world of ancient Buddhas and Buddhas. But the core is not the center. The center point is the center point of the entire Buddhist world. Looking at the star map, it is an area with nothing. Yuqingru said, yes, we are going to the center. Lin Moyu did not ask her why she wanted to go to the center, but showed some doubts. Why is the center of the Buddhist world not the paradise of bliss? He didn't pay attention to this problem at first, but now he really noticed it, and felt that there must be something weird in it. Yuqingru said, in the center of the Buddhist world, there is an unnatural black hole. Actually, we have always been skeptical about the emergence of the Buddhist clan. According to the records of our clan, the history of the emergence of the Buddhist clan is only a mere 100,000 years. They appeared very suddenly and brought a lot of doubts. Lin Moyu took over Yuqingru's words, so you think that the Buddhists are related to the black hole in the center? Yuqingru corrected Lin Moyu, it's not an ordinary black hole, it's an unnatural black hole. It can also be said to be a man-made black hole. Think about it, why is there a man-made black hole in the center of the Buddhist clan? Why didn't those ancient Buddhas place the paradise next to the black hole? There must be a reason for it. Lin Moyu still had his own doubts. How did you know that you had been to the Buddhist clan before? Yuqingru shook his head, that's what the Great Elder said. The Great Elder came to the Buddha clan some time ago and marked the locations of all the Buddha clan's galaxies, and discovered this abnormal black hole by the way. Lin Moyu asked, apart from the fact that it is an artificial black hole, is there anything else abnormal about it? Yuqingru didn't hide it. The elder said, this black hole can not only swallow things, but also spit things out. Lin Moyu was stunned. Li Dong could still vomit. In everyone's understanding, a black hole only sucks everything in, sucking in as much as it can, and never spits anything out. A black hole that spits out things is really weird. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment, but with our strength, entering a black hole is very dangerous. Yuqingru looked like the princess knew it. Of course there are dangers, but there is no gain without danger. So this time I used the princess battleship, which is a high-level space battleship at the divine level and is made of space materials. It's enough to ensure our safety in the black hole. Lin Moyu had long seen how extraordinary this battleship was, but he didn't expect that it was made entirely of space materials. It was indeed extraordinary. Lin Moyu looked at the battleship. It seems that the people who refined this battleship are not good enough, otherwise they should be able to make it into a battleship from the other side. Yu Qingru glanced at him sideways. You don't understand anything. Lin Moyu smiled and did not continue to refute. In the starry sky, the phantoms of the Buddha clan keep appearing. Every galaxy has a Buddhist formation, and the Buddhist phantom is composed of formations. Every phantom of the Buddha represents that this galaxy has become a battlefield. There is a shell in Lin Moyu's hand, through which he can communicate with other people. Everyone in the two tribes has such a shell in their hands. This is the communication magic weapon specially made by the Starry Sky Fishman tribe for this battle. Yu Qingru also had a piece in front of him, and the battle situation was constantly coming from the shell. Through these combat situations, Lin Moyu basically has information about the entire battle. The Buddhists were resisting, but they were unprepared and were caught off guard by the gods of the two tribes who were preparing to meet again. Galaxies were captured, and stars were directly knocked to pieces. Even some galaxies were directly destroyed. No one holds back, and no one dares to hold back. This is a battle of genocide, and there is no mercy. If anyone dares to show mercy, it is the people of the race. Judging from the news, the coalition forces of the two ethnic groups have firmly gained the upper hand, and the resistance of the 867 Buddhist tribe is very weak. Yu Qingju said, "We are fully prepared for this battle. Nothing will happen. After this battle, the Hard clan will completely disappear from the world." Lin Moyu remained silent and did not answer the call. After Yu Qingru was silent for a few seconds, she whispered, "Do you think I'm cruel and have no sympathy at all?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's not you who are cruel, but the big world. In my opinion, there is no right or wrong in racial wars. It's just like a war 100,000 years ago. The coalition of various races wanted to destroy our human race. Is it right? From their standpoint, there is nothing wrong. From the time the Buddha clan appeared to now being destroyed, they were not wrong. They wanted to survive, and we were not wrong either, because they became our enemies. Since there is no right or wrong, there is no such thing as cruelty." Yu Qingru's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. "This is the first time I've heard your statement, and it seems quite reasonable." Lin Moyu stretched his waist and became a little lazier. "This is just my personal opinion. It doesn't matter whether it is right or not. I think it is fine as long as it is right." Yu Qingru repeated Lin Moyu's words, "I think it's fine if it's right." In fact, this sentence is very arrogant, but it also carries a bit of domineering. The battleship Princess traveled through tens of thousands of light years and finally arrived at the center of the Buddhist world. A black hole appeared in sight. Lin Moyu's pupils shrank sharply and blurted out, "This is not a black hole." Yu Qingru's beautiful eyes slanted over, asking how you knew. Lin Moyu carefully felt the breath of the black hole in front of him. After careful consideration and comparison, Lin Moyu determined that this was not a black hole. He remembered seeing a similar black hole in the Suzaku battlefield, with a terrifying giant snake living inside. In addition, the aura of the entrance to other worlds is somewhat similar to it. One is similar in appearance, and the other is similar in breath. Yu Qingru asked, "If this is not a black hole, what is it?" Lin Moyu thought for a while. "It leads to another world, and perhaps there are some extremely dangerous creatures hidden in it." Yu Qingru did not doubt Lin Moyu's words, but just asked, "How did you know?" Lin Moyu said, "I have seen a similar black hole before, with a giant beast from the other side living inside. But the smell of that black hole is different from the black hole in front of you." Lin Moyu's tone was extremely serious, not joking at all. Yu Qingju said, "Is there any way to be sure?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "If there is a scary creature inside, there is no way to be sure unless it comes out on its own initiative or we go in on its own initiative." Yu Qingru's beautiful eyes were shining, and she made a decision simply and neatly, "Then let's go in and take a look. Don't worry, even if there are giant beasts from the other side, we will be fine." She was referring to the fact that with the protection of the Princess battleship, safety would not be a problem. Lin Moyu nodded, "Then go in." Yuqing controlled the battleship to fly towards the black hole. The speed was not very fast, and the two of them maintained a high degree of vigilance. Lin Moyu is ready for battle. He has the scales of the Abyss Dragon Demon in hand and can use corpse explosion at any time. The atmosphere began to become solemn, and Yuqing's pretty face became extremely serious. The battleship kept approaching the black hole, and nothing happened along the way. A huge suction force came from the black hole, and the battleship burst into misty light, blocking all the suction force. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and said, "Did you go to Netherworld Swamp before, because of curiosity?" He could see that Yuqing was very curious. In addition to vigilance, there was also a hint of excitement in her eyes. Yuqing said, "I am that cat, but I have 18 lives and will not die." Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Yuqing to be able to joke. The battleship finally flew into the black hole and was still safe. Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and seemed no longer so nervous. "Don't let your guard down," Lin Moyu reminded. Although he is young, his experience is no better than anyone else. Many times, danger comes at the moment of relaxation. The eyes of the soul and the vision of the undead are used alternately to constantly observe the surrounding situation. In the black hole, a rotating channel was formed. There was no light and it was pitch black. The only light came from the princess battleship. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's expression changed. "Stop." The battleship stopped instantly, and Yuqing asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu stared ahead without blinking. In the dark area ahead, he saw the law being crushed. Being able to crush the rules means that the power of rules exists instead. The power of rules also represents the other side, or the power from other worlds. Yuqing followed Lin Moyu's line of sight and looked forward, but couldn't see anything. The princess's light is very weak, and the area it can illuminate is extremely limited. She doesn't have the soul of the other side, so she can't see the lines of laws. She looked at Lin Moyu with doubts, but did not urge him. Suddenly, bursts of Buddha's voice came. In the extremely safe space, the sound of Buddha suddenly sounded, and it was in the center of the Buddhist world, which shocked Yuqing. Then she saw a Buddha appearing behind Lin Moyu. Yuqing's expression changed. "How come you have Buddhist magic?" Lin Moyu said, "This is not a Buddhist technique. It is a summoned object that I refined after killing a Buddha." Yuqing completely believed Lin Moyu's words. "What's the use of this? I can see danger with it." Lin Moyu did not explain too much, and did not say that Buddhist liches can communicate with the laws of fate. The magic of voyeurism is activated, and the lich from the Buddhist country communicates with the laws of fate to see what will happen if they continue to move forward. The strange law fluctuations spread, and Yuqing was slightly surprised. She mastered the laws of space and was extremely sensitive to the laws of the same echelon. She didn't expect that Lin Moyu's summon could actually use the first echelon's laws. She opened her eyes wide and carefully looked at the Buddhist lich, but she couldn't see it. Soon Lin Moyu's eyes showed disappointment. The true-seeing technique failed, and he thought of something that Saint Hao once said. In order to prevent several Buddhas from the Buddhist clan from sensing their plans, they found ways to interfere with the law of destiny. This interference also affected the true-seeing technique, and Lin Moyu did not get any useful information. Yuqing asked, "How is it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I didn't sense anything." Yuqing said at this time, "We'll find out if we go over and take a look. Anyway, I've always been lucky, so I shouldn't die." "Are you lucky?" "Don't say you are unlucky." Lin Moyu put away the Buddhist lich and smiled. "My luck has always been good." "Then why are you hesitating?" Before Yuqing finished speaking, an even greater suction force hit Yi. Lin Moyu's expression changed drastically, and in the eyes of his soul, the surrounding rules and lines were crushed one after another. This thing that looks like a black hole, but is not a black hole, suddenly increases its rotation speed by tens of thousands of times. A large amount of rule power emerges from it, sucking in everything around it. The change came too suddenly and caught people off guard. Yu Qingru had no time to react. The battleship had already been dragged to the end by this force. When she reacted, she wanted to control the battleship to retreat, but it was already too late. This force is so strong that it crushes all laws, even the laws of space cannot be avoided. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly, and the Star Tower Lich appeared in front of him, golden light falling, covering the two of them. Then another golden armor talisman exploded into pieces, giving Yu Qingru a layer of armor. This all happened in the blink of an eye, not even half a second. The suction force increased sharply, and the battleship spun uncontrollably. Yu Qingru reacted extremely quickly, lifting her feet off the ground and not rotating with the battleship. Lin Moyu originally wanted to hold her back, but stopped when he saw her like this. After all, Yu Qingru is a minor god, his combat prowess is not something to be boasted about, and his adaptability is also first-rate. The battleship was like a broken leaf, blowing in the wind, spinning and crashing into the end of the passage. Boom! A huge impact sound was heard, as if the battleship had hit something heavy. Okay, Zhao. Terrifying power came in from outside the battleship, and many things in the battleship flew out of control. Immediately afterwards, a force hit the golden light scattered by the Star Tower Lich, causing the golden light to continuously distort and deform. Moreover, the golden light is also weakening sharply, and it is shattering before your eyes. Yu Qingru's face turned pale, and she felt that her strength was rapidly weakening. The golden light shattered, and terrifying power came to the golden armor. The golden armor talisman flashed past and was shattered instantly. Yu Qingru had no choice but to bear the force. He holds the jade token of the blue sky in his hand, but cannot activate it. She tried hard to mobilize the laws of space, but the laws she could mobilize were less than 1/10 of the usual ones, and she could only form weak protection. Trying to block a huge impact in this way is nothing short of wishful thinking. A cat has 18 lives. I don't know how many of them will die. I don't know why, but this idea suddenly came to my mind. Suddenly she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. At the same time, the golden light was shining brightly in front of her eyes, and her panicked heart calmed down at this moment. The golden light was bright. Lin Moyu was like an extremely solid mountain, blocking all impacts. Yu Qingru huddled in Lin Moyu's arms, feeling like she had really become a kitten at this moment, full of security. This feeling is unprecedented. As a princess of the starry skyfish people, she comes back strong. It was like this in the previous life, and it will be like this after reincarnation. But this experience gave her a completely different feeling. Are you okay? Lin Moyu's voice blew into Yu's gentle ears like warm wind. It's okay. Yu Qingru reacted and left Lin Moyu's arms. The impact just came and went quickly. The battleship was in a mess, and all the decorations were in chaos, completely losing their original appearance. After making sure everything was stable, Yu Qingqing and Lin Moyu came outside the ship. The battleship fell to the ground, apparently losing its ability to fly. Fortunately, from the appearance point of view, there is no major damage. Yu Qingru tried to stow the battleship, and it took several attempts before she succeeded. My strength has become very weak. Just putting away the battleship has used up a lot of strength. Warships can be regarded as magic weapons. They can be released and put away at ordinary times. The consumption can only be said to be minimal, not even a drop in the bucket. But here, Yu Qingru had very little power left, and even putting away her magic weapon required a lot of strength. Lin Moyu looked at the surrounding environment. It was a strange world here. 303 There are no stars in the sky, no clouds, no stars, just a mess of gravel. The earth shimmers and becomes the main light source here. After sensing the law of immortality seems to be suppressed and dormant. The immortal law has not become less, but it cannot be invoked. Even if he mobilized with all his strength, he could only mobilize less than 1%. As for the immortal law between heaven and earth, it is indeed impossible to sense it at all. Spells are also difficult to use, and the undead army is also restricted. He tried his best to summon a few, but they were of little use. In the eyes of the soul, the lines of law between heaven and earth are almost completely broken. This is a broken world. Have you ever been through a war? Doubts arose in Lin Moyu's heart. This world looked very unusual, different from the world he had been to before. This world seems complete, but in fact it is broken. I can't even fly anymore. Yu Qingrou's somewhat frustrated voice sounded in his ears. Lin Moyu also tried it, but it was indeed impossible to fly. After reaching the super god realm, flying has become a cultivator's instinct. Especially in the big world, few people use walking unless they are in living areas. Without rules, there is no way to fly. Sec. What if we rely on physical strength? Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the golden body of the God King unfolded. He shines brightly and makes a lower zone. Here, physical strength is not affected. The power of the physical body belongs to oneself and is not interfered with by foreign objects. Whether there are laws or not, it has no effect on the physical body. After the God King's golden body unfolded, Lin Moyu felt a lightness on his body, and with a thought, his whole body suddenly flew up. The feeling of flying with the physical body is no different from usual. Yu Qingrou's eyes widened. You can actually fly with the power of your physical body. Lin Moyu hummed, you can try it too. Yu Qingrou snorted softly, it's impossible. Although I have also cultivated the physical body, it was too difficult and dangerous, so I gave up halfway. The physical body that is passively strengthened only increases its strength. The various abilities gained from cultivating the physical body are not available. There is such a difference. Lin Moyu feels that he is ignorant again. Don't go here, I'll go up and have a look. Lin Moyu warned and immediately flew to the sky. There are a lot of debris flying in the sky, and the higher the distance, the more debris there are. At first, there were just a few scattered pieces. After exceeding 10,000 meters, the number of broken stars began to increase significantly. And the gravel seemed to feel Lin Moyu's presence, and flew towards Lin Moyu. These gravels vary in size, ranging from the size of a human head to more than a dozen. Lin Moyu punched out, and the gravel was blown away. Fine cracks appeared on it, but it did not break. Very hard. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. The hardness of the gravel exceeded his imagination. He knew how strong he was. With one punch, ordinary planets would be smashed into powder, and even stars would be smashed. This piece of gravel, which is not much bigger than the head, only has some cracks on the surface. Lin Moyu tried a few more pieces, and the hardness was the same regardless of size. Moreover, the weight of these rubbles is terrifying. There is a large rock with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and its mass has exceeded that of an ordinary planet. If such a stone hits a planet, it can directly penetrate the planet. But it is such a heavy stone that can float in the skybox. The world is filled with strange chaos that is beyond comprehension. Lin Moyu continued to fly upward, with more and more stones. After exceeding 50,000 meters, these stones were no longer stationary, but began to fly. Their branches are irregular and chaotic. They often collide with each other, making their trajectories even more confusing. When Lin Moyu was approaching, he suddenly felt a strong suction force, trying to suck him in. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's physical strength is strong enough to resist this suction. Lin Moyu became more careful. Once he could not resist the suction, he would be sucked and trapped here forever. Then he tried the stone here again and found that the stone here was stronger. If he wanted to smash it with his power, he would need a lot of houses. It slowly continued to rise. Fortunately, the suction force did not become stronger and remained stable in a specific area. Finally, when he reached 100,000 meters, Lin Moyu saw the dome. It was a canopy composed of countless rubbles. The rubbles were so densely packed that it was impossible to count, and it was impossible to know how thick they were. Lin Moyu tried several times and found that he could not break through at all and had to give up. He fell back to the ground, and Yu Qingrou looked at him expectantly. How was it? Lin Moyu shook his head. There is no way out from above. The passage we came in before has disappeared, and we haven't found the exit yet. Seeing that Yu Qingruo's face was a little sullen, Lin Moyu continued, whatever comes, take care of it. Anyway, you are lucky, and you should be able to find a way out. Yu Qingruo's face looked better now. Okay, then let's go look for it. The earth was shimmering with light, and there were no plants on it, making it look very barren. The whole world has no breath of life and is lifeless. This situation is more in line with Lin Moyu's initial guess that this is a broken world. Lin Moyu always turns on the golden body of God King to prevent accidents. In this strange world, he did not dare to take it lightly. Yu Qingru suddenly said, "Do you feel cold?" Cold? Lin Moyu's physical body is so strong that even if his magic is suppressed, he still has no feeling of heat or cold. But Yu Qingru was different. After the law was restricted, her physical body clearly felt the coldness. Lin Moyu expanded the scope of the golden light and enveloped Yu Qingru in it. Only then did Yu Qingru feel better. Unconsciously, Yu Qingru approached Lin Moyu, and the two were side by side, with almost no distance between them. When did you feel cold? Yu Qingru didn't feel cold when she first came here, which meant that the temperature was constantly dropping. What does the drop in temperature mean? Yu Qingru thought for a while. It wasn't cold at first, but it got colder and colder later. I feel it's colder in the front, and it will be better over there. After listening to Yu Qingruo's words, Lin Moyu was sure that what he thought was the same. The temperature where they just landed was higher than where they are now. In this world, temperatures vary from high to low, and are not evenly distributed. If the low temperature is regarded as yin, the high temperature is regarded as yin. Then the exit is nothing more than three places, extreme yin, extreme yang, or the junction of the two. Lin Moyu thought for a while. Let's continue walking in the cold direction. Yu Qingru now obeys Lin Moyu's words and has no objections. She knew very well that if she had relied on herself, she would have died here long ago. She feels a little regretful now and shouldn't have come. It really is curiosity that kills the cat. No, it kills the kilometer. The two continued to move forward, and Lin Moyu would remove the protective golden light from time to time to let Yu Qingru feel the cold in order to guide the way. Yu Qingru can be satisfied every time. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Moyu had no feeling for the temperature and could only work hard and be gentle. Yu Qingru was very happy that she could play a role, but she was frozen a few times, so no one could die anyway. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to come here?" Yu Qingru hesitated for a moment and then said, "I told you not to tell others." Lin Moyu immediately agreed, "Keep it secret." Yu Qingju said, "Actually, in addition to the innate power of awakening space, I also have another ability. I can sense some things that are beneficial to me, such as where there are treasures and what benefits I can get. Although this sensing ability is not 100% accurate, it is generally accurate." After listening to the great elder's words this time, I immediately felt the reaction, so I decided to come here. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Why did you come with me then?" Yu Qingru shook his head. "First of all, you are trustworthy, and you are very strong. Facts have proved that my princess's feeling is right." Lin Moyu smiled. "Then when you went to Netherworld Swamp, was it considered that your induction was wrong?" Yu Qingru glared at Lin Moyu with her big eyes. "I have forgotten what happened before my reincarnation. Originally, this ability does not work every time. It is normal for mistakes to happen occasionally." Lin Moyu asked, "Besides, are there any other reasons?" Yu Qingru did not hide anything and continued, "There are also great elders who suspect that this is the origin of the Buddhist clan and may contain Buddhist treasures." Lin Moyu said, "To be honest, I am also quite interested in the origin of the Buddhist clan. The Buddhist clan was born 100,000 years ago and appeared after Shao Zhantian alone ended the modern era. But the true origin of the Buddhist clan certainly goes beyond this time and should be traced back to an earlier period." Lin Moyu even doubted whether the Buddhist clan existed in ancient times. Back then, the great realm of world blood invaded, and the great world fought across all realms, and there were betrayals from all realms. The Buddha clan fights side by side with the big world, and is also a member of the Betrayers. Will it be possible to figure out some situations in ancient times? I have to admit that no matter which one it is very attractive to Lin Moyu. If he knew the information here, he would probably come over on his own initiative. Having figured out Yu Qingrou's motives, Lin Moyu continued to ask, then do you feel the benefits now? Yu Qingrou sighed and frowned, I didn't sense it. Maybe I sensed it wrong again this time. Lin Moyu thought of a question, how accurate is your sensing ability? Have you calculated it? Yu Qingrou said, almost 60%. 60%. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this result can basically be equated with uncertainty. He dared to come here when he was only 60% sure. His courage was genuine. I guess the same thing happened when I went to Netherworld Swamp 1,000 years ago, and ended up dying in it and reincarnating directly. Lin Moyu sighed, then have you ever thought about what if you are wrong and you end up dying here? Yu Qingrou snorted, don't think I'm a fool. This princess came prepared this time and prepared the reincarnation puppet. The worst case scenario is reincarnation again, and you won't lose your memory, you just have to lose some cultivation. Lin Moyu said, not bad, really smart. The protective golden light was removed again, and Qingrou couldn't help but shiver. After shivering and freezing for a few seconds, she pointed in the direction, there. The body-protecting golden light enveloped her again, and Yu Qingrou felt better now. It's really too cold, why is it so cold? Here the rules disappear and the strength is suppressed. The extremely low temperature is enough to freeze to death cultivators whose physical bodies are not at the level of the God King. Even if the god comes here, he will be frozen to death. Yu Qingrou was lucky, otherwise she would have to use the reincarnation puppet she had prepared. Following the direction pointed by Yu Qingrou, Lin Moyu finally found the end point. On the frozen land, there is an ice platform. On the ice platform, there is a strange Buddha statue. Half of this Buddha statue is translucent dark blue, and the other half is made of stone. The Buddha statue is lifelike and looks like a real person. It's a pity that there is only half of it, the other half is gravel, and the gravel looks a bit ferocious. These gravels grow on the Buddha statue and blend into it. It can be seen from the transparent half of the Buddha statue that the gravel has penetrated deeply. Yu Qingqing and Lin Moyu walked onto the ice platform and observed it carefully. Yu Qingrou said, this half-Buddha statue looks a bit like the Buddhist relic statue. It is said that after practicing Buddhism and reaching the realm of ancient Buddha, a relic Buddha statue will be produced. If the younger generation of Buddhists are destined to inherit the relic Buddha statue, they can inherit all the Dharma of the ancient Buddha, which is the so-called attainment of Buddhahood immediately. And this kind of predestined person does not have to be a cultivator. Ordinary Buddhists can also get it. Lin Moyu looked at it carefully for a moment, this is not a relic statue. Yu Qingrou couldn't help but ask, then what is this? Lin Moyu said with certainty, the Buddha beside the Buddha is the soul. If I'm not wrong, half of this place is a fiery land. In the center of the fiery land, there is also half a soul, and it is also entangled with stones. Lin Moyu said very definitely, he didn't guess, he saw it. He saw a causal line extending from this half of the soul, stretching into the distance. In this space where the laws are broken, the line of cause and effect is not broken. It was also the line of cause and effect that contributed to Lin Moyu's judgment. Lin Moyu thinks more than that, and there is much more, but he still needs to confirm it with his own eyes. Suddenly Yu Qingrou felt a lightness in her body, and Lin Moyu actually picked her up and put her in her arms. Yu Qingrou's pretty face turned red, what are you doing? Lin Moyu said, my other half of the Buddha statue. His whole body was covered with golden light, he held Yu Qingrou in one hand, and shot forward along the line of cause and effect. Yu Qingrou entered Lin Moyu's arms for the second time and felt a different warmth again. In addition to being protected by the golden light, there is also an extra layer of body heat from Lin Moyu, which makes you feel extremely safe. The earth continued to recede in sight, and the gray earth changed, and light red began to appear. She felt the temperature change accordingly. The coldness receded and it began to get hotter. The temperature continued to rise, and flames appeared in front. The rubble turned into fireballs, burning in the sky. Lin Moyu's speed increased again, and soon, a high platform covered with flames appeared in sight. On the high platform, half of the red Buddha statue is lifelike and lifelike. The red flame and ice blue Buddha statues are exactly the same, they are also half, the difference is that they are the other half. If they can be put together, they can form a complete Buddha statue. Unfortunately, the other half is covered with gravel. The gravel took root in the Buddha statue and could not be separated at all. Lin Moyu carefully tested it and found that the gravel growing on the Buddha statue was very solid and he could not shake it. Yu Qingru said with doubts, "You said these two Buddha statues are souls, but how can a soul exist for so long without a physical body? I see that this place is full of vicissitudes of time, and it has obviously been a long time." Lin Moyu is also thinking about this issue. He felt the vicissitudes of life here, the soul of the other shore cannot exist for so long. If the realm is higher, it won't necessarily be possible. Yu Qingru was taken aback. "You said it is a more powerful existence than the other shore realm. Isn't that something legendary?" Lin Moyu said, "The legend of 830 also existed before, otherwise there wouldn't even be a legend." Perhaps Lin Moyu was too sure, so Yu Qingru smiled and asked, "Have you seen it?" Lin Moyu nodded, "I've seen it." Yu Qingru's eyes suddenly brightened and she stared wide open. "Really? Then tell me, what is on the other side?" Lin Moyu said, "Actually, this is not a secret. If you ask the elders of the clan, you will know that the other side is called the Supreme. It's really not a secret, it's just a title from a realm. With Yu Qingru's status, as long as she asks, she will definitely get the answer, so there is nothing to hide." Yu Qingru murmured, "It turns out he is the Supreme Lord. I wonder what the difference is compared to the Holy Lord." Lin Moyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he seemed to have grasped some key points. "Princess Ro, do you know the world of rules of the Holy Lord?" Yu Qingru nodded, "I know, I once practiced in the world of the Great Elder's rules." Lin Moyu asked, "What do you think a rule-based world is like?" Yu Qingru replied, "In a world of rules, abandon all irrelevant rules and only keep the rules you need. It is a world that belongs to the Holy Lord himself. In the Great Elder's world of rules, the laws of space are very obvious. I practice in it and get twice the result with half the effort." At this point, Yu Qingru suddenly realized, "You said this is a world of rules?" Lin Moyu looked at the world. "If I guess correctly, it should be." Yu Qingru looked at the world. "Come to think of it, it's really a bit similar. Lin Moyu once entered the rule world of Haoxingzuan. Firstly, the time was too short, and secondly, Wu Xingzuan's rule world was too special, so Lin Moyu could not fully understand it. He only had a vague feeling, and after Yu Qingqing reminded him, this feeling became clear. If his guess is correct, this is the world of rules of the Supreme Being, which is more powerful than the world of rules of the Holy Lord. Even if the Supreme Body dies, their world of rules still remains, forming an independent world. And Lin Moyu has other ideas." The sky and the earth suddenly roared, and the fireballs that were flying chaotically in the air began to beat violently. Countless flames fell from the sky and hit the ground, exploding into violent fireworks. The whole earth was shaking, countless cracks appeared, and flames shot up from the cracks, making the whole sky red. "Be careful." Yu Qingru saw a flame hitting Lin Moyu like a meteor. Lin Moyu reacted faster, pulled her behind him and punched her out. The golden light on the fist was bright, blasting away the flaming meteors. Lin Moyu was also shaken by the huge impact and almost failed to stand. The golden light on the fist weakened greatly. "It's so powerful." Lin Moyu sighed softly, hugged Yu Qingru again, and left quickly. Not long after he left, a large number of fireballs fell from the sky, and the target was the high platform. The main place where the fireball hit was the high platform, especially the Buddha statue on the high platform. Pillars of fire rose from the ground near the high platform, forming a defense to resist the fireball. In fact, what really needs to be resisted is not the fireball, but the gravel inside the fireball. The purpose of the flame's existence is also to burn the rubble. The gravel is so strong that no matter how much fire burns it, it will be useless. Yu Qingru sighed, how could this happen? Do you know why? Don't talk yet. Lin Moyu interrupted Yu Qingru's words. Yu Qingru was very obedient and immediately shut her mouth. Lin Moyu opened the eyes of his soul and searched for things in countless flames. He had taken a sudden glance before and saw a very obscure line of cause and effect. This causal line comes from the sky and seems to connect half of the Buddha statue. The line of cause and effect cannot be seen just by looking at it. It needs to be revealed under some special circumstances, but when he saw the causal line, Lin Moyu basically confirmed his guess. With his efforts in searching, the line of cause and effect was revealed again. Let's go. Lin Moyu picked up Yu Qingru and rushed into the distance without any explanation. The sky is shaking violently, and the originally peaceful gravel has become extremely excited at this moment. They hit like raindrops, and each hit can make a big crater in the earth. However, the big hole will be repaired in a very short time and restored to its original state. Lin Moyu hugged Yu Qingru and kept dodging gravel. At the same time, he had to follow the line of cause and effect. This causal line appears and disappears, and will disappear if he is not careful, causing him to lose his goal. Finally, Lin Moyu found the right path. An unusual scene appeared on the desolate land. Yu Qingru was shocked. One side is red flame, the other is frost. A line appeared on the earth, with red flames on the left and dark blue ice on the right. The intersection of ice and fire looks somewhat similar to the strange planet, but completely different. Lin Moyu moved along the intersecting lines, getting faster and faster. Don't look at the cause and effect line in the sky to make sure you are looking in the right direction. There's a statue out front. Yu Qingru pointed straight ahead. Needless to say, Lin Moyu has also seen that this statue is about 100 meters high and equally lifelike. The difference is that it is made purely of stone. Around the statue, within 10,000 meters, no gravel fell, and the fields were calm. Not only did no gravel fall, but the temperature here has returned to the normal range, neither cold nor hot. Lin Moyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, put Yu Qingru down, and put away the golden body of the God King at the same time. Maintaining the golden body of the God King for a long time also puts a lot of pressure on him. The two came to the statue, and Yu Qingru said, "This statue seems to be the predecessor of your human race." 0.8 No need to look at it, Lin Moyu knew it was a statue of the human race at the first sight. His attire is exactly the same as that of the Broken Star Supreme. What he saw was somewhat different from what Yu Qingru saw. Yu Qingru just saw the lifelike statue. And Lin Moyu saw the soul inside the statue through the eyes of the soul. He looked at it again with his undead vision and was sure that the soul was dead. Now his guess is completely confirmed. The soul of this supreme being is dead, but he is still fighting. This kind of will is admirable. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully towards the statue. The seniors of the human race fought for the world and deserved his respect. Lin Moyu bowed 3 times in a row to complete the day. The statue suddenly burst into bright light, and a ray of light shot out of his eyes and fell into Lin Moyu's mind. Outside the soul world, a majestic figure appeared. In the soul world, a stalwart figure emerges. His deep gaze fell on Lin Moyu's soul, and his majestic voice shook. "My name is Black Stone, the supreme human race." His soul trembled, and he slowly saluted the Black Stone Supreme. The descendants of the human race have met the Black Stone Supreme. Soul nodded slowly. The Black Blood realm invaded, all realms rebelled, and the Buddha realm fished in troubled waters in an attempt to divide the realm king of our world. According to the order of the Realm Lord, I guard the realm and have been fighting against the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha for many years. The Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha is not weaker than me. I will eventually rule the world, destroy his body, and divide his soul. I used my own rules to rule the world, besieged the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha, turned my soul into my will, and fought against injustice for a long time. The soul of the Buddha of Ice and Fire is divided into 2 parts. It is not a real death, but there is a glimmer of life left. If the descendants of the human race are lucky enough to hear this, they must not allow the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha to be resurrected. Listening to the Black Stone Supreme's words, Lin Moyu finally understood what was going on. His previous judgment was correct. This is indeed a world of rules, and it is a fusion of two worlds of rules. The earth belongs to the world of rules of the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha, while the gravel in the sky belongs to the Black Stone Supreme. The Black Stone Supreme moved his own world of rules, smashed the body of the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha, and finally divided its soul into 13 parts. But even so, Skyfire Buddha is still not dead. Lin Moyu had guessed from the beginning that if he died, there would be no causal lines. As long as the souls of the Heavenly Fire Buddha can be united into one, it is possible to be resurrected. When a Heavenly Buddha who is equal to the Supreme One appears in the world, all races, not to mention the human race, will face disaster. Lin Moyu has connected the entire cause and effect, and also understood the origin of the Buddhist clan. The source of the Buddha clan in the big world is the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha. The Buddhist clan must have discovered this place, and obtained some Buddhist inheritance and secret techniques from the soul of Ice and Fire Sky Buddha, and established the Buddhist clan from then on. But later, why didn't the Buddha clan come in to rescue the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha? There are also saints in the Buddha clan, so they should be able to rescue the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and guessed a possibility. All creatures have a greedy side, whether it is for strength or power. Even if he becomes a saint, he will still not change. The most powerful ones among the Buddhist clan are the 3 Buddhas. They say the same thing, and if the Buddha's decree is given, everyone in the Buddhist clan must obey it. But if the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha is rescued, then they will no longer be one and the same existence. Just like everyone in the world wants to be an emperor, no one likes to be subordinate to others. Lin Moyu felt that his guess was correct. It should be like this. His eyes regained their luster and consciousness returned. Lin Moyu exhaled for a long time. The problem he has to face now is how to kill the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha. It is definitely not possible to attack the soul directly. With his ability, it is impossible to kill the soul that wants to be in the Supreme Realm. If it were so easy to kill, Blackstone Supreme would have done it long ago. What should we do? Lin Moyu frowned, his mind racing rapidly. Yu Qingru asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter some difficulty?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "There is indeed some trouble." Yu Qingru said softly, "Tell me and listen." Lin Moyu said, "This is an independent world created after the collision of 2 rule worlds. In ancient times, the Black Stone Supreme and the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha died together here." Lin Moyu briefly told the story. Because of Yu Qingru's special status, she actually had access to many secrets. The things Yu Qingru knew were only a lot more than those in the ordinary Other Shore realm. After listening to Lin Moyu's words, Yu Qingru also fell into deep thought. In other words, you want to kill the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha now, but you just don't know how to do it. Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, and I suspect that this will be the Buddha's last trump card. If the Buddha family loses to the Holy Lord, the Buddha will find a way to resurrect the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha. When the time comes, both of our tribes will be in big trouble." Yu Qingru also fell into deep thought and worked with Lin Moyu to find a solution. After thinking for a moment, Yu Qingru asked, "After we found the half of the Ice Buddha, how did you quickly find the half of the Fire Buddha?" Lin Moyu said, "There are lines of cause and effect connecting them." Having said this, Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. "I understand. As long as the line of cause and effect is cut off, the Buddha will be killed." Yu Qingru narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Although I have never seen the causal line, I heard the Great Elder say it." 17. According to the Great Elder, the line of cause and effect is a special line of law generated by the law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect is different from the ordinary law. The ordinary law is on the surface, but the law of cause and effect is hidden at the deepest level. Even if you can see it, you can't touch it. Lin Moyu also knows that the law of cause and effect is not easy to collapse. When the 2 worlds of rules collided, almost all the rules collapsed, and the lines of the rules were twisted to pieces. But the law of cause and effect is still not affected. This law is too special. He is like the king hidden in the deepest part of the world of laws. Even if you can see it, you can't even think of touching it. No matter what, you have to give it a try. Interrupting the law of cause and effect is the only way at present. Lin Moyu returned with Yu Qingru, and they moved along the middle line where ice and fire intersected. Gradually Lin Moyu saw an inner spring line. This line of cause and effect runs from the world of ice to the world of fire, which means that the soul of the ice and fire sky Buddha has not been completely disconnected. Now as long as the line of cause and effect can be cut off and the cause can be traced back from the result, enough damage can be done to the soul of the ice and fire sky Buddha. Lin Moyu tried to hit the causal line with a punch, but his fist passed through the line without any damage at all. Yu Qing softly whispered, "I'll give it a try." She memorized the position of Lin Moyu's punch and knew that the main cause and effect line was here. She used her remaining strength to draw her magic sword. The long sword was swung up, forming a space in the sky. The space was torn like cloth, but the 570 fruit line was still there, unaffected at all. Yu Qingru asked, "Is it useful?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "It's useless." Yu Qingru sighed, "Although the laws of space and the laws of cause and effect are both first-tier laws, my power level is too weak. If I can use the power of rules, it might be of some use." Lin Moyu said, "Normally, we have to trace the cause from the effect, but this time we have to trace the cause from the effect, and do the opposite, which is already very difficult. Furthermore, the environment here is special and our spells are suppressed, making it difficult to use our full strength. This is normal." Yu Qingru tried twice more, but the result was still the same, so she had no choice but to stop. Lin Moyu knew that normal attacks would be useless, so he didn't bother to waste his power. Suddenly the earth shook and the gravel in the sky began to rotate, as if a storm was about to happen. Immediately afterwards, a huge gap appeared in the sky, as the breath of the world poured in crazily from the gap. At the same time, the breath of the rules world is also flowing out. Lin Moyu said, "Every once in a while, this world of rules will absorb power from the larger world to maintain its own existence. At the same time, it will also spit out the unnecessary parts of itself. This gap is both the entrance and the exit. Let's try again. If it doesn't work, go out and let the saints come over to deal with it. I believe they will find a way." Yu Qingru obeyed Lin Moyu's words, "Okay, I'll do whatever you want." In fact, Lin Moyu had another concern that he did not mention. The saints are now fighting against the Buddha. If the Buddha is defeated in the end, will he resurrect the ice and fire Buddha? He did not believe that the Buddhist clan would not have arrangements here for so many years. "You don't even need to come over, you can directly resurrect Bing Mia Tianya through remote control." Lin Moyu felt a little worried. He was afraid that if his thoughts came true, it would be really troublesome. Causal lines rarely appear. Except for causal magic weapons, a strong causal relationship is required for causal lines to emerge. Otherwise, even with the eyes of the soul, it would be difficult to see the line of cause and effect. The cause and effect of the ice and fire heavenly Buddha in front of you is extremely strong. We have to find a way to resolve the causal line. But what should we do? If only Antares was here, he would definitely know what to do. When Lin Moyu encounters an unsolvable problem, the first thing that comes to mind is Antares. This guy really knows everything. There seems to be nothing he doesn't know, the only difference is whether he is willing to say it or not. Lin Moyu slowly thought about all the means at his disposal. Physical strength has proven useless. At the level of magic, use gentle attack is useless, and most likely it will not work on his own side. Whether it works or not, give it a try. Although I knew it would basically be useless, I decided to give it a try. The suppressed power was mobilized, Lin Moyu pointed a finger, and a ball of flames emerged out of thin air. The immortal flame burned in the sky, the skeleton throne emerged from the flames, and the skeleton king slowly stood up. Lin Moyu summoned the skeleton king for the first time since reaching the little god. The Skeleton King exudes the aura of a god, and he is not an ordinary god. There is a trace of the power of rules dancing in him. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, he has reached the level of a high-level god. The rulers of the Legion have all reached the 6th level of god. It seems natural that the more powerful Skeleton King has the combat power of a high-level god. Yuchingro's beautiful eyes were shining. She looked at the 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King and murmured, "This must be your strongest power star." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Absolutely." Yuchingru snorted softly, "When it's time to compete, if you just summon this big guy, no one will be able to compete with you." Lin Moyu shook his head, "That's not the result the saints want." "Of course Yuchingru understands, I'm just talking." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Thank you then." Yuchingru waved his hand, "What's there to thank you for? Compared to what you did, this is nothing." If Yuchingru refused to admit defeat at that time, she could just dodge, and Lin Moyu really couldn't do anything to her. The Skeleton King swung his bone sword, but it could not lock the lines of cause and effect, nor could it use the god-slaying sword. As the master, Lin Moyu clearly feels that the sword drives the 5th line of rules. But it was still useless. The bone sword passed through the line of cause and effect, and the line of cause and effect was not affected at all. The power of a mere rule cannot affect the causal line at all. It really didn't work. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful, his brows frowning more and more. Yuchingru saw it in her eyes, and she knew it still didn't work. After a few seconds, Lin Moyu pointed out. A red light flashed past, and the power of the curse rose. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. Without the support of the laws of the big world, the power of the curse becomes extremely weak. Still useless, the causal line is still unaffected. The causal line is composed of the law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect emphasizes cause and effect. There is a cause before there is an effect. The reason for the 2 parts of ice and fire Sky Buddha's soul was that he did not die, and the 2 parts of his soul still maintained a certain degree of connection. Therefore, the emergence of the causal line has achieved results. What Lin Moyu has to do now is to directly cut off this fruit. One can imagine how difficult it is to trace the cause of existence from the broken fruit. How to do it? The Skeleton King is useless, and neither will other summoning spells. Curse spells are also useless. Bodies exploding? Lin Moyu thought of his trump card, but he couldn't lock the target and couldn't use it because of the corpse explosion. If you use corpse explosion to explode the soul, Lin Moyu doesn't think this is the right method. It's hard to say how strong the ice and fire Sky Buddha's soul is, and the explosion of the corpse may not necessarily kill it. It may even destroy the balance that was finally formed, and the result is unpredictable. Just thinking about it gives Lin Moyu a creepy feeling. A lot of chills rose from the bottom of his heart, and Lin Moyu subconsciously felt that he could not do this. There is another way, and that is to use Resurrection of the Dead to resurrect the Black Stone Supreme. As long as the Black Stone Supreme lives, even if he only lives for a second and a half, it will be enough to completely kill the ice and fire Sky Buddha. But what if it fails? After all, he is the Supreme Being. He has been dead for countless years. It is hard to say whether he can be resurrected successfully. If it fails, the ice and fire Heavenly Buddha loses its balance and may be resurrected immediately, and that's the end of it. Lin Moyu thought about various possibilities, from the best outcome to the worst outcome. He thought very carefully and did not dare to make any mistakes. Once there is a mistake or omission, it is a situation of death and destruction. At that time, let alone 18 lives, even 18,000 lives would be useless. Lin Moyu was completely in trouble. He really couldn't figure out how to deal with the trapped fruit line. It would be great if there was a magic weapon of cause and effect. Lin Moyu even thought about the causal gourd that killed the god of blood, but he just thought about it and it had no effect. Seeing Lin Moyu in such distress, Yuchingru couldn't help but feel upset. She really couldn't help Lin Moyu. Compared to Lin Moyu, she couldn't even see the causal line. The little feet tapped lightly on the ground, making a clicking sound. It would be great if I were the Holy Lord. The laws of space are sublimated into the rules of space, and I can definitely cut off the line of fruition. Hearing this, Lin Moyu suddenly slapped his head. Why am I so stupid? Why do I have to go into a dead end? Yu Qingru immediately asked, have you thought of a way? Lin Moyu said, I thought of a way, I can try it. He took out the golden sword, swung it and slashed towards the line of cause and effect. The sword passes through the thread, and the causal thread is intact. The golden sword contains the power of rules of the heavenly saint. Although it is not much, it is still much stronger than the trace of the power of rules of the skeleton king. The result is still useless, the causal line still exists. However, Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. He found that the line of cause and effect was stained with a little golden light. The causal line shook slightly, shaking Jin Hui off. It really works. It is necessary for the causal line to be intact, but it can be stained with golden light, which shows that the power of rules can touch the causal line. This is the result Lin Moyu wants. His biggest headache is that he cannot touch the line of cause and effect. Now he is absolutely sure that as long as the power of rules is strong enough, it can shake the line of cause and effect, or even break it. Didi Zhao, then it will be easier to handle. He has a complete set of ideas. The confidence in his eyes is getting stronger and brighter. Yu Qingru looked a little confused. Lin Moyu was in a state of extreme confidence and charming. Yu Qingru felt like she was about to sink in. This feeling was wonderful and comfortable. Lin Moyu pointed out again, and the line of cause and effect was covered with a layer of gray color. Fusion technique, bone hell. Not only the hell of bones, but also a lot of power of faith, and water vapor of all colors. Lin Moyu directly took out hundreds of drops of colorful water and blended it into the technique. At the same time, he integrated all the power of faith accumulated over the past few days into the Hell of Bones. With the blessing of 2 and 2, the Hell of Bones was suddenly strong. It broke through the God King realm, reached the God Sovereign realm, and then soared all the way, from which a trace of the power of rules was born. The whole Hell world becomes more real, as if it really exists. The Hell of Bones is wrapped with lines of cause and effect. And Lin Moyu can clearly sense that the lines of cause and effect pass through the Hell of Bones. The next second, he waved the golden sword, letting the power of the rules fall on the line of cause and effect. The line of cause and effect vibrated, shaking down the golden glow, and at the same time shaking the Hell of Bones. While it vibrated, a mark appeared on the causal line, and Lin Moyu's soul was instantly locked. Mark completed. Lin Moyu breathed a long sigh of relief, having done so much just to complete the mark. With the mark, you can then lock the soul. This ability is also a rule, and even the line of cause and effect cannot be avoided. Immediately afterwards, a scale appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The owner of the scale was the Abyss Dragon Demon from the other side. The Abyss Dragon Demon is dead, leaving only 3 scales. For Lin Moyu, as long as he has a scale in hand, it is enough to use corpse explosion. Even without the support of the Great World Law, Lin Moyu can still push the power of corpse explosion to the limit. Rely on you. Say something silently in your heart, and come out of the colorful area again. This time, Lin Moyu spent a lot of money and directly took out thousands of drops of colorful water. At the same time, there were 3 more faith cards in his hand, which were the faith cards sent by the ancestor of the Bai family. Each faith card contains 100,000 copies of the power of faith. Lin Moyu directly used 3 belief cards, which is 300,000 copies of the power of belief. It takes 3,000 days for 1,000 drops of colorful water to recover. For 757 him, it would take 750 days to accumulate 300,000 copies of the power of faith. The corpse in the other shore realm, 1,000 drops of colorful water, and 300,000 copies of the power of faith. For this blow, Lin Moyu can be said to have spent a lot of money. If this fails, then we can only leave first and let the saints handle it. Lin Moyu knows how much he weighs, and if nothing can be done, he also knows what choice he should make. If the sky falls, the taller one will hold it up, and it won't be his turn. Lin Moyu said softly to Yu Qing, "Stand behind me." The explosion of the corpse will not hurt you, but Yu Qingjing will not be spared. Yu Qingru was very obedient and hid behind Lin Moyu with only half of her head exposed, watching curiously. The 3 faith cards burned, and all the power of faith inside them was injected into the spell. The colorful water also followed closely and poured into the trap. Lin Moyu's hand flashed with light, and the scales turned into dust silently. Stellar level magic, corpse explosion. Boom. There was a seemingly insignificant explosion in the causal line. The scale of this explosion seemed not to be as big as a spark. It disappeared in a flash and was not noticeable at all. But Lin Moyu's expression changed drastically. He turned around suddenly, hugged Yu Qingru, and then fled away like flying. Just as he flew away, a terrible explosion burst out from the deepest part of the world. The space shattered, huge gaps opened in the earth, and ice and flames erupted from the ground at the same time. The 2 terrifying forces collided and then exploded, turning into a giant palm and smashing down on Lin Moyu's head. A huge Buddha statue appeared in the center of the explosion, half ice and half flame, roaring towards Lin Moyu. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. What the hell, Tianfua is indeed not dead. Lin Moyu knew what he had done and completely awakened the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha. If he wants to kill him, the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha will naturally kill him too. This is fair. Stellar level spell, Wings of the Dead. The original technique, gathering strength. Lin Moyu was not panicked. The wings of the undead unfolded, and the original spells were activated at the same time. His realm soared all the way, reaching the 6th level of the god. All the soul power was injected into the wings of the undead, and the whole person turned into lightning and rushed forward. There were cracks in the space in front of him, but it was not broken. This is a world of rules. The space is stronger than the big world, but he can't break it. Yu Qingru huddled in Lin Moyu's arms. She saw the terrifying Buddha statue and the approaching giant. She moved her fingers, and all the remaining power exploded at this moment. The laws of space vibrated, and with the wings of the undead, the space in front of him finally shattered. Lin Moyu bumped into it, and his giant palm fell at this moment. The earth roared, and the entire rules world was shaking. The terrifying force rushed into the space crack, and Lin Moyu was knocked out with a groan, returning to the world of rules again. Purple light flashed on his body, and with this blow he was actually killed by beds once. In the soul world, the entire undead army, nearly 200 million undead, died at the same time, and were later resurrected under the influence of the undead spell. The power of this blow was so strong that it directly exceeded the limit of undead, and also exceeded the limit of damage transfer. If it weren't for his talent, Lin Moyu would be dead. The terrifying power of the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha can be seen clearly. The supreme powerhouse from ancient times was too terrifying. Yu Qingru asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Just for a moment, she lost contact with Lin Moyu. She felt as if Lin Moyu was dead, and at that moment, her heart seemed to be broken. This was a very uncomfortable feeling, but fortunately it only lasted for a moment, and Lin Moyu's breath reappeared. Lin Moyu said, "It's okay." At this time, ice and fire reappeared in the sky, and the shadow of the Ice and Fire Buddha appeared again. The eyes of the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha contained murderous intent and were extremely cold. The big palm that was half ice and half fire pressed down again, threatening to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu fled again, the wings of the undead shook, and he wanted to cast his original spell for the second time. No matter what, you can't sit still and wait for death. A delicate shell appeared in Yu Qingru's hand. The shell has been hanging around her neck, wearing it close to her body. This is her trump card. Although she may not be able to defeat the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha, she can always block it. Suddenly, countless gravels flew down from the sky. The gravel hit the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha densely. The phantom of the Ice and Fire Buddha was instantly riddled with holes, and the giant Ice and Fire palm was also smashed on the spot. The Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha roared angrily. The sound did not sound like a human voice, nor did it have a Buddha's name. It was more like a wild beast. When Lin Moyu saw this, he immediately stopped and put away the original spell he was about to use. Phew, saved. Blackstone Supreme finally took action and saved himself. Two terrifying strong men who have been fighting since ancient times began to fight again. However, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the aura of the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha was rapidly weakening, while the aura of the Blackstone Supreme remained unchanged and was still strong. The line of cause and effect should be broken. Lin Moyu guessed in his mind. Once the line of cause and effect is broken, tracing the cause from the effect is enough to cause soul damage to the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha. The original state of the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha will be broken. In other words, he will face death. This war that has lasted for millions of years is finally coming to a successful end. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense, and the terrifying energy fluctuations pushed Lin Moyu to retreat, gradually moving away from the battlefield. You breathed out softly, it's finally safe. Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed, and he took a few steps back with Yu Qingru. A ball of black energy rose from where he originally stood, and the black energy turned into dark green flames. A sinister laugh sounded. You react very quickly. Lin Moyu looked at the visitor, his eyes narrowed, his whole body tensed, and his voice was equally cold. Demon Lord of the Abyss. The arrival of the Abyss Demon Lord was completely beyond Lin Moyu's expectation. This is something that is impossible to think of. Not to mention that this is the Buddhist star domain, it is at least hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Devil's star domain. What's more, they are still in a world of rules now. How the other party came here is simply unbelievable. But the Demon Lord of the Abyss did it, and he appeared here with his own weird methods. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the Holy Lord wanted him to be careful of the Abyss Demon Lord. The methods of the Abyss Demon Lord are indeed extremely strange and unpredictable. The Abyss Demon Lord smiled coldly. Are you curious about how I found you? Do you think everything will be fine once you clear the mark I made? Lin Moyu thought for a moment and came up with the answer. Did you mark the scales of the Abyss Dragon Demon? The Abyss Demon Lord smiled sinisterly. That idiot was originally my slave. Does he need me to mark him? There is really no need to mark it. The Abyss Dragon Demon borrowed the original spell from the Abyss Demon Lord, and every inch of his body was actually marked with the Abyss Demon Lord's mark. The Abyss Demon Lord can naturally find himself through the dragon scales. Lin Moyu knew that he was too careless and did not think of this. Facing the Demon Lord of the Abyss, Lin Moyu did not panic. He held the golden sword in his hand. What you came here is just a ray of consciousness. Do you think you can kill me? The Demon Lord of the Abyss chuckled. I am a holy lord. You don't understand how terrifying the Holy Lord is. Even a ray of consciousness is better than those of the peak gods, and I can also exert my strength in the other side realm in a short period of time, which is more than enough to kill you. Lin Moyu shook his head and smiled. I don't think so. Even the Abyss Dragon Demon couldn't kill me, and it's impossible for you to have this ray of consciousness. At this time, another token appeared in his hand, with Houchen engraved on it. The token also exudes the power of vague rules. The Abyss Demon Lord chuckled. Wu Xingzuan's token can create a virtual realm, right? It can indeed allow you to live a little longer, but, before he finished speaking, another token appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. This time it was the token to kill the Holy Lord, and there was a hint of soul on the token. The Killing Saint separated a trace of his soul on the token. He is also a saint, and the Killing Saint is not much weaker than the Abyss Demon Lord. One side is just consciousness, and the other side has a soul. It is clear who is stronger and who is weaker. Lin Moyu sneered. How about it, are you still sure? The fire of the abyss wrapped in the Demon Lord of the Abyss beat violently. You are ruthless. These guys protect you very well. It is true that I can't kill you this time, but I didn't want to kill you in the first place. I want to turn you into a slave. The flames of the Abyss Demon Lord rose, and a group of dark green flames left the body and slowly danced in the air. The flames appear and disappear, exuding the original aura. Lin Moyu's eyes shrank, and the chill in his vest rose. He felt that this flame was not a good thing, and it contained the breath of the original magic, which was more terrifying than the power of rules. The demon lord of the abyss said coldly, "Don't you be afraid? This thing is my original fire. It can burn your soul and destroy your intelligence. If I want you to live, you can live. If I want you to die, you can't live. As long as you are wrapped in it, you can only become my slave." As the abyss demon lord stretched out his hand, the original fire disappeared instantly. Lin Moyu secretly thought that something was wrong. He could sense that the original fire was coming in a way that he couldn't understand. He instinctively wanted to use the token. At this time, a piece of gravel, the size of a fist, crossed in front of his eyes, and wherever the gravel passed, a ball of flame exploded. The original fire was directly destroyed. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief and understood. The abyss demon lord screamed, "Who is it?" No one around answered, and the abyss demon lord seemed to feel a little uneasy. Lin Moyu said, "Do you know where it is?" "Where is this?" The abyss demon lord looked around and finally noticed something was wrong. He was the Holy Lord, and he quickly recognized where this place was. It turns out to be a world of rules. You are actually in a world of rules. That's right. Asshole, how can this be a world of rules? The holy world of rules is mysterious and dangerous. No saint is willing to enter someone else's world of rules. The rules in the world of rules are determined by its master. If other saints come in, they will be greatly restricted. The abyss demon lord never expected that Lin Moyu would be in someone else's world of rules. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. There is something wrong with this world of rules. It seems that his master is dead. This is a world governed by the rules of a dead saint. It has happened. This time it has really happened. He turned to Lin Moyu and said, "Tell me where this world of rules is. Not only will I not kill you, I can also give you a lot of benefits." The change came so suddenly, Lin Moyu even heard a hint of coquettishness in the tone of the abyss demon lord. In a world of rules, respect the saints. Lin Moyu came to this answer in his heart. If it was not important, the abyss demon lord would not react like this. I can even let go of my hatred for myself, and I am even willing to give benefits. But Lin Moyu looked at the demon lord of the abyss as if he were an idiot. Is your brain damaged by the beaker of fire of the abyss? The demon lord of the abyss softened his tone, of course not. There are no absolute friends and no absolute enemies in the world. As long as you tell me the location of the rules world, I can give you many, many benefits. And I can swear that I will never cause you any trouble in the future, and I will leave you alone whenever I see you. The better his attitude, the stronger the vigilance in Lin Moyu's heart. At this time, Lin Moyu saw something else. He looked behind the abyss demon lord and said, "If you want to know, ask him yourself." The demon lord of the abyss turned his head to look with doubts. I saw a huge stone statue striding towards me. The ground was shaking, and the stone statue exuded terrifying power. There is still a long way to go. The aura of the abyss demon lord has been completely suppressed, and the fire of the abyss continues to shrink, as if it will be extinguished at any time. There was a hint of fear in the abyss demon lord's tone. The stone statue he felt was extremely terrifying. Countless boulders flew down and came into the hands of the stone statue, forming a huge stick as black as ink. Without saying a word, the Black Stone Supreme swung his stick and smashed it down. No! The abyss demon lord let out a scream, and its consciousness was destroyed on the spot. The power of the Supreme Being far exceeds that of the Holy One, not to mention that the demon lord of the abyss came over with just a ray of consciousness, and there was no possibility of resistance at all. Aliens, all deserve to die. Black Stone Supreme roared and looked towards Yu Qingru. His eyes were cold and murderous intent was rising. Yu Qingru's pretty face turned pale with fright, her whole body trembled slightly, and she didn't even dare to move her fingers. Lin Moyu took half a step forward and pulled Yu Qingru behind him. "Senior, you're still alive." The Black Stone Supreme looked down at Lin Moyu. "You are good, why are you with a foreign race?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's a long story. She is my friend and an ally of our human race." "She is a friend, not an enemy." The Black Stone Supreme snorted, and Yuqingru suddenly trembled and fell down softly. This sound immediately knocked her unconscious. The Black Stone Supreme whispered, "Give me a reason." The implication is that if he cannot be persuaded, Yuqingru will also die. Give me a reason. The Black Stone Supreme existed for too long. He experienced a period of great glory and an era of destruction. His hatred for foreign races was deep in his bones. Even in this current state, it cannot be erased. A huge roar echoed in Lin Moyu's ears. "Give me a reason." The Supreme Blackstone repeated these words. Lin Moyu felt that he was not in the right state. He seemed strong, but seemed to be in a state of collapse. Lin Moyu said, "Senior, there seems to be something wrong with your condition. Give me a reason." Black Stone Supreme repeated the same words again. A large amount of gravel was spinning in the sky, and it seemed that it would fall down at any time. Lin Moyu could only give a general overview of the current situation of the human race, not in too much detail, because there were many things that even he himself did not know clearly. But the human race almost perished 100,000 years ago, and everyone knows this. May 17th. Lin Moyu is neither exaggerating nor reducing. In front of the Supreme, lies can be easily exposed. Lin Moyu discovered that the Black Stone Supreme gradually calmed down. Although the gravel was still hovering in the air, its speed slowed down. The stone stick in Black Stone Supreme's hand gradually dropped, and his murderous aura was dissipating. "I didn't expect that the human race would end up in this situation. The starry sky god human race, the four source races, what nonsense, my human race is the human race, the only supreme race in this world, how can there be such a thing as the four source races?" The Black Stone Supreme roared like thunder, as if infinite anger was growing. The gravel in the sky kept shaking, and there was a muffled thunder one after another. Fortunately, he remained calm. The most important thing is that he did not show any murderous intention towards Yuqingru. Otherwise, Lin Moyu would be in trouble. Yuqingru was his friend after all, so he couldn't just watch her being killed. Blackstone Supreme vented for a while, and finally spoke again. "So, there is no supreme in the human race now?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not that the human race doesn't have a supreme being, but that all races don't have a supreme being. At least on the surface, the Holy One is the strongest." The Black Stone Supreme looked at the sky. At this moment, his gaze became extremely deep. The gravel in the sky gave way one after another, revealing the extremely dark sky. A terrifying aura surged through his body. At this moment, the Black Stone Supreme's gaze seemed to penetrate the world of rules and see the real big world. After a few seconds, the Black Stone Supreme's aura returned to normal, and he said with disbelief, "The divine path is actually broken. The battle back then actually reached this point. No wonder there is no supreme being. Once the divine path is cut off, how can there be a supreme being?" Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a little thump in her heart when she listened to his murmur. What is the divine road? It seems that once the divine road is cut off, the supreme will not appear. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, can the divine road be repaired? It's so difficult to rebuild the divine path." The Black Stone Supreme lowered his head and looked down at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's whole body was slightly tight, and he felt like it was difficult to move. As if the Supreme's gaze had substance, it turned into a cage, trapping him tightly. It was as if mountains came out of thin air, pressing on me, and even more on my soul. Lin Moyu instinctively wanted to bend down and kneel down, but his will told him not to do so. He resisted this impulse. Not only did he have no way, but he stood upright. It looks like a giant tree, standing in the space of heaven, earth and stars, standing tall against the sky and the earth. No matter how disillusioned your stars are, no matter how your world collapses, I will remain unmoved. After a moment, the Black Stone Supreme withdrew his gaze and said, "I, the great man of the human race, was born in the world. Apart from my parents and teachers, I cannot kneel to anyone. You are very good. The soul on the other side is at the limit of the God King, and the body is almost perfect. Even in my time, there were not many like you. Rebuilding the divine path is difficult, but maybe you really have this chance. Blackstone Supreme's tone began to soften, and he seemed to acknowledge Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. The Supreme Being would not talk nonsense. He said that he had a chance. Maybe he really had a chance. Then he asked, "Please teach me how to rebuild the divine path." Blackstone Supreme shook his head, "I don't know the method. I just said that you have a chance, but how to do it depends on yourself. I don't have much time left and I am about to return to the void. It is a fate to meet a descendant of the human race like you at the last moment. I would like to help you one last time. I hope you can return to the path of God in the future." The Blackstone Supreme roared loudly, the giant stick hit the ground, and the earth burst apart. The majestic power rises from the earth, turning into two energies of ice and fire, hovering in the air. The Blackstone Supreme stone stick was triggered, and the two forces of ice and fire rushed into Lin Moyu's body at the same time. Pain. Extremely severe pain. In the soul and in the body, flames and yellow water rise at the same time. One cold and one hot alternate in a terrifying amount. This is the real 9 heavens of ice and fire. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and remained silent. He discovered that some tiny impurities were refined and excreted from the body. The physical body began to strengthen again. Originally, he felt that he had already achieved the golden body of the God King, and that his physical body had reached the realm of a minor god, and that he would become a god in the next step. Before stepping into the godhead, the physical body has no way forward. Unexpectedly, under the current refinement of ice and fire, the physical body can actually be strengthened. No wonder the Blackstone Supreme just said that his body is almost perfect, but not truly perfect. The Blackstone Supreme said in a low voice, "I will use the fire of the ice and fire heavenly Buddha's rules to refine your body, helping you to completely perfect your physical body and step into the Godhead with the strongest posture." Lin Moyu was shocked, gritting his teeth, despite the pain. "Senior, a saint in the human race said that there is a treasure in the Buddhist clan that can help juniors get great benefits when they step into the gods." The Blackstone Supreme showed a trace of disdain. "You don't even have the Supreme. What good things do you have? It's just some rags. Even in my era, not everyone was qualified to enjoy the rules of body training, let alone the origin of the rules, which is the top treatment." Lin Moyu heard the words and immediately understood the pros and cons. The Supreme's methods must surpass those of the saint, and the rules for body training were top-notch treatment in their era when there were so many strong men. Nowadays, it can be said to be the only one in the world. As for the treasures mentioned by Saint Hao, in the eyes of Blackstone Supreme, they are even more like garbage. Lin Moyu will naturally not be ungrateful. The juniors will all obey the orders of the seniors. The Blackstone Supreme said in a deep voice, "The ice and fire heavenly Buddha is dead. I have used all the sources of his rule world to refine your body and help your body truly achieve the great achievement of abandonment. I will also give you all the origins of all the rules of 4.9 to help you unite your soul and body, and perfectly enter the realm of God. You will achieve the body of rules, travel through the galaxy of rules, and set foot on the other side. It will be easy. Whether you can rebuild the divine path depends on your luck." For Lin Moyu, this is a great opportunity, but for Blackstone Supreme, it is the final return. For some reason, Lin Moyu felt a little sad. If the Blackstone Supreme does not retain the origin of the rules, it can still exist for a while longer. But in order to achieve his own success, Blackstone Supreme did this at all costs and wasted his last time. No matter how long everyone lives, before they die, they all want to live a little longer, even if it's just a few seconds. Blackstone Supreme made this choice without hesitation. Lin Moyu was heartbroken and deeply moved, and he saluted respectfully towards the Blackstone Supreme. "Thank you, Senior, for your help. Using the origin of the rules of the Supreme Realm to refine the body, this kind of treatment was top-notch even in ancient times. Moreover, Lin Moyu's rules for body training are not the same. Even in ancient times, it was impossible for the Supreme to use all the rules to train others. The origin of rules is the most important thing that constitutes the world of rules and is extremely precious. Using just a little bit is enough to make the Supreme Being feel distressed. However, now that the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha has died, the Black Stone Supreme has taken out all the origins of its rules and given them to Lin Moyu alone. If placed in ancient times, these rules would be enough for thousands of people to use. Lin Moyu's physical body began to change, with fewer and fewer impurities, and was completely refined by the origin of the rules. When the impurities were completely removed, the golden body of the God King suddenly changed. A trace of purple light was born in the golden light, exuding a noble aura. Purple light is somewhat similar to the color of the soul. The soul has one grade and one color, and the soul of the divine realm corresponds to the fourth grade, jade color. Then the jade soul gave birth to purple, and was sublimated to the fifth level of the other shore realm, the purple jade soul. The physical body is obviously not like this. Purple light appears after 19 years of the golden body of the God King. The purple light and the golden light merged with each other, turning into an indescribably precious purple-gold color. The Black Stone God looked at Lin Moyu's changes and said in a low voice, "The purple-gold body has been completed, and you have the foundation for the unity of spirit and body. Next, you have to step into the galaxy and complete the unity of soul and body. I will help you, but in the end you still have to rely on yourself. You have to figure out the specific method yourself. If you can't figure it out, then I can only say that you are an idiot." The Black Stone God was not polite at all. Lin Moyu knew that he was not angry at all. The Black Stone God was using his last little time to pave the way for himself. He was only moved in his heart. "I won't let you down, Senior." The Black Stone God snorted, "There's no need to be so polite, it won't be long anyway. This world of rules is about to collapse, so be prepared. A large number of rules origins have been extracted, and the rules world is already crumbling." The earth shook and roared, and countless cracks appeared. The fire recedes, the ice melts, and all is lost. A few minutes later, with a soft sound, the entire rule world shattered like a bubble. The laws of the great world surged forward, and Lin Moyu reconnected with the laws. He was so blessed that he shouted in his heart, "Lo!" The Law Galaxy emerged in the starry sky, and the next second, Lin Moyu flew towards the Law Galaxy. The Law Galaxy is surging, and the immortal law sets off huge waves in the Law Galaxy, lapping at both sides. Lin Moyu's physical body encountered strong resistance when approaching the Law Galaxy. He is only 100 meters away from the Law Galaxy, but this 100 meters is like a natural chasm, insurmountable. Lin Moyu moved forward hard and did not dare to relax. The reason why it is so difficult is that the Law Galaxy is not a place where the physical body goes. For others to be promoted to God, they only need to summon the Law Galaxy in the soul world, and the soul enters it and receives the baptism of the Law Galaxy. The soul is integrated with the Law Galaxy. After being recognized by the Law Galaxy, the soul can wander in the Law Galaxy. At the same time, the power of the Law Galaxy will be fed back to the physical body through the soul, further strengthening the physical body. The physical body is so passively enhanced. Even if you reach the realm of the God King, it is impossible to have the golden body of the God King. For the deity, the body is just a container for the soul. As long as the soul is strong enough, that's fine, the body is not that important. But for Lin Moyu, this is not the case. He wants to achieve the unity of spirit and body and achieve perfect promotion to the level of God. Even the golden body of the God King is not enough, at least it needs to reach the purple gold body. Only the purple gold body is qualified to step into the galaxy of laws with the physical body. Let the body and soul accept the baptism of the galaxy of laws together. Lin Moyu felt that he had thought too simply before. He thought that it was the same as the perfect promotion to the God King. As long as the body reached the level of the lesser God and then promoted to the God, it would be a perfect promotion. This is simply not the case. Only now does he know that only by completing the unity of spirit and body can he truly achieve universal perfection. Fortunately, I met the Black Stone Supreme, otherwise I would have taken the wrong path. If there is no perfect promotion, it will be significantly more difficult to reach the other shore with the physical body in the future. And if there is no perfect promotion, it will be harmful to the future. The physical body walked towards the Law Galaxy step by step with difficulty, but the resistance it endured was getting bigger and bigger. The huge waves on the Law Galaxy are higher than the last. Each wave is like a big hand slapping over, and the invisible force wants to push Lin Moyu away. Lin Moyu resisted the huge waves, gritted his teeth, and moved forward steadily step by step. 80 meters, 60 meters. Getting closer and closer to the Law Galaxy. When there were still 50 meters away, the huge wave formed by the immortal Law was so fierce that it shot out of the Law Galaxy and hit Lin Moyu hard. Lin Moyu groaned, his whole body emitted a purple-gold light, took half a step back, and then blocked it forcefully. He is like a purple-gold star in the dim starry sky, so noble that it is impossible to look directly at him. Lin Moyu made a slight adjustment and continued to approach. 40 meters. Another huge wave hit us head-on. This time Lin Moyu no longer passively withstood, but punched out. The starry sky suddenly lit up, and the purple-gold giant fist shot out of the air and collided with the huge waves. The huge waves shattered, and the purple-gold giant fist was also disillusioned. The two sides beat drums equally. Lin Moyu was not happy at all. He had used all his strength in this punch, and if it was 40 meters, the difficulty would inevitably increase. At this moment, he had doubts about whether he could enter the Law Galaxy. Wrong. At the moment when doubts arose, Lin Moyu realized something was wrong. Your own beliefs should not be shaken, and this kind of thought should not occur. He looked at the Law Galaxy and realized that it was the Law Galaxy that affected him. The Law Galaxy doesn't want you to go in, and it will use every means to stop itself. This is a difficulty on the road of cultivation, and you must overcome it. Erase all unwanted thoughts. Lin Moyu moves on. 30 meters away, another huge wave came. 400 Lin Moyu also punched out, and the huge wave was shattered, but Lin Moyu also took 2 steps back. After 2 steps, regain your balance and continue moving forward again. The law is suppressed. Facing the galaxy of laws, my immortal law cannot be used and I can only rely on physical strength. No wonder the purple gold body is the foundation. If it is just the golden body of the God King, it can only cover the first 50 meters. Since the law cannot be used, then there is no need for it. Just pretend that I don't have the law. Lin Moyu entered a state of selflessness, without using the law, and only relied on physical strength. The Black Stone Supreme stood aside with an expressionless face, but he nodded slightly from time to time, which was a kind of affirmation. Lin Moyu's performance exceeded his imagination. He was almost about to take action just now, but Lin Moyu's performance made him very satisfied. The sound of water rang in my ears. This was the sound of the Law Galaxy, the sound of the law flowing in the galaxy. At this time, Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and he saw a giant appearing on the Law Galaxy. The giant is half gray and half white, half of his body is in the Law Galaxy, and the half of his exposed body is as high as 100 meters. Lin Moyu was just a little kid in front of him. Be careful of the giant of the law. He's your biggest obstacle. The voice of Black Stone Supreme rang in his ears. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, extremely cautious. The giant's face was expressionless, his eyes were empty, and he stretched out his big hand to snap down the stars. The Law Galaxy boiled on the spot, and dozens of huge waves rushed out of the Law Galaxy and hit Lin Moyu. The purple gold body exploded with all its strength. Lin Moyu punched out like rain, and purple gold rays of light appeared in the starry sky. The starry sky was shaken violently. Lin Moyu was able to shake the starry sky with just his physical body without using any spells or laws. Each punch is enough to blow up stars, and just a few punches can destroy entire galaxies. Ordinary gods would die if they were punched. Lin Moyu punched the giant wave and the giant wave collapsed, but more giant waves followed. On the Law Galaxy, the Law Giant keeps beating the river surface, and the huge waves come one after another, forever ending. Lin Moyu kept punching and smashing huge waves. The huge waves could not help him and could not completely repel him, but Lin Moyu could not move even half a step forward, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. The Black Stone Supreme wanted to take action again. He shook the stone stick in his hand, but then let go. Hold on. He muttered to himself, wanting to see where Lin Moyu's limit was. It would be best if we could truly step into the Law Galaxy without his help. In fact, in ancient times, geniuses were accurately classified. Those who have gone through many tests and are finally qualified to undergo body training from the source of the rules are the geniuses. Among the many geniuses, there are also strengths and weaknesses, and they can be further subdivided. Only the weakest genius can get within 40 meters of the Law Galaxy by their own strength. Relying on oneself, every 10 meters closer represents a tier of stronger qualifications. The most talented geniuses are those who can officially enter the galaxy of laws by virtue of their own strength. There are very few people like this, and they only come out every 10,000 years. This has been the case in ancient times, but it is even more difficult now. Blackstone Supreme did not expect Lin Moyu to step into the galaxy of laws on his own. He only hoped that Lin Moyu could reach the first 40 meters and reach the level of the weakest genius. That would be enough. Now Lin Moyu can walk to the first 20 meters and draw out the Giant of Law. Even in their time, he was enough to be in the forefront. The Black Stone Supreme remembered that when he became a god, he only walked the first 30 meters. In other words, Lin Moyu's qualifications have surpassed his own. The Black Stone Supreme was very satisfied with Lin Moyu. Although he did not show it, it could be seen from the small movements. He decided to wait a little longer. If Lin Moyu still couldn't break through, then he would take action. He knew his situation very well and could not wait forever. His rules are collapsing. He is actually dead a long time ago. He is just relying on the origin of the rules to breathe his last. It can't be delayed any longer. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. He knew the situation of Black Stone Supreme. But the situation in front of him really left him helpless. He tried to rush over several times, but huge waves hit him one after another, making him overwhelmed. The Giant of Laws above the galaxy is completely tireless and continuous. Lin Moyu knew that he was fighting against the laws of the entire world and could not survive. I thought, this is the only way to do it. Paired with the galaxy of immortal laws, one's own immortal law was obviously suppressed and its power was greatly weakened. As a result, the magic was affected, and the power of the magic was greatly weakened, and it was unable to carry the law. However, unlike in the rules world, spells can still be used. Lin Moyu originally only wanted to move forward with physical strength, but now, he decided to use magic. After all, magic is also part of one's own strength and does not violate the rules. With a thought in his heart, immortal flames burned in the starry sky, the skeleton throne emerged, and the Skeleton King slowly stood up from the throne. The Skeleton King entered a fighting state as soon as he came out. He rushed towards the Law Galaxy with a bone sword in hand. His goal is not to help Lin Moyu withstand the giant wave of law, but to directly kill the Giant of Law. The Skeleton King has already swung his sword energy before he even got close. The sword energy was bright and penetrated the Giant of Law. The Law Giant paused slightly, and his movements slowed down for half a beat. The rhythm of the huge waves was suddenly interrupted, and Lin Moyu was delighted. It works. He seized the opportunity, punched like rain, shattered dozens of huge waves in front of him, and rushed forward. At the same time, he was multitasking, and the great Emperor Skeleton General appeared next to him. The Skeleton God will fire countless sword energy and hit the Giant of Law. Under attack, the Law Giant's movement suddenly slowed down. The laws of the galaxy appeared above the heads of the Skeleton God General and the Skeleton King, and the bones in the galaxy were flowing like the river of hell. Every attack they make contains the law of white bones. Originally, their attacks would be added with the law of immortality, making them even more powerful. But this is enough for now. The attack rhythm of the Law Giant was completely disrupted. Lin Moyu took advantage of it and rushed forward a few meters, getting closer and closer to the Law Galaxy. Blackstone Supreme trembled all over at this moment, and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "Undead warriors, the undead army from hell. Why did he appear here? How could he summon the undead warrior? What is his identity? Could it be? Several questions, but none of them could explain why. Blackstone Supreme's tone was a bit off-kilter. If Lin Moyu heard these words at this moment, he might be able to analyze some information. A roar resounded through the starry sky, and countless laws exploded in the Law Galaxy. The Law Giant stopped slapping the river surface, and slapped Lin Moyu with a big hand. Lin Moyu finally got close to within 10 meters, attracting a real heavy blow from the Law Giant. Lin Moyu showed no weakness and punched out. Boom! The starry sky shook violently, and dense cracks like spider webs appeared in the space. Lin Moyu stepped back a few meters. He was already prepared. The skeleton god general stood behind Lin Moyu and caught Lin Moyu forcefully. The Law Giant also had a huge gap in his big hand because of Lin Moyu's punch. The notches were covering, but at a somewhat slow pace. Lin Moyu didn't stop at all and took over again. The other big hand of the Law Giant also clapped. There was another violent impact, and Lin Moyu was knocked away for several seconds again. Fortunately, a large number of skeleton generals had been deployed early. The skeleton generals formed human shields and formed a skeleton wall to block Lin Moyu. On the other hand, the Law Giant had big holes in both hands and was temporarily unable to use them. Let's see how you stop me. Lin Moyu rushed towards the Law Galaxy with a chuckle. The Law Giant opened his mouth and sprayed out gray and white airflow. The airflow shot towards Lin Moyu like an arrow. At this time, the Skeleton King arrived and blocked the airflow with his bone sword. The sound of bang 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 kept sounding, and the Skeleton King's whole body trembled like an electric shock, and he retreated uncontrollably. Then the skeleton god stepped forward to form human shields to block the airflow. Relying on the skeleton, Lin Moyu rushed into the Law Galaxy wearing purple gold light. The Law Giant let out an unwilling roar and then dissipated. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. He finally came in. He stood in the Law Galaxy, feeling the familiar law of immortality. He could clearly feel that the law was constantly entering the body and integrating into the body every moment. The skin, flesh, bones, including internal organs, have the law of immortality burrowing into them. The tingling and itching feeling kept coming. At this point, he didn't know what to do next. The unity of spirit and body, in his understanding, is that the soul and the body become one, regardless of each other. But what should be done specifically? You can't blow up the soul and merge it into the body. That's obviously not the case. The Blackstone Supreme suddenly appeared on the edge of the Law Galaxy. Ruhu. Lin Moyu felt that something was wrong with Blackstone Supreme's tone, and there was obviously some suppressed emotion in his voice. Senior, are you okay? Lin Moyu asked. Blackstone Supreme shouted urgently, stop talking nonsense, I don't have much time. I will use the source of rules to guide you, and you will receive as much as you can. After the words fell, Blackstone Supreme exploded suddenly, and an invisible force poured into Lin Moyu's body and entered the soul world. The incomparably dark original power of rules starts from the soul world and flows towards the body, limbs and bones. Lin Moyu immediately followed up, releasing a large amount of soul power, following the origin of the rules, and flowing everywhere in the body. Lin Moyu has done this before when he was transporting magic stars, so he is very familiar with it. But today I have a completely different feeling. At this moment, countless laws are pouring into the body from the galaxy of laws. Even the most secret corners of the body have the power of law flowing in. And these corners are simply out of reach. If Lin Moyu were allowed to control the laws by himself, it would be impossible to touch these areas. They are like beacons, pointing the way for themselves. At the same time, the origin of the rules of Blackstone Supreme also joined in, flowing with the galaxy of laws. It also brings a guiding role. It is not like a flood like the Law 847 galaxy. It has its own rhythm. Wherever it goes first, it can maintain balance no matter what. Lin Moyu was so blessed that he suddenly realized what he should do. He divided his soul power into countless parts and integrated them into every inch of his body, combining the power of the soul and the power of the body into one. This is the integration of soul and body, thus exerting a stronger power zone. Both the spell and its own strength will be greatly enhanced. The origin of the rules of the Black Stone God guides Lin Moyu to integrate the soul power into the body bit by bit. The whole integration process is very complicated, and it is not as simple as top-down or left-to-right. To regard the entire physical body as a whole, it requires an absolute balance. Often the east side blends in a little, and the west side blends in a little more. Lin Moyu began to understand the role of the Law Galaxy. The Law Galaxy merges into the body, lighting up the entire body without missing any tiny point. Coupled with the guidance of the original rules of the Black Stone Supreme, the process of integrating soul and body was very smooth. As more and more soul power is integrated, Lin Moyu can clearly feel that his physical power is also rapidly improving. And the power of the Law Galaxy began to move towards the spirit, Psi, soul world to baptize the soul. Everything seems to be going so smoothly. As long as it can be maintained like this, Lin Moyu will definitely be able to complete the integration of soul and body. Lin Moyu is always vigilant and does not relax at all. He can already feel that not only his body is a whole, but also the process of integrating soul and body is a whole. From beginning to end, there can be no mistakes or omissions. As long as one step is wrong, the effect will be greatly reduced and it will not be perfect. Otherwise, it will collapse directly and all previous efforts will be wasted, and there is only one chance. The Law Galaxy has already begun to baptize the body, and then the soul. Baptism once started cannot be stopped, and only once. The progress was increasing little by little, and when 1/3 of the way was completed, the origin of Black Stone Supreme's rules suddenly stopped. At the same time, the voice of the Black Stone Supreme rang in Lin Moyu's mind, and his voice was obviously weak. I am about to pass away. You are very good. Even in my time, you were still the top genius. If it were that time, I would definitely accept you as my disciple. Haha, I have some wishful thinking. How can I be so virtuous and capable? The next step is up to you to walk on your own, to complete the unity of soul and body, to be promoted to the God of perfection, and to rebuild the path to God. Actually, I don't really believe that our great era will end here. Maybe they are still fighting somewhere, maybe on the divine road. If you can rebuild the divine path, help me go and see if my old friends are still there. I still have some sources of rules, all of which are left to you. They will be turned into seeds. In the future, when you step on the other side to become a saint and build your own world of rules, they will be the best nourishment. You're welcome, take advantage of it, I'm leaving. The voice became softer and softer, and the consciousness gradually dissipated. The original rules that guided Lin Moyu are no longer moving. They just stayed in the body quietly, huddled in a ball, motionless. Lin Moyu knew that the Supreme Black Stone had really passed away, and he called this passing away. Lin Moyu saw a piece of rubble appearing in the starry sky. The piece of rubble looked like a coffin. The coffin shattered the space and followed an inexplicable rule to an inexplicable place. Lin Moyu knew without looking that the place he was going to was the mysterious space where the big world was. The former Broken Star Supreme was like this, and the current Black Stone Supreme is also like this. That place is also their return home. Lin Moyu sighed, although he only knew Black Stone Supreme for a short time. But during this half-day, I felt like I was late to see each other. From the Black Stone Supreme, Lin Moyu saw the elegance of the ancient powerful man. To clear his mind, he wanted to continue to unite his body and soul. From now on, without the guidance of the Black Stone Supreme, everything has to depend on him. Don't make a mistake at all. If you make a mistake, the whole thing may collapse. Lin Moyu cheered up and continued to integrate the soul power into the physical body based on the experience accumulated in the past. His speed was much slower than before. Lin Moyu was careful and did not dare to be careless at all. With a high degree of mental concentration, Lin Moyu constantly analyzes the next position, maintaining an absolute balance between physical body and soul power. Gradually, he discovered that his body was like a huge and complex array. And what I am doing now is actually like sketching a talisman array. Each one is a node of the talisman array, and the order is very important, and the balance of the entire talisman array must be maintained. In the process of uniting spirit and body, Lin Moyu found that he also had a new understanding of the formation. He once had a lot of experience in drawing talisman and made complex talisman arrays. Once he saw his physical body as a talisman array, Lin Moyu felt that he became more and more comfortable with it. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains. After considering the physical body as a talisman array, Lin Moyu's process of integrating spirit and body became faster and smoother. Of course, it cannot be compared with the guidance of the Supreme, but it is also much faster than before. Lin Moyu felt that before the baptism was completed, he could complete the unity of spirit and body. As the completion rate of the integration of soul and body is getting higher and higher, Lin Moyu's aura is gradually improving. The entire law galaxy was roaring, and a large number of laws turned into huge waves and crashed down on Lin Moyu's head. Lin Moyu sat as steady as a mountain in the huge waves, unmoved at all. Countless laws continue to penetrate, baptizing the body and soul. Lin Moyu's whole body exudes purple gold light, and his purple gold body is getting stronger and stronger. The previous purple gold body was only considered elementary level, but now it is close to the middle level. Yu Qingru woke up at some point and saw such a magical scene. Instinctively, he wanted to scream, but he immediately covered his mouth and suppressed the sound. The physical body enters the galaxy of laws. How is this possible? Yu Qingru couldn't believe what she saw. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly to make sure she had seen it wrong. A peak little god is actually doubting his own eyes. You can imagine how incredible this scene is. The galaxy of laws is a place where only the soul can go. This is already the ultimate principle of cultivation and cannot be overturned. But Lin Moyu happened to break it. Lin Moyu entered the law galaxy with his physical body and was still practicing in it. Looking at Lin Moyu, whose whole body was glowing with purple gold light in the law galaxy, Yu Qingru's eyes showed a hint of confusion. At this moment, Lin Moyu has a mysterious attraction that firmly attracts Yu Qingru's gaze, making her unable to look away. Scenes from the previous world of rules flashed in my mind. At that time, Lin Moyu was as powerful as an indestructible mountain, firmly protecting himself. And now Lin Moyu is mysterious and noble in the galaxy of laws, exuding fatal attraction. She felt her heart sinking. Lin Moyu's appearance was firmly etched into her soul and could no longer be erased. Lin Moyu didn't know that Yu Qingru had woken up, and he was still completing the integration of soul and body. Now 70% has been completed, and the remaining parts are becoming less and less, but it is also becoming more and more difficult. Lin Moyu is becoming more and more cautious. He pursues perfection and cannot miss a step of perfection. Only by perfectly completing the integration of spirit and body and being promoted to the level of God, will you have the opportunity to rebuild the divine path in the future. Since the death of Blackstone Supreme, Lin Moyu feels that the responsibilities on his shoulders are getting heavier and heavier. He wanted to go on behalf of Blackstone Supreme to see if his former comrades were still fighting on the divine path. Has that era truly come to an end? And Lin Moyu knows that rebuilding the divine path is not only the dream of Blackstone Supreme, but also the dream of every saint. And for him, recasting the god is more important. He wanted to change his destiny against heaven, but the Holy Lord was not enough, far from enough. Whether the Supreme can do it is hard to say. Time passed little by little, and the baptism of laws gradually came to an end. The galaxy of laws no longer continuously pours into the physical body, and even the laws originally in the physical body have receded. Just like an ebbing tide, the law recedes very quickly. Lin Moyu knew it was impossible to stop it. He could only try to remember the unfinished position without missing even a single detail. When the unity of spirit and body reaches 90%, all the laws have retreated, and the baptism of the body by the law galaxy has ended. Only the soul continues. At this moment, Lin Moyu could only cross the river by feeling the stones, and rely on the location he had memorized to send his soul power over little by little. The difficulty has greatly increased, but we can only continue, there is no turning back. From beginning to end, Lin Moyu remained absolutely calm without any panic. He knows very well that panic will only lead to mistakes and will not have any effect. Boom. 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 The powerful heartbeat brought Yuchingro's consciousness back to reality. A beautiful face was slightly red, with a hint of shyness between her brows. Why is space vibrating? This is the heartbeat, Lin Moyu's heartbeat. Oh my god, his heartbeat actually shook the space. Is this his physical strength? How can it be so strong? Yuchingru masters the laws of space and is very sensitive to changes in space. Accompanied by Lin Moyu's powerful heartbeat, the space was indeed vibrating slightly. This slight vibration cannot be sensed by ordinary gods. Just the heartbeat can shake the space. Lin Moyu's physical body is so powerful that it is beyond imagination. Yuchingru listened to Lin Moyu's heartbeat. As she listened, she became fascinated again. How come even the sound of heartbeat sounds so good? This thought flashed through Yuchingro's mind, but the fact is that it sounds so good that she can't help but hear it. The heartbeat is getting faster and faster, from once per second to 2, 3, and 4 times per second. Later, my heartbeat reached 100 beats per second, like thunder. The space also vibrated more intensely. Yuchingru was awakened for the second time. She looked at Lin Moyu, but she only saw a purple gold light. A purple gold star appeared in the dim starry sky, extremely noble. Even those who are strong in the other shore realm will be humble in front of it. When the heartbeat reaches the limit, accompanied by a loud bang, the purple gold light explodes, illuminating a large swath of the starry sky. Lin Moyu is like an immortal, wearing purple and gold armor and coming to the world. After a few seconds, all the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. Lin Moyu looked at Yuchingru. You're awake. Yuchingru blushed. Congratulations, you have become a god. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. Not yet, there is still one last step to go. Yuchingru was stunned for a moment. You haven't become a god yet? Lin Moyu hummed. There is still one last step left. My breakthrough cannot be completed here. After all, this is not the human star domain. Becoming a god will be an earth-shaking change for Lin Moyu. So Lin Moyu stopped at the last moment. Yuchingru was a little worried. If you do this, will there be any sequelae? Lin Moyu chuckled crookedly. If someone else forcibly interrupts the process of becoming a god, problems will inevitably arise. Just like Dongfeng Zhe, he had a big problem and it can be said that he destroyed his foundation. But Lin Moyu doesn't. His foundation is too solid, so solid that others can't imagine it. Zijin's physical body is perfect and stronger than all the gods in the world. The soul has even reached the 5th level of the other side. The unity of spirit and body has been completed, and every part of the body, from the inside to the outside, is integrated with soul power. It can be said that everything was done to perfection. Moreover, he has entered the divine realm several times and is very clear about the state of the divine being. Now that he stopped at the last moment and temporarily stopped entering the divine realm, it would have no impact on him at all. As long as he wants, he can step into the divine realm at any time. Yuchingru believed Lin Moyu's words. Okay. Lin Moyu looked at Yuchingru with a half-smile. You seem to be worried about me. Yuchingru's pretty face turned red. We are friends, it's right to be concerned. As long as you're fine, it's time for us to fight. The battle with the Buddha clan has entered a critical moment. Lin Moyu nodded. Okay, you can lead the way. Yuchingru took out the battleship and returned to the big world. Her princess regained its vitality. Yuchingru sighed. It's a pity that my senses were wrong. There are no treasures here, and I almost lost my life here. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Who said there are no treasures? He stretched out his hand and shook it, and the dark starry sky suddenly exploded, sending countless gravel flying everywhere. In the place that originally belonged to the world of rules, 2 crystal-clear Buddha statues flew out. Half Buddha. Yuchingru let out an exclamation. They are the two half-sided Buddha statues of the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha. The Buddha statue still looks lifelike, but it has lost any vitality. The Heavenly Buddha of Ice and Fire is dead, and even the source of the rules has been extracted. In the end, only two half-images of Buddha transformed by souls were left. Lin Moyu said, although these two Buddha statues have lost their original power, at least they are transformed by the Supreme Soul and are considered to be top-notch materials. If you can find a suitable refiner, you might be able to make a good magic weapon. Yu Qingru looked at the two Buddha statues and reached for the ice blue one. I only want one, and the other one is yours. And I won't refine it into a magic weapon. I will keep it as a souvenir. Lin Moyu looked into Yu Qingru's eyes, and Yu Qingru felt a little embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like this? Lin Moyu smiled, then just keep it. As he said that, he also put the red Buddha statue away up the mountain. After the battleship left, Lin Moyu's eyes still stayed at the center of the Buddha starfield. Yu Qingru knew that something must have happened when she was unconscious. The scary guy at that time obviously wanted to kill him. Maybe it's because of Lin Moyu that he can survive. She didn't ask what happened. In fact, it no longer mattered. If Lin Moyu is willing to say it, he will naturally tell himself. If you don't know something yourself, it's useless to ask. Yu Qingru is very smart, she knows what to ask and what not to ask. The interior of the battleship was not tidied up and still looked messy, but it didn't matter. News of the battle continued to come from the shells, and the attacks of the two tribes met with desperate resistance from the Buddha tribe. The Buddha clan has deployed a large number of formations in each galaxy, and the formations are very powerful. According to the strategies of the two clans, each clan has a god to deal with a galaxy together. Then there were people guarding the 760 on the outermost edge, specifically to deal with those Buddhists who escape. It's impossible to be foolproof, and there will always be things that slip through the net. The real goal is not to let go of the big fish. As for the small fish and shrimps, they cannot make waves. Yu Qingru said softly, the progress in the outer area is relatively smooth. There are not many Buddhas there, and the gods we dispatched are enough to suppress them. There are a lot of Buddhas in the middle area. They rely on their formations to defend desperately. Our offense encountered some problems. As for the core area, there is no news from the elders, they should still be fighting. The battle on the other side of the Holy Lord will not come to an end so quickly, and it is estimated that it will take a while to stalemate. Lin Moyu looked at the starry sky and could feel the intensity of the battle from a distance. In the galaxy, Buddha statues rise one after another, and the formations move, resisting the attacks of the gods. Some galaxies were breached, and the gods used real fire to directly destroy the stars, leaving no one alive. The entire galaxy was beaten into mud, and no one survived. Such is the case with interracial fights, you won't just take action when you see young women and children. The God Lord directly throws out the law galaxy and destroys the galaxy. It is really a restless situation. The cruel fangs of the big world are completely exposed. A racial war only involves life and death, without mercy. Yu Qingru listened to the news, her eyes flashed, as if she couldn't bear it. Lin Moyu has a heart of stone. No matter it is a small world or a big world, he feels the same pain that the human race has experienced. So he will have no mercy. Yu Qingru drove the battleship towards a certain place. This is the galaxy numbered 2081 in the war situation, where the gods of the human race and the fishman race encountered strong resistance. The human race sent there was a high-level god, and the starry skyfish human race sent a powerful 6th-level god. Normally, with this combination, the next galaxy will be rich without any problems. Unexpectedly, there happened to be a high-level Buddha giving lectures in that galaxy. Among the believers attending the lecture, there were 3 Buddhas, one of whom had reached the 6th level, and the other 2 were at the 3rd level. Coupled with the formation of the Buddha clan, they have been at a disadvantage for a long time. Military orders cannot be violated and they cannot retreat. So they can only drag each other along and wait for others to be free to come and support. Fortunately, the deity of the human war temple has enough fighting power to make the country powerful. He firmly suppressed the high-level Buddha, and was able to help the god of the Starry Sky Fishman clan with his hands free. Only then could the battle situation be barely maintained. As time went by, it became more and more difficult for them, but no one nearby could spare the effort. The battleship jumped in the starry sky and reached its destination in just 10 minutes. Yu Qingqing and Lin Moyu flew out of the battleship and rushed into the battlefield. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" "It's dangerous here, princess, get away quickly." Yu Qingru appeared, making the god of the starry sky fish people very anxious. There is no place where a small god can intervene in a battle in the realm of gods. Yu Qingru's aura was strong at this moment, and she was wearing silver armor, like a Valkyrie coming to the world. "Don't worry about me, you deal with the enemy exclusively." He looked at Lin Moyu, his look saying, "It's your turn." Lin Moyu burst into laughter. "I bet you are so heroic just to give orders. The one who really takes action is himself." The high-level god of the war temple was fighting the high-level Buddha, and he also saw Lin Moyu. I had seen Lin Moyu in the god of war fortress before. Lin Moyu came with the Holy Lord. But he didn't take it to heart, thinking that Lin Moyu was just a descendant of the Holy Lord. Unexpectedly, he came here. Lin Moyu tapped his finger, and immortal flames suddenly burned in the starry sky. The next second, the skeleton throne appeared in the starry sky, and the skeleton king sat in it, with unparalleled power. The skeleton king stood up slowly, and the skeleton throne turned into a huge bone sword and came into his hands. The bone cloak rustled behind him, and thousands of auras belonging to the high-level god suddenly burst out. The galaxy of bone laws appeared above his head, with countless bones inside, and the aura of the skeleton king rose again. Lin Moyu still doesn't know the true function of the white bone law, but he thinks it must be useful, but he doesn't understand it yet. The skeleton king's bone sword is wrapped in gray and white gas. With the blessing of the law of immortality, the skeleton king's combat power has been strengthened again. The next second, the skeleton king locked onto the high-level Buddha who was fighting fiercely. The sword light flashed by. Spell, kill god. The god-slaying sword is a sword that combines all the power of the skeleton king. The sword light exploded from the high-level Buddha's body. Blood spurted from the high-level Buddha's mouth. His cassock burst on the spot, and a terrible wound penetrated his upper body. All the bones and internal organs were exposed, and he was almost cut into 2 pieces by this sword. The law of immortality rages in the wound, preventing it from healing. The Buddha's light shrouding his body disappeared, and the high-level Buddha revealed his true appearance. Lin Moyu sneered, "He's actually a traitor to a human race." This person turned out to be a human race, and he joined the Buddhist race for unknown reasons. The god of the Temple of War was surprised by Skeleton King's sword, but he reacted very quickly and did not waste this opportunity and struck with one sword. The high-level Buddha's expression changed drastically and he threw out a pagoda. The pagoda became larger and blocked the god's sword. The pagoda collapsed on the spot and completed its mission. Ba. The high-ranking Buddha quickly backed away in fear and shouted the name of the Buddha at the same time. The Buddha's light in the galaxy was bright, and a Buddha statue appeared outside the galaxy, instantly, including the high-level Buddha. At the same time, several other Buddhas also retreated into the formation. The Temple of War Temple dare not underestimate Lin Moyu at this moment. This formation is very strong, I have not been able to break it several times. 5.3 Lin Moyu said, "Let's see how strong he is." He snapped his fingers, a large amount of white light flashed in the starry sky, and tens of thousands of skeleton gods appeared in the starry sky. Each skeleton god general possesses the 5th level combat power of a god. When combined together, they are definitely a desperate legion. The bright sword energy cuts through the starry sky, and thousands of sword energy fall on the formation at the same time. The Buddha statue will collapse and the formation will be crumbling. The Buddhists behind the formation all looked frightened. They have humans, demons, golden eagles, and some races that Lin Moyu has never seen before. But it doesn't matter. Now they have a common identity, the Buddha clan. The second round of sword energy swept through the starry sky, and the formation completely collapsed. Broken. Kill. The god of the Temple of War was the first to go in, followed by the starry sky fishmen, the skeleton king and the skeleton god general. The killing feast has officially begun. No matter which race you were from before, even if you were a human race, once you join the Buddhist tribe, you will become a Buddhist tribe member. Race wars only involve life and death. The gods of the Temple of War attacked crazily and showed no mercy. Wherever it passes, the galaxy breaks and the stars bloom. The entire galaxy has fallen into a huge disaster, and countless creatures are wailing and dying. Yu Qingru couldn't bear to see it, so she turned around and stopped looking. Lin Moyu's face was expressionless and his eyes were extremely cold. Just like his mood, there was no wave. The undead army wielded sword energy and cut the entire galaxy into pieces. The high-level Buddha was seriously injured and could not recover. He had been completely suppressed and had no chance of winning. His eyes were extremely angry and filled with hatred. Blazing flames surged out of his eyes and directed the most vicious curse at Lin Moyu. You will go to hell, life after life, and never be reincarnated. The fire of hell will haunt you forever and burn your soul, and you will never be able to escape. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, he wouldn't have lost. At least he won't be defeated for the time being, and he can persist for a long time. The Buddhas in the galaxy will not die, they cannot survive. Because of Lin Moyu's intervention, he was defeated and the entire galaxy was ruined. Facing the tsunami of hatred, Lin Moyu remained unmoved and said in a cold tone, I am originally from hell, leading an army of undead to drag you 15 into hell. I am the controller of the fire of hell. Your curse is too pale. Originally I just wanted to kill you, but now I have changed my mind and decided to turn you into a slave of hell. While speaking, Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the bone hell appeared in the starry sky. The fire of hell is erupting, the undead are everywhere, and bones are everywhere. Lin Moyu held the fire of hell in his hand, like the Lord of Hell, looking at the Buddha indifferently. The moment the bone hell appeared, the faith of the High Buddha collapsed. This is impossible, how could you come from hell? Illusion, this is all an illusion. Lin Moyu chuckled with disdain, and the skeleton king waved the bone sword. Spell, kill god. The second sword killed the god, and the high-level Buddha was cut into pieces, his body died and his path disappeared. But the next second, he appeared in the hell of bones again. The Buddha's eyes were blank, and his usual spiritual pressure was gone. The only thing that remains is the Buddha's light, but under the reflection of the fire of hell, the Buddha's light has become gray and full of deathly silence. Yu Qingru looked at this scene, and she knew that this was Lin Moyu's technique, a very terrifying technique. She seemed to want to say something, but after moving her mouth, she still said nothing. Lin Moyu noticed her reaction. If you feel cruel, just sit on the battleship and watch it. Yu Qingru shook his head. There is nothing cruel about racial wars. I'm just not used to it. I heard the elders say that the Buddhists have done a lot of things they shouldn't have done over the years, and their methods are actually not much better than ours. Lin Moyu laughed and said, what the Buddhists have done is too numerous to describe. If I have a chance, I will give you some information and you will know after you read it. What we are doing now is not even 1/10 of what the Buddhas do. Let's go to the next stop. Yu Qingru hummed, returned to the battleship, and headed for the next stop. They have no purpose and rush to wherever they encounter difficulties. Those gods who end the battle will also support other battlefields. Yu Qingru had obviously never experienced such a large-scale battle, nor had he witnessed such a large-scale massacre with his own eyes. Although she is usually very cold and doesn't take life and death seriously, she is still feeling a little uncomfortable now. Lin Moyu knows that the starry sky fishmen have been away from the world for too long. They have only heard about the cruelty in the big world and have not experienced it personally. It is normal to feel discomfort. In fact, it's not just Yu Qingru. It can be seen that these gods of the starry sky fishman clan are far inferior to the gods of the god of war at the same level in terms of combat. Sometimes they are soft-hearted and unable to take action. Lin Moyu also understood why they were not allowed to act alone and needed to cooperate with the deity of the war temple. Lin Moyu said, "When the battle is over, I will find some information to show you. Let you see what happened to our human race, and you will understand that our attacks are not heavy-handed." Yu Qingru said softly, "I once heard that 100,000 years ago, at the end of modern times, the human race almost perished. At that time, 200 races entered the human divine city star field, and the human race suffered heavy casualties." Lin Moyu's voice turned cold. At that time, the 4 major star regions of the human race were almost completely destroyed. It is no longer 9 out of 10 rooms that are empty, but 9 out of 10 rooms are empty. At least one room is still there. At that time, no one in our human race could survive. If Xiao Zhanshan hadn't emerged from nowhere, there would be no human race in the world now. Yu Qingru only heard from her elders that the human race had encountered great disasters. Now when I say it from Lin Moyu's mouth, it feels completely different, not 1 in a million. How many people are there in the human race? The 4 major star regions have collapsed. How many galaxies there are, and how many people must die? This is an unimaginable number. Even if the Buddha clan star field is slaughtered several times, I am afraid that it will not be able to keep up with the number of people who died at that time. Lin Moyu continued, "In that battle, Xiao Zhanshan turned the tide of the battle and repulsed all the tribes. Then they attacked various tribes, killing them until they were shrinking, and many races were killed to the point of annihilation. But by doing this, will the revenge of my human race be avenged?" Do you know how the Buddhist clan was formed? Yu Qingru shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. Lin Moyu said, "At that time, many small tribes were wiped out. The survivors fled and wandered around and discovered this place. So, the first batch of Buddhists appeared. At that time, all races were shrinking and the human race was weak, which also gave them time to develop. Later they called themselves Buddhists and started to confuse people everywhere. They called it Duhua. During this process, many people from the human race passively joined the Buddha race. If those who joined were okay, but those who refused to join were also killed by them. The human race has several small worlds and more than 390 galaxies, which were destroyed by the Buddha race. My human race has just recovered its vitality. At that time, the Buddha race had begun to become stronger and it was not suitable for a war, so we tolerated this tone. The Buddha clan has done a lot of outrageous things in the past 100,000 years. Even if you don't come, I guess it's time to take action." Yu Qingru listened to Lin Moyu's words and fell into deep thought. She thought that the Buddhist clan seemed to have begun to appear 100,000 years ago, which was completely consistent with what Lin Moyu said. In fact, Lin Moyu didn't know it at first. It wasn't until he met the Black Stone Supreme in the World of Rules that he connected the cause and effect. The grudge between the human race and the Buddhist race has existed since the beginning, and the first group of members who formed the Buddha race were the people who were exterminated by Xiao Zhantian. Their hatred for the human race is also difficult to describe. Even if they later become Buddhists, their hatred will not disappear. That's why the ending has been determined. There must be a separation of life and death between the Buddhist race and the human race. It's just a matter of time to fight. The human race is now strong enough and has recovered its vitality. Naturally, it will find time to deal with the Buddha race. Lin Moyu said, "The Buddha clan is just the beginning. What Xiao Zhanshan failed to accomplish back then, we, the descendants of the human clan, will complete." At this moment, his murderous intent boiled over, which was shocking. Yu Qingru heard the strong heartbeat again, and the heartbeat merged with the murderous aura, sonorous and powerful. Yu Qingru was fascinated and said silently in her heart, "No matter what you do, I will support you." Battle after battle, Lin Moyu and Yu Qingru became the busiest people in the entire battlefield. Wherever there is a need, they appear. Lin Moyu leads the undead army all the way, unstoppable. More and more gods have their hands free and begin to support each other. For the Buddha clan, the war situation is getting worse and worse. It's a pity that their messages cannot be delivered, and all messages are blocked. Some galaxies even had no idea what was going on and started to fight in a hurry. The blood flew across the starry sky, turning into the Yangtze River and the Sea of Blood. The soul can smell the blood in the starry sky, full of hatred and resentment. It is conceivable that in a few years, how many terrible resentful spirits will be born in this broken star field. But that has nothing to do with the human race. According to the agreement, this star field will belong to the starry skyfish race from now on. If anything happens, the starry skyfish people will handle it. There is also a battle in the core area, with the ancient Buddha facing off against the other side of the war temple and the elders of the starry skyfish people. The past Buddha, the future Buddha, and the present Buddha, the three Buddhas, faced the Holy One. The three Buddhas were suppressed and beaten by several saints, and they had no chance of fighting back. They stood in the paradise world, standing in three special positions, forming a special and powerful formation. Under the Buddha's light, the three of them became one. A strange law of the galaxy is revealed. There is no power in the galaxy, there is only destiny. The law of destiny galaxy. In the past, present and future, the three Buddhas worked together to summon the galaxy of destiny. In the past, the Buddha held a pagoda and muttered, "No one can violate the guidance of fate. Any attack will be changed." The galaxy of the law of destiny roars, pouring down bright stars. All attacks from the saints were silenced and annihilated when they approached the three Buddhas. No one knows how they did it, and the whole process is full of weirdness. This is the law of fate. Destiny dictates that they will not be attacked, so all attacks will be ineffective. This is destiny. The laws of destiny can not only be seen, but also used in actual combat. The future Buddha also twisted the beads. The attack of the human race Saint Wu will fall on the human race Saint Killer. The law of destiny once again set off a huge wave, and Wu Xingzuan was so violent that he stopped attacking. The Saint Killer also retreated simultaneously, hiding in the darkness and disappearing without a trace. This kind of thing has happened not only once or twice, they have tried countless times with the same result. Several saints also have a headache. They really have nothing to do with the laws of fate. The war saint said solemnly, "How about using the source of the rules and using the power of the rules to destroy the law of destiny?" Wu Zun said in a deep voice, "There is really no other way, so this is the only way." Fu Xingzuan's eyes suddenly brightened. "You only need to trap one, and the law of fate can be broken." Wu Xingzuan, "I enter your world of rules, you drag the Buddha in, and you and I work together to trap it." Saint Hao nodded, "No problem, Elder Qingxue, please use the space rules to separate the three of them." Yu Qingxue, the elder of the Xingkong Yuan clan, also has the cultivation level of the Saint Realm. She said in a deep voice, "At present, they are one body, and I can only separate them for half a second at most." Saint Hao whispered, "Half a second should be enough." A few drops of colorful water appeared in Wu Xingzuan's hand, and he gave 2 drops to Yu Qingxue. "Elder Qingxue, do it." Yu Qingxiao took the colorful water, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. "Okay." The colorful water melted, and Yu Qingxue's aura became stronger. "Space cage." Yu Qingxue shouted softly, and the space instantly shattered into pieces, and then turned into 3 cages, tightly controlling the 3 Buddhas. The auras of the 3 were disconnected, and the law galaxy suddenly flickered and became unstable. Wu Xingzuan also took action at this moment. He also activated 2 drops of colorful water to enhance the power of his spell. Void Realm, open! The invisible black world appeared and instantly enveloped the past Buddha. Yu Qingxue also simultaneously took back the space cage that enveloped the past Buddha. The 2 parties cooperate very well. Pulling the past Buddha into the virtual realm, Wu Xingzuan gave a fierce shout and took back the virtual realm he built and incorporated it into his own world of rules. The next second, Saint Hao remained motionless. In the past, when Buddha entered his world of rules, he had to control the entire world of rules and could no longer care about the outside world. In the world of rules, Saint Fu has been waiting for a long time, and he has already drawn the runes. As soon as the Buddha from the past comes in, the rune is activated immediately. The runes were combined into a talisman formation, trapping the past Buddha in place. At the same time, Saint Fu continued to maintain the runes non-stop, strengthening the power of the talisman array. In the past, the Buddha's whole body was illuminated by Buddha's light, which was like an arrow and seemed to shoot through the entire world of rules. The phantom of Wu Xingzuan appeared in the world of rules. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Countless virtual laws rose up and turned into huge black waves. The huge black wave drowned the Buddha's light and also the past Buddha. The two worked together to trap the past Buddha firmly in the world of rules. The virtual realm law is used for fighting, and its attack power is not very powerful. It's not enough to kill enemies, but it's a good tool for trapping them. The same is true for the current situation of Saint Fu. Not long after he became saint, his research on attacking ancient talismans was not deep enough. The ancient talismans he now possesses are mainly used for defense and assistance. Fu Xingzuan continued to draw runes, and complex runes flew out of his hands, constantly strengthening the formation. In the past, the Buddha continued to activate the Buddha's light in order to get out of trouble. But facing two saints of the same realm, his efforts were obviously not enough. In the outside world, without the Buddha of the past, it is difficult to maintain the galaxy of destiny. The war saint took out a sword, which was covered with thin lines of various colors. I draw the sword as the cause, and you hit the sword as the effect. This sword is the master. The war saint murmured in a low voice, and 5 drops of colorful water exploded at the same time. He swung out his sword, unleashing a terrifying sword energy. A terrifying hole was torn out of the paradise world, and the war saint seemed to have released all the resentment he had just felt in this sword. Just now, his attacks were resolved by the law of fate, and he was extremely depressed. So for this sword, he not only used the magic weapon of cause and effect, but also used 5 drops of colorful water, which greatly increased the power. The sword energy rushed towards future Buddha, and future Buddha's face changed drastically. He had a premonition that the sword would hit. The sword of cause and effect, Hao Zhao Hao. He roared angrily, and the Buddhist crown on his head flew up automatically, and the crown turned into a big umbrella, firmly protecting himself. The sharp sword struck the big umbrella, and a bright light burst out. Now Buddha suddenly shouted angrily, "How dare you!" An explosion sounded loudly, and the past Buddha let out a scream. In the past, the Buddha covered his chest and retreated hastily. He crushed a prayer bead, which turned into a ball of Buddha's light and enveloped his chest. A big hole was blown out of his chest, and it was sent backwards and forwards. Killing Saint showed his figure. How about it? I feel good about my shadow explosive killing Lin. Ba. The wound healed quickly, and now the Buddha shouted the Buddha's name. Killing the Holy Lord is indeed insidious. Then the Buddha will fight with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him shattered. Space is chaotic. Another elder of the Starry Sky Fishman tribe took action, not giving the current Buddha a chance to speak at all. The Saint Killer disappeared again, hiding in the shadows, ready to attack at any time. The Buddhist paradise is supposed to be peaceful and beautiful. This is the best star field in the entire Buddhist clan, bar none. Now a big war has turned it into ruins. In the battle on the other side, the destructive power is much greater than that of the gods. The aftermath alone is enough to destroy the world. Zhu Qiwu struck out with one palm, each palm containing the terrifying broken star law. The power of rules is integrated into it, transforming the rules into rules, and destroying other rules wherever it goes. Unless he encounters an unreasonable special law like the law of destiny, his broken star law is an extremely terrifying existence, almost invincible. Zhu Qiwu obviously had a grudge against the Buddhists. He was extremely ruthless and had no intention of holding back. The broken star law roars, and the law galaxy is draped around the body like a battle carapace. Shatter the starry sky with your palm. He shouted angrily and used magic. In the starry sky, countless stars suddenly appeared, and then the stars collapsed, along with the starry sky. The ancient Buddha, who was his enemy, let out a scream, and his body was beaten to pieces, and then his soul also collapsed. After hitting this blow, Zhu Qiwu was breathing heavily. It was obvious that this blow put a lot of pressure on him. This attack came from the inheritance of the Broken Star Supreme. He had just mastered it and could barely use it. After throwing a few pills into his mouth, Zhu Qiwu looked around, looking for his next opponent. Soon, he saw an ancient Buddha. You must be the one who attacked Brother Lin at that time. 350, I remember your breath, come and die. Zhu Qiwu roared angrily and killed him fiercely. Back then, an ancient Buddha struck Lin Moyu with a trace of causality. That palm almost killed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu remembered it, and Zhu Qiwu also helped Lin Moyu remember it. Now that there is a chance, Zhu Qiwu naturally wants to get it back. My brother is not here, so I will help collect his debts. Zhu Qiwu had this idea and rushed over with surging murderous intent. The ancient Buddha frightened the dead soul, but he was entangled by an elder of the Starry Sky Fishman tribe and could not escape at all. His face was full of despair, and he even forgot about Ba. The past Buddha was trapped, and the present Buddha and the future Buddha were unable to use the law of destiny for the whole year. After repeated battles, both of them were seriously injured. The future Buddha seemed to have seen his own future and said, "Awaken the ancestor." Now the Buddha nodded, "This is the only way." He shouted the Buddha's name and took out a special string of beads. This string of beads is not big in size, but has a large number, 1080 beads. The whole string of beads exudes a terrible aura of destiny. These beads are blessed by the law of destiny, and they have been blessed for who knows how many years before they become what they are today. When the beads were taken out, the galaxy of the law of destiny emerged again. The face of the war saint changed slightly. Be careful, this is the treasure of the law of destiny in the other side realm. The law of fate is a special and mysterious law. No one can explain how terrible it is. Although it seems to be invulnerable at present, no one can tell whether this is true. As soon as the war saint reminded him, everyone became vigilant. Now the Buddha throws the beads, and the beads explode in the sky, turning into a bright light and flying into the distance. The speed of bright light is astonishingly fast, far exceeding the speed of light. Like the laws of space, it jumped away and couldn't be stopped at all. Even Yu Qingxue, who is best at space law, is powerless. The scene suddenly became quiet, as if nothing happened. The silence lasted for 2 seconds, and the war saint roared angrily, "It doesn't matter what methods you have, just kill me first." Yu Qingxue also reacted and took action again. The space collapsed into pieces, and countless space events roared. The war saint swung the sword of cause and effect again, and at the same time used the colorful water. This sword will definitely hit. There is cause and effect, and the cause is the sword wielded by the war saint, and the future Buddha is struck by the sword. The Buddha's robes bulge on the future Buddha's body to resist the attack. The saint killer suddenly appeared next to the future Buddha, the law of shadow broke out, and another sneak attack was successful. Half of future Buddha's body was blown to pieces, and his momentum dropped sharply. Killing Saint Lord also used the water of colors, which greatly increased his attack power. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, Zhang Xingzuan's offensive became more and more fierce, and the future Buddha was in danger. The future Buddha thought of the scene he had seen not long ago, where he saw the Buddha's blood flowing into a river. Now he finally knew that those pictures were real. My Buddhist clan has always been neutral. Why? Gfa, he was still holding on to the last glimmer of hope, or he didn't want to delay. The war saint sneered and said, "You can talk about this when you get to the real paradise world." His offensive became more and more fierce, and he wanted to kill the future Buddha on the spot. Hold on. The present Buddha rushed over to help the future Buddha. As time passed by, the hearts of the two Buddhas sank rapidly. The ice and fire heavenly Buddha they expected did not come. They didn't know whether their magic weapon had failed or whether the ice and fire heavenly Buddha was really dead. Now the Buddha whispered, "I just went to see it some time ago. The ice and fire Buddha is still there. But ancestor, why didn't you come?" In the past, the Buddha smiled bitterly. It didn't matter whether he was here or not. What mattered was that he didn't come. They know that the Buddha clan is finished. As long as they die, the Buddha clan will be slaughtered. The future Buddha transmitted a message to the present Buddha: I will use my last strength to send you away. Now the Buddha was anxious, then what should you do? The future Buddha smiled bitterly: I have been severely injured, and I will not be able to recover in 10,000 years. I will send you away, and you will live in seclusion and look for opportunities to rebuild the Buddha clan and avenge us. Now the Buddha did not hesitate: I will definitely rebuild the Buddhist clan. The future Buddha called out the Buddha's name, and countless Buddha lights shot up from his body, transforming into a huge golden Buddha. The Buddha enveloped them and blocked all attacks. Relax, don't resist, I'll send you away, said the future Buddha. Now the Buddha immediately relaxed and did not make any resistance. The golden Buddha suddenly shrunk, and all of it penetrated into the body of the current Buddha. The space around the current Buddha exploded, and the current Buddha crashed into it and disappeared. At the same time, the whole body of the future Buddha swelled up like a balloon. Back off, he's going to blow himself up. The Saint Realm is going to self-destruct. This power is unimaginable, and the entire paradise will be destroyed. Everyone quickly retreated without any hesitation. Only 2 seconds later, there was a loud bang, the future Buddha self-destructed, and terrifying energy swept across the starry sky. All the beings in the other side realm were affected by the self-destruction and vomited blood. Even the saints didn't feel comfortable. They were closer to the self-destruction point and suffered a greater impact. The war saint suddenly said, No, the saint self-destructs, and the power cannot be so small. Yu Qingxue pondered, I just felt that the soul of the future Buddha seemed to have penetrated into the body of the current Buddha. It was actually only his body that self-destructed, so the power was so small. The war saint asked urgently, Can we catch up? Yu Qingxue said, I will try to find traces in the space. You should deal with the Buddha first. Zhang Xingzuan nodded and sent a message to Wu Xingzuan, let go of the world of rules and let's come in. A portal appeared in front of Wu Xingzuan, and several people rushed in immediately. In just 2 minutes, the battle in the rules world ended. They flew back with the dead body of the past Buddha. At the same time, the battle on the other side of the border has almost come to an end. In the Buddha's star field, the starry sky far away from the paradise world, accompanied by a distortion of the space, now the Buddha suddenly appears. Now the Buddha sighed and finally escaped. He looked around and determined his location. He is in the middle zone of the Buddhist star field. Here, he could feel that the entire Buddhist star field was trembling and wailing. The blood has been stained all over the galaxy, and there are undead souls everywhere. There was hatred in his eyes. I will come back, and the blood debt I owed must be repaid. He determined the direction and was leaving exactly when his body suddenly froze in place. Then he shouted angrily, Future Buddha, what are you doing? Then the voice of the future Buddha came from his mouth, Now Buddha, I would like to lend you your body. Now the Buddha shouted, You want to seize the body? The future Buddha chuckled, Don't put it so harshly, my physical body has self-destructed in order to protect you. Now it's not too much to borrow your physical body from me, right? You also know how difficult it is to reshape the physical body at our level. Now the Buddha was furious and said, Go away, I promise you that I will find a way to reshape your body. It's no longer possible. You didn't resist just now. I've already occupied half of your body. Now I can't leave even if I want to. The two of them now share the same body, speaking 2 words and 2 voices from the same mouth. The future Buddha took advantage of the present Buddha. When he had no resistance, his soul occupied half of his body. The future Buddha whispered, I am the future Buddha, and the future belongs to me. Please give up your resistance. I promise you, I will not destroy your soul, and I will help you reshape your body if there is a chance in the future. Now the Buddha sneered, Do you believe this kind of nonsense? Since you are going to do this, then none of us should leave. I believe they will catch up soon. Now the Buddha is going to ruin it. If you want my body and imprison my soul, then everyone should stop playing. The future Buddha smiled and said, It's useless, haven't you noticed? Your physical body has begun to lose control. While he was speaking, the future Buddha took up more physical bodies. Now the Buddha finally showed his panic. What race are you from, and why did you take over my physical body so easily? As the same Buddha, he has no idea about the true race of the future Buddha. The future Buddha sneered, I come from an ancient race, the spirit-eating tribe. Now Buddha's heart trembled, impossible, haven't the spirit clan been wiped out by Xiao Zhantian? The future Buddha chuckled and said, I am the last survivor of the soul-eating clan. You should know that you can't resist me. Just when the two were falling in love and killing each other, a battleship appeared in the distance. Lin Moyu saw them from a distance. Under the eyes of the undead, two huge soul flames were more dazzling than the stars. Lin Moyu often dealt with the Holy Lord and recognized at a glance that these two soul flames belonged to the Holy Lord. And from a distance, he could feel the annoying Buddhist aura. Needless to say, these two are the saints of the Buddhist clan, also known as the Buddha. It just made Lin Moyu feel strange that these two soul flames were obviously together, and it seems that collisions and battles are still happening. Dog eat dog? Instructing Yu Qingru to park the battleship far away, Lin Moyu planned to go over and take a look. Yu Qingru was very worried. After all, they were two Buddhas. Lin Moyu warned, if anything unusual happens in a while, I will let you go, and you will leave immediately. Now that the space is blocked, even Buddha can't catch up with you. Yu Qingru said worriedly, then what should you do? Lin Moyu smiled casually, I have the means to save my life, and they can't kill me. I guess they were defeated in the battle and were able to escape from the paradise through some secret method. As long as I can hold them off for a while, I believe the saints will arrive soon. If we let them escape, there will really be no peace, and we don't know how much price they will have to pay later. What Lin Moyu said made sense, but Yu Qingru was still worried, then you have to be careful, safety first. Lin Moyu smiled and said, don't worry, you can inform Xingzuan and the others and tell them the specific location. He left the battleship and turned into a stream of light approaching the two of them. He is not talking nonsense, he does have a trump card. Lin Moyu would not joke with his own life. His life is so precious. How could he be so stubborn about it? The tokens of Wu Xingzuan and the Killing Saint, the life-saving ancient talisman of Fu Xingzuan, the death-replacing puppet, the colorful water, and the 7 faith cards. Together, these things are enough for him to protect himself in front of the saint for a period of time. Lin Moyu believed in his own judgment, and Yu Qingru had already informed the saints of their location, so he just needed to hold them back. The future Buddha and the present Buddha are still fighting for control of the physical body, and the present Buddha is obviously at a disadvantage. The characteristic of the soul devourers is to devour the soul and body. In this regard, Buddha is now at a disadvantage and has basically lost control of his body. The horror of the soul devourers not only devours the body, but also the soul. Lin Moyu suddenly appeared, and the battle between the two suddenly stopped. Lin Moyu was thousands of meters apart. Two Buddhas, are you in Bingdao? The voice of the future Buddha appears, go away. The sound was like a rolling torrent, setting off waves in the starry sky. With its roar, the laws were broken one after another. Lin Moyu's whole body bloomed with purple gold light, without being affected at all. Future Buddha was in a daze. With his roar, the deity would be injured, and the little deity would definitely die. But Lin Moyu, the little god, was safe and sound. Get out of here, or I will kill you. The future Buddha roared again, and he felt something was wrong. Lin Moyu chuckled, now he understood the situation. The Buddha's body is extremely unnatural, and the two Buddhas seem to be fighting for control of the body. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly, since the two Buddhas are inconvenienced, I will not be polite to you. Momoyu would not be polite if he took advantage of his illness to kill him. Purple gold light bloomed all over his body, and the immortal flames instantly enveloped the starry sky. The Skeleton King appears with his throne, the Skeleton God General, and the Legion Ruler fill the starry sky in an instant. 50 million skeleton gods will surround the entire starry sky. Future Buddha's expression suddenly changed and he immediately reacted, you are Lin Moyu. The answer is correct, but there is no reward. Lin Moyu rushed over with cold murderous intent. With his purple gold body pushed to the limit, Lin Moyu instantly crossed the distance of 10,000 meters and came to the future Buddha, punching out. Purple gold brilliance flashed past, and the future Buddha was blown away with a scream. Although he controlled most of his body, he still fell short. Facing Lin Moyu's offensive, there was no time to dodge. Lin Moyu's punch was so powerful that his skin was torn to pieces. Even if he is a saint, his physical strength is only at the level of a god. The purple gold body is stronger than the physical body of the god realm. Lin Moyu's punch is enough to cause huge damage to the physical body of the god realm. Lin Moyu's body is like lightning, he catches up with Buddha, and his punches are like lightning. A strange picture appeared in the starry sky. The Buddha looked like a tattered sandbag flying around in the starry sky, being hit and lost by Lin Moyu. The blood of Buddha spilled into the starry sky. There are thousands of punches every second, and Lin Moyu becomes more and more excited as he fights. After listening for several minutes, Lin Moyu finally stopped, looked at the Buddha's body that was almost turned into mud, and waved his arms comfortably, with caution. It's hard to find such a durable punching bag, but Lin Moyu really enjoyed it. The future Buddha roared hoarsely, "You are seeking death." Lin Moyu chuckled, "You can try it." The next second, there was a cold light. The Skeleton King's god-killing sword, the Legion ruler's fatal blow, and the Skeleton God General's sword energy filled the sky, instantly drowning him. Countless attacks overwhelmed the current Buddha. The Legion of the Undead is only in the realm of gods, and the strongest Skeleton King is only a high-level god, which is 18,000 light-years away from the current Buddha. On normal days, their attacks would not be able to get close to the current Buddha. But at this moment, in Buddha's body, two souls competed with each other for his body, causing his body to become stiff and unable to move. He was punched and kicked again by Lin Moyu, which almost turned his body into pulp, completely breaking his defense. The undead army's attack can also play a role. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the current situation is like beating a dungeon boss in a small world. The damage of each hit is very small, commonly known as a scraping attack. Lin Moyu once used this method to kill many boss monsters in the dungeon. Now the old trick is repeated, using the same method to kill the current Buddha. If a powerful man in the Holy Realm is killed in this way, he knows what Hussey's 960 will be like. Lin Moyu naturally does not take this for granted. His goal has not changed. He is just delaying, not really wanting to kill the current Buddha. He is very aware of his own strength, and he knows that he cannot be killed. Tens of millions of undead legions formed an unknown encirclement of many layers, while Lin Moyu kept retreating and reached the outermost edge of the encirclement. Bursts of Buddhist sounds sounded, and the Buddhist lich appeared beside him. The truth-seeing technique is activated, and Lin Moyu looks into the future. Unfortunately, there is still no result, the law of fate is still affected, and the true technique cannot predict the future. Lin Moyu knows that the truth-seeing technique only touches the surface of the law of destiny, and it can still work without any interference. Now that the law of destiny has been disturbed, the art of seeing the truth has lost its effect. The truth-seeing technique is useless, Lin Moyu can only trust his own intuition. Wu Xingzuan's voice came from the shell, "Hold him, we are on our way and will arrive in 10 minutes. Due to the double blockade of space, although the starry skyfish people have communication methods, they are also affected. It had been several minutes since Yu Qingru sent the message before Lin Moyu received a reply. Lin Moyu calculated in his mind, the message should have been sent 3 minutes ago, which means that Xingzuan and the others will arrive in 7 minutes. I'm going to put off these 7 minutes. 7 minutes is neither long nor short. For a person at the level of Lord Buddha, a lot can be done in 7 minutes. It's more than enough to destroy several galaxies. Just as I was thinking about how to delay these 7 minutes, my heart suddenly sounded a loud alarm, and my soul kept sending warnings. At the same time, an angry voice sounded in the starry sky, "If you dare to insult me like this, I will kill you, imprison your soul, and roast it for 100,000 years." A powerful aura rose from the encirclement of the undead army, and a huge Buddha statue appeared in the starry sky. Among the Buddha statues, the Buddha's physical body has now recovered. Countless attacks fell on the Buddha statue, and they were like mud cows entering the sea without any ripples. Recovered? Lin Moyu's heart tightened, but it felt wrong. The aura emanating from the Buddha now, although very strong, is only equivalent to the realm of the other side. The two sides were fighting for control of the physical body before, but the aura exuding was that of a real saint. It was precisely because of this that Lin Moyu could identify the other party at a glance as the escaped Buddha. Now, the Buddha has become an ancient Buddha, which is much different. He paid some price to recover. The aura has dropped from the Buddha to the ancient Buddha, but I don't know if the strength has declined. But this is good for me. After 7 minutes, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, and he instantly judged the situation in front of him. Gu Fo's gaze crossed the starry sky, penetrated the undead army, and landed on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. He knew that he was targeted by Gu Fo. But so what? With a thought in his heart, the undead army continued to attack, filling all the gaps between himself and the ancient Buddha. On the surface, if you want to kill yourself, you must first kill these undead legions. But Lin Moyu knew that things might not be that simple. The warnings from the soul were getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed that something bad was about to happen. A strange galaxy appeared in the starry sky. This galaxy was somewhat illusory and unreal. This shows that the existence of the summoned galaxy does not have perfect control over this law of the galaxy. Lin Moyu looked at this law galaxy that suddenly appeared. This is the law of destiny. He thought of the abilities of the 3 Buddhas in the Buddhist clan. Together, they can use the complete law of destiny. Now that they are scattered, their control over the law of destiny is weakened, but they can still use it. It is much stronger than my own ability to see the truth. Fate has revealed that human Lin Moyu will die under this attack. A terrible sound roared in the starry sky. Lin Moyu's heart tightened, and for no reason, the thought that I was going to die arose in his mind. He immediately guarded his mind and wiped away this inappropriate attitude. The invisible force affected his thinking and made Lin Moyu palpitate. Is this the law of fate? The next second, he looked up and saw a huge Buddha's palm, overwhelmingly pressing towards him. This palm ignored the undead army and only targeted himself. Lin Moyu felt that he was locked in and there was no other way to go except hard connection. If you can catch it, you will live. If you can't, you will die. The law of destiny is rolling in the galaxy, setting off huge waves. Fate is constantly affecting Lin Moyu, and all kinds of chaotic thoughts are rising in his soul. I can't handle this palm. No need to resist, just give up. I can't fight against fate. Fate has already determined the outcome. All kinds of messy thoughts are boiling in his mind, affecting all Lin Moyu's movements. Get away! Lin Moyu shouted angrily in his heart and wiped away the unwanted thoughts for the second time. But the law of fate is still coming, constantly affecting Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu sticks to the Taoist heart and is no longer affected. Looking up at the palm of the Buddha that was pressed down, the Hell of Bones appeared and was crushed instantly. Hell of Bones completed his mission and completed the mark. Soul lock, a corpse appeared in Lin Moyu's hands. A corpse belonging to the peak god. He has 10 corpses like this on his hands. Hundreds of drops of colorful water flew out and dissipated in the starry sky. One faith card is shattered and 15 pieces of faith power are burned at the same time. Stellar level magic, corpse explosion. The body of the peak god turned into dust on the spot. There was a loud 1.6 bang, and the Buddha's palm exploded on the spot. With multiple blessings, the power of this blow reached the other side, and was indistinguishable from the current Buddha's palm. Impossible. Buddha's disbelieving voice sounded in the starry sky. How could his fatal palm that triggered the law of fate be cracked so easily? Although he was astonished, he also understood what was going on. Water of colors, power of faith. Lin Moyu, your strength impresses me. Lin Moyu sneered, there are still many things that will impress you. After a battle, Lin Moyu has determined that Buddha's strength has indeed reached the mainland. From the Buddha to the ancient Buddha, the only trouble is the law of fate. Other than that, it is equivalent to the ordinary other side realm. Although it is said to be dragging, there are many ways to drag. Lin Moyu doesn't like to be beaten passively, so he chooses to take the initiative. With the ancient talisman and jade token appearing in his hand, Lin Moyu's aura began to increase wildly. Original spell, gather. Lin Moyu instantly broke through the boundaries of the gods, and his breath soared into the sky. Now the Buddha was stunned for a moment, and then shouted in shock, "Original magic, how can you have original magic?" Lin Moyu sneered, "Are you an idiot? How can it be possible to answer this kind of question? The Buddha in front of me must have a broken head. The Law Galaxy has baptized 99% of it, and the purple gold body serves as the foundation, and the upper limit of improvement has been raised again." After staying at the 6th level of the god for half a second, he jumped again and entered the 7th level of the god. A trace of the power of rules is born on its own, and the power of rules contains the power of life and death. Compared with the law of immortality, the power of the law of immortality is more powerful, and the two forces of life and death are more fully integrated, and it becomes difficult to distinguish each other. The fusion of gray and white presents a color similar to chaos, but clearer than chaos. Lin Moyu feels that he can still control it, but the control is very difficult and he cannot do whatever he wants. He knew that his realm was not enough, and now he was only temporarily improving his realm, and was not a true high-level god. But it's not important. What's important is that the improved realm gave him the corresponding soul power. All the soul power was injected into the ancient talisman, and at the same time thousands of drops of colorful water flew out, a faith card burned blazingly, and 16,000 copies of the power of faith were injected into the ancient talisman. Lin Moyu used all his strength to push the power of the ancient talisman to the limit. With a buzzing sound, the galaxy shattered, and the tongue talisman's giant fist appeared in the starry sky. The giant fist was extremely heavy, exuding strong power of rules, crushing the space and shattering the galaxy. At this moment, the giant fist has reached the other shore realm, and may not be as powerful as a full blow in the other shore realm. But even if they are both in the other side, Buddha must deal with it with all his strength now, otherwise he is very likely to be hit hard. Amazing suction force erupted from the giant fist, firmly sucking the current Buddha, making it impossible for him to escape. Now the Buddha shouted angrily, "Fire-eating Buddha lotus." He squeezed the lotus with his hand, and a huge lotus emerged from the starry sky. Lotus' whole body was bathed in fire, and wherever the flames touched, the undead legions collapsed one after another. In an instant, millions of skeleton gods died. The spells of the other shore realm, both in terms of range and power, are so powerful that they are unstoppable. The fire-eating Buddha lotus spins crazily in the starry sky, spraying out boundless flames. Lin Moyu frowned, and he realized that he seemed to have underestimated the other side realm. And the ancient Buddha in front of you is no ordinary ancient Buddha. He is an ancient Buddha descended from the Buddha, and his magic skills are not comparable to those of ordinary ancient Buddhas. The token to kill the Holy Lord is held in his hand, ready to be activated at any time. Suddenly, the fire-eating Buddha lotus shook violently, and with a roar, it collapsed straight away. All the flames disappeared at this moment. "Now Buddha, you still want to resist?" The angry roar of the past Buddha sounded. Now the Buddha's voice came out of the same mouth, "Since you want me to die, then you don't want to live. Do you think you have already taken over the physical body? This is my physical body, how can you easily take over it? Can't you move? I just made you happy a little bit, now I am the official. Human boy, take action quickly, he can't move now." Lin Moyu finally understood that the Buddha in the past wanted to devour the body of the current Buddha. Just now, Buddha temporarily retreated, allowing Buddha to succeed temporarily. But now Buddha has not given up and is waiting for the opportunity to take action again. Yufeng once again fell into a battle for physical control. Without the Buddha lotus to stop him, Gu was in front of him in a blink of an eye. Boom! A huge gap was suddenly opened in the starry sky, and the golden Buddha statue was torn into pieces. In the past, the Buddha let out a terrifying scream. And this punch not only shattered his body, but also penetrated into his soul. Screaming with the Buddhas of the past is the Buddha of the present. The two share a physical body and are considered as one by the punch of the ancient talisman. Lin Moyu frowned, and everything was gone. The power of the ancient talisman's punch can be divided into two parts. One part is used to crush the body, and the other part is used to destroy the soul. Even in the other side state, without defense, the body and soul will be severely damaged. This is not the case. Now there are two souls in the Buddha's body. The power of the ancient talisman's punch is divided into two and falls on the two souls at the same time. As a result, both souls were injured, but not too seriously. Moreover, the degree of injury to the two souls is not the same. The soul of the current Buddha has become weaker, while the soul of the future Buddha has only become slightly weaker. This punch completely broke the original balance between the two. Lin Moyu sensed this situation and decisively activated the token of Killing the Saint. There is a trace of the soul of Killing Saint in the token of Killing Saint, who is usually in a deep sleep state. Now activated, the token turned into powder, and a Killing Saint appeared next to Lin Moyu. The Saint Killer's aura was about the other side, his eyes were dull, his soul had no intelligence, and he didn't know what to do. It is like a puppet that needs orders from Lin Moyu. Kill him. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Killing Saint instantly disappeared into the darkness. In the next breath, a dark shadow appeared next to Buddha. The shadow held an equally black dagger and stabbed it in hard. The two Buddhas were still fighting for control of their bodies, and their souls were still fighting madly. They had no time to react to the sudden intervention of the Killing Saint. The shadow rule broke out, and with a roar, a huge hole was blown out of Buddha's body. Screams rang out, and it was hard to imagine that two completely different screams could come out of one mouth at the same time. Sha Xingzuan received Lin Moyu's order and launched attacks non-stop. In the blink of an eye, Buddha's body was riddled with holes. Screams followed one after another. The shadow rules had corrosive properties, making the wounds difficult to heal. If this continues, let alone 7 minutes, in 1 minute, the Buddha's physical body will completely collapse. At that time, it will not be delayed for 7 minutes, but the feat of killing the Holy Lord will be completed. But how could the Holy Lord be so easy to kill? Lin Moyu felt that things would never go so smoothly. Future Buddha roared, "If you continue to resist, we will all die." Now the Buddha said coldly, "Then let's die together. 730, I will not give up my body to you." Future Buddha's voice became increasingly crazier, "If that's the case, then go die." The body that was riddled with holes suddenly swelled up, like a balloon that was leaking air everywhere, but it happened to swell to the point of exploding. "No, this guy is going to blow himself up." Lin Moyu immediately retreated. How terrible it would be for the Holy Lord to self-destruct. Even if he had a few lives, it probably wouldn't be enough to kill him. While retreating, he sent a message to Yu Qingru, "Retreat quickly, retreat." He also took back the undead army and placed a large number of undead army in front of him to become a human shield. His voice was urgent, and Yu Qingru reacted quickly and immediately started the battleship. Boom! Now the Buddha explodes, and terrifying energy sweeps across the starry sky. Lin Moyu watched with his own eyes as the terrifying shock wave swept over him, his purple gold body shimmering, and the star tower lich appeared, scattering starlight. Lin Moyu knows it's basically useless, but it's better than nothing. Countless skeleton gods will lose contact with themselves, and huge energy will sweep in. We're in big trouble. Lin Moyu muttered lightly, and he saw with his own eyes that the nearest Killing Saint was destroyed by the Buddha's self-destruction. The energy rushed forward, and Lin Moyu was ready to resist. He has 2 chances to be resurrected, as well as a scapegoat. Lin Moyu felt that at most he could not save the puppet, but he would not die. But in a blink of an eye, the space was distorted, and Yu Qingru's princess battleship appeared in front of her, just in time to block the coming impact. The moment the battleship appeared, the impact also followed one after another. The battleship erupted with deep blue light, and the space was twisted and torn apart, forming a space barrier in an attempt to block the impact. The power of the self-destruction was too strong, and the newly formed space barrier was instantly destroyed. The Princess battleship was shaken by the impact of self-destruction energy. It continued to activate the laws of space, continued to fight against self-destruction, and firmly blocked Lin Moyu behind it. Lin Moyu watched with his own eyes as cracks appeared in the hull of the battleship and it could collapse at any time. When the battleship collapses, Yu Qingru inside has no chance of surviving. Boom! Dense cracks appeared on the battleship, and it was about to collapse. Silly woman! Lin Moyu cursed lightly and rushed to the other end of the battleship. Purple light flashed all over his body and he punched the battleship's head hard. The battleship was suddenly deflected and flew towards the other side. With his purple-gold body fully deployed, Lin Moyu transformed into a giant and blocked the assassination impact for the battleship. Zijin's body collapsed under the impact, and Lin Moyu watched with his own eyes as his body was smashed into powder by the violent force. The purple-gold body is very strong, but it is not absolutely strong. Facing the Holy Lord's self-destruction, it was still not enough, so he could only hold on for a few seconds. The Star Tower Lich collapsed in an instant and died extremely quickly. Fortunately, the Lich will not really die, it will only take a while to resurrect. Lin Moyu fired thousands of punches in an instant, and countless rays of purple light flashed through the starry sky, like meteors flashing past and being swallowed by self-destruction. When the physical strength reaches a certain level, he can defeat all kinds of magic with one force, but it is a pity that Lin Moyu is not close enough. After holding on for a few seconds, Zijin's body completely collapsed. Then the purple light flashed by, the new talent was activated, and Lin Moyu was reborn. Everything returned to its peak state, and the purple gold body unfolded again. The power of self-destruction has weakened. Lin Moyu was slightly happy. After being blocked by the Princess battleship, part of the direct explosion energy star has been consumed. Later, he threw thousands of punches to offset them, and part of the self-destruction energy was consumed. After completing a new life, the energy of self-destruction has been reduced by more than half than before. Lin Moyu judged that he could survive this self-destruction without even needing a second rebirth. Suddenly, I felt vigilant in my heart. No, it's not that easy. How could the power of Buddha's self-destruction be so small? The last thing the future Buddha said just now was that you should die, not that we should die together. It's only the body that self-destructs, not the soul. At the level of Buddha, the soul can survive for a long, long time after leaving the body. If it wanted to escape, it would be impossible for him to catch up. However, without the protection of the physical body, the soul will become fragile and very dangerous. Lin Moyu judged that the trapped Buddha would never put himself in such a dangerous situation. In this way, there is only one possibility. The future Buddha has taken a fancy to his own body. Seize the body. An old and terrible word came to mind. In the history of the big world, there have been several races that have the ability to devour other people's souls and occupy other people's bodies. This ability is called seizing the body. It is also because this ability is so terrifying that those races have been swept away by the tide of history. But just now, the future Buddha was obviously trying to seize the past Buddha. Lin Moyu suddenly woke up. He knew what race the future Buddha would be. They are both Buddhas and have the same realm, and there is only one race that can still have the upper hand in the competition, the spirit-eating tribe. 100,000 years ago, 200 races formed an army to attack the human race, and the spirit devourers were one of them. At that time, many human beings had their bodies taken over by the spirit devourers. They controlled their bodies and killed them at the same time. Later, when Xiao Zhantian was born, the first thing he did was to belong to the entire spirit-eating clan. It is said that the soul-devouring clan has been exterminated and there is no fish that has slipped through the net. Now it seems that this is not the case. Not only are there fish that have slipped through the net, but their descendants are still multiplying, and there are even people from the soul-eating tribe who have become Buddhas. The impact of the explosion gradually weakened, and Lin Moyu looked very miserable at the moment, with his body riddled with holes and his breath weak, as if he only had his last breath left. A faint light flashed before his eyes, and Lin Moyu's heart moved. Here he comes. There was an extremely weak light hidden in the shockwave and came closer. It was extremely careful and came over after making sure that Lin Moyu was really dead. Well hidden. Lin Moyu had to admire him for being able to hide the energy of the Saint Realm so perfectly. If he hadn't also possessed the soul of the other side realm and was very keen, he would have been unable to discover it. Lin Moyu pretended not to notice him and continued to grit his teeth and bear the impact of the explosion. The body becomes more broken and closer to death. The soul devourers have no body, their strength is their soul. There are two prerequisites for the soul-eating tribe to seize the body. First, there is no resistance from the person being taken away, allowing him to freely enter the soul world and then occupy the physical body. The second one is that the other person is on the verge of death and his consciousness gradually dissipates, but he is not really dead. Two conditions must meet one to complete equanimity. I now meet the second requirement, but he was very cautious and did not come over. He was waiting for me to get weaker, preferably waiting for me to lose consciousness, but not completely die. Since you are so cautious, I will come over. Lin Moyu's mind was racing and he immediately made a corresponding plan. He is serious about acting, and very serious about it. Gradually, Lin Moyu became weaker, and her condition became worse and worse. The soul of the past Buddha is also getting closer. Both are cautious. There was movement in the battleship, and Yu Qingru seemed to be about to come out. But she didn't dare to come out. Although the power of the explosion had weakened a lot, the surroundings were still filled with terrifying energy flow. With her strength, leaving the battleship would mean death. Lin Moyu can only hope that Yu Qingru will not come out now. He couldn't send a message to Yu Qingru. After all, there was a spirit devourer at the saint level next to him, and his message was likely to be discovered. But just because he didn't transmit a message, it didn't mean that Yu Qingru couldn't transmit a message. Yu Qingru came over with an anxious voice. Lin Moyu, are you okay? Are you okay? How are you doing? Just when Yu Qingru's soul was transmitting the sound, the approaching light group suddenly stopped. Lin Moyu knew that the other party could indeed hear the soul transmission. His heart moved, and he also sent a message back. No. I'm fine. His voice, De Wangzhao, was very weak, and even the sound transmission was intermittent. Yu Qingru felt Lin Moyu's weakness. You have to hold on, you must hold on. The elders should be arriving soon, they will be there in a few minutes. Lin Moyu hummed slightly and stopped talking. It seemed that he didn't even have the energy to speak. His breath was declining sharply, becoming weaker and weaker. Yu Qingru kept transmitting messages anxiously, but received no response. Future Buddha finally moved again. He approached Lin Moyu again, and his speed was faster than before, as if he was a little anxious. An invisible wave emanated from his soul. Yu Qingru groaned and fell softly to the ground, losing consciousness. Lin Moyu also groaned and completely lost consciousness. The purple gold light on his body became weaker and weaker, almost collapsing. This is the soul attack of the past Buddha, which is enough to make all cultivators under high-level gods unconscious. After seeing Lin Moyu lose consciousness, the soul of the past Buddha finally boldly rushed towards Lin Moyu. The soul is getting closer and closer to Lin Moyu, and finally shows its fangs. He is a soul eater. As long as he gets into the soul world, he will eat Lin Moyu's soul and occupy Lin Moyu's body. Then he can inherit everything from Lin Moyu and become another Lin Moyu. Although Lin Moyu is still just a little god, it doesn't matter. Lin Moyu is a genius, a top genius. After he becomes Lin Moyu, if he practices hard, he will soon become a saint. He had done this in the past, seizing bodies again and again, changing bodies again and again, choosing geniuses each time, and the more he changed, the stronger he became. He has lived for 100,000 years and is one of the survivors of the Soul Eater tribe. There are very few survivors like him. No one else knows a characteristic of the soul devourers, that is, their souls can live forever. As long as they can find a suitable body, they can live forever. Therefore, even if there is only one survivor, as long as you are careful, the soul devourers can exist for a long time. The future Buddha's physical body is already old, and he has already wanted to change it. This time is also an opportunity. As for the life and death of the Buddhist clan, he didn't care at all. For him, the race he belongs to determines which race he belongs to. If the Buddhist clan dies, then let it die. Closer, closer. Lin Moyu's delicious body is right in front of him, and he is about to be reborn. 887, suddenly, a strong hand grabbed him. The soul of the past Buddha suddenly exploded, but it was shrouded in a purple-gold light and could not move. A cold voice sounded, "I heard that the soul devourers have no fighting power without acquiring a physical body. But I'm surprised that you still have soul attack ability." It seems that the information is not entirely correct. Lin Moyu's whole body was shrouded in purple-gold light, and white energy was flowing around his body. All injuries were healing quickly, and he did not look as weak as before. "I've been fooled." Future Buddha finally understood that he had been fooled, and Lin Moyu was simply faking it. Future Buddha's voice was cold. "I didn't expect that I would be plotted by you." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "It's not about calculation, it's just acting." The future Buddha snorted, "Do you think you can trap me in this way? I lost this round, but remember, our revenge is not over yet. When I return, it will be your death. I just hope you can still recognize me by then." The future Buddha sneered, his soul shimmered and began to become elusive and hazy. The soul turned into light and slipped through Lin Moyu's fingers. Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. "It's useless, you can't escape, Bei." Only 100 meters away, a light group reappeared. The future Buddha screamed in panic, "What have you done?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You guess." Lin Moyu was not anxious at all and did not catch him. It seemed that he was not afraid that he could escape at all. The future Buddha looked around, suddenly realized something, and his voice trembled, "In the virtual realm of the Holy Lord." Lin Moyu snapped his fingers and said, "Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. Just stay well in the virtual realm. Holy Lord Hao will arrive after a while." After Lin Moyu finished speaking, his body gradually became weak. Seeing Lin Moyu about to leave, the future Buddha screamed, "Come back and let me go, and you can do whatever you want. As long as you promise to let me go, I can recognize you as my master and become your slave forever. A saint-level thug will be of great help to you. Believe me, I am very obedient." Lin Moyu's figure continued to disappear, and at the same time a disdainful sneer sounded, "I have plenty of thugs, but I can't stand a loser like you." The door to the virtual realm is closed, and everything is closed in darkness. While Lin Moyu caught him, he had activated the token of Saint Hao and opened the virtual realm. The virtual realm was open just in case. Lin Moyu felt that a soul-devourer tribesman and a soul in the saint realm must have a way to save his life. 100,000 years ago, Xiao Zhanshan failed to completely wipe them out, so he must be careful. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the command card given by Saint Hao to evolve the virtual realm and get trapped in it. The virtual realm opened silently, and the future Buddha was not even aware of it. As a result, Lin Moyu guessed it correctly, and he indeed had a way to save his life. If there was no virtual realm trapping him, he might really have escaped. That's when the real trouble comes. The aftermath of the explosion has finally subsided, and the starry sky is gradually being repaired under the rules of the big world. The self-destruction of the Holy Lord was too strong, and the repair speed of the entire starry sky was very slow, and it would take some time to recover. Lin Moyu returned to the battleship, looked at the unconscious Yu Qingru, and popped out a burst of life force. The majestic vitality fell on Yu Qingru, who groaned softly and slowly woke up. Seeing that Lin Moyu was okay, Yu Qingru's eyes showed surprise. "Are you okay?" She didn't care at all why she fainted just now, she only had Lin Moyu in her eyes. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's okay, it's all over." Yu Qingru looked down at Lin Moyu and made sure that Lin Moyu was really fine. Only then did she feel relieved. How could I have fainted just now? The soul of the future Buddha used soul attack. Lin Moyu briefly talked about what happened just now. Yu Qingru was shocked to hear that this could be the case. She had also heard about the soul-devouring tribe, which was a very terrifying race. What's scary is not their strength, but their talent. 2 minutes later, with the distortion of space, the God of War castle finally appeared in the starry sky. Along with the God of War fortress, there were also several warships from the starry sky Murloc tribe. The elders and saints flew out, and Lin Moyu and Yu Qingru also rushed forward. Seeing that Yu Qingru was okay, several Fishmen clan elders breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the battleship Princess, which was almost turned into scrap metal, everyone's expressions changed. The atmosphere of war is everywhere here, the broken starry sky is still slowly being repaired, and the power of rules is permeating the air. Needless to say, the battle here is fierce. Wu Xingzuan whispered, "Where is the Buddha now? In which direction did he escape?" Lin Moyu said, "He is dead." Several people were horrified and shocked. How could such a majestic Buddha die? If he is really dead, there is only one possibility, and that is Lin Moyu killed him. But how could Lin Moyu kill Buddha? The difference in realm is really too big. The one who knows Lin Moyu best among the people is undoubtedly Hao Xingzuan. He knows that Lin Moyu's combat power is very strong and cannot be measured by realm. But it is absolutely impossible for him to kill the Holy Lord. The War Saint's eyes flickered. How did he die? Forced to self-destruct and die. Lin Moyu said again what he had just said to Yu Qingru. At the same time, he handed Wu Xingzuan's token to Wu Xingzuan. There was a virtual realm in the token, and the virtual realm contained the soul of the future Buddha. When they heard that the soul of the future Buddha turned out to be a spirit eater, everyone's expressions changed drastically. From their faces, Lin Moyu knew that this matter was very big. He guessed that the soul devourers were far more terrifying than what he knew. There must be something hidden in it. Saint Hao checked his token and saw the soul of the future Buddha from the virtual realm. It's really the Soul Eater tribe. He casually increased the intensity of the virtual realm in the token, just in case. Zhang Xingzuan frowned. We are in big trouble. Yu Qingxue, the great elder of the Starry Sky Fishman clan, also had complicated eyes at this time. I didn't expect that the spirit-eating clan still exists. This is a terrible race. It seems that the world will not be peaceful again. The War Saint said, fortunately, he is locked up in the virtual realm. If he is allowed to escape, it will be a real trouble. Saint Hao was worried. I wonder if he has revealed the information. Lin Moyu was a little strange. Double space blockade. Can he still pass on the message? Yes. Wu Xingzuan gave an affirmative answer. The soul-eating tribe has a special ability. Their tribesmen can communicate with each other regardless of spatial distance. It's just that the farther the distance, the greater the consumption. And this kind of communication ignores the space blockade. Even now, he is in the virtual realm, and I don't know if I can block him. Calendar. He actually has such perverted abilities. Ignoring the blockade and just consuming energy to communicate with the clansmen is too perverted. Zhang Xingzuan shook his head. I don't think he has contacted the clansmen. They will not contact the clansmen easily. I will tell you the specific reason after returning. Saint Killer's voice was full of murderous intent. It doesn't matter what race he is, as long as he dares to harm the human race, then kill him. The War Saint nodded. The battle is almost over. His words were in order, and several people from the other side took action at the same time, rushing towards the nearest star system and joining the battle group. Yu Qingxue also issued an order at the same time, asking the elders of the Starry Sky Fishman clan to cooperate. With the combined efforts of both parties, the efficiency is surprisingly high. All the ancient Buddhas and Buddhas in the Buddhist clan are dead and have been lost due to the situation. 2 days later, this blitzkrieg ended completely. The whole process lasted less than 4 days and was very smooth and fast because it was accurate and sufficient. The War Saint said to Yu Qingxue, this star field will belong to you from now on. Yu Qingxue naturally understood the meaning of Zhang Xingzuan's words. Well, we will clean up the mess here, and we will also set up a teleportation array so that the two races can communicate with each other. War Saint said, according to the agreement, our war god temple will send a team to help you guard until your situation is stable. Yu Qingxue smiled and said, if you take any action, we will fully cooperate with you. The previous agreement between the two parties was by no means as simple as helping the Starry Sky Fishmen to grab territory. There are still many things that require the assistance of the two races in the future. After all, the space advantage of the Starry Sky Fishmen makes many actions easier. Just like this time, without the space power of the Starry Sky Fish human race, even if the human race really wanted to attack the Buddha race, they would have to pay a lot of price. And it is inevitable that something will slip through the net, which will be very troublesome in the future. Unlike now, where there is a double space blockade, communication is cut off, and then a direct raid is carried out from the inside, it is almost impossible to escape. This time the Buddhist clan is completely finished, and there is almost no fish that has slipped through the net. Even if a few escape occasionally, they are just small fish and shrimps, and there will no longer be a place for them in the big world. Lin Moyu knows that no matter which race he doesn't like the Buddhists very much. Even if there are a lot of dirty demon clan secretly with the Buddha clan, they will only add insult to injury. The Starry Skyfish human race began to clean up the battlefield, and the human race also left a large number of gods to help guard the battlefield. In the next few days, a large number of starry fishmen will come over to reorganize the star field. The broken stars will be refined and merged again. The God Lord will rebuild a galaxy and form a home suitable for them to survive. In a few years, this star field will be prosperous again. The Starry Skyfish people will also announce their return to the entire world in the near future. One of the 4 great origin tribes, the Starry Skyfish tribe, who had been away from the world for many years, made a high-profile return, and as soon as they came back, they destroyed the Buddha tribe together with the human tribe. You can imagine how shocking this news will be. It will make many races feel scared. Yu Qingru and Lin Moyu stood in the starry sky. Starlight came from a distant place and reflected on their faces. Yu Qingru was a little reluctant. You are going back soon, when can we meet again? Lin Moyu said, if I have a chance, I will come here to find you. Yu Qingru suddenly laughed, I remember what you said. If you don't come to me, I can't spare you. Lin Moyu smiled and said nothing more. Some things are better left unsaid. After all, Yu Qingru's identity is different. Once something is said, it will be difficult to end it. The God of War fortress slowly started up and disappeared into the starry sky. Lin Moyu left. Yu Qingru felt empty in her heart, and her eyes became moist for some reason. Putting a gentle hand on Yu Qingru's shoulder, Yu Qingxue said, Qingru, there are some things that you can only keep in your heart. Yu Qingru said, Great Elder, is there nothing you can do? Yu Qingxue sighed, if he can break through the Holy Lord, this is said in vain. Breaking through the Holy Lord, no one has achieved it in millions of years. Although Lin Moyu is a top genius, Yu Qingxue also believes that he can reach the other side and even become a saint. But if Lin Moyu can reach the level of the Holy Lord, Qingxue doesn't think Lin Moyu can do something that even Lang Gedian hasn't accomplished yet. Yu Qingru was very smart, and her eyes faded away, and she turned to say, Great Elder, I want to hear the story of the ancestor of Luotian. Yu Qingxue smiled and said, Haven't you heard of Qingru? Yu Qingru rarely showed her little daughter's appearance and coquettishly said, But I just want to hear more. Yu Qingxue's eyes were full of doting. Okay, let me tell you the story of the ancestor of Luotian. The fortress of Ares moves forward in deep space. The war saint reported a number. In this operation, a total of 832 gods were killed in battle, including 522 first to third level gods, 271 fourth to sixth level gods, and 39 high-level gods. 3 people in the other shore realm are injured, and no one is the god of war. No one died in the battle, the Holy Lord. After the Lord of War reported the numbers, he issued another order, when we return, these brothers will be buried with lavish burials. Their families will give special treatment and special quotas to join the war temple. As you command. Immediately, someone from the other side received the order. Zhang Xingzuan said, in a few days, all major races will know the news of the destruction of the Buddha clan. Maybe some races will take action. We must be prepared. Wu Xingzuan said, preparations have been made before the operation. All major military regions have begun to be on alert. There will be no major chaos. Saint Killer sneered, I don't think any of them would dare to take action, but now, it's no match. Wu Xingzuan shook his head, we may not take action now, but our actions can make them feel threatened, and maybe they will join forces again. Saint Killer snorted, as long as they dare to come, I will kill them until they cry for father and mother. Fu Xingzuan was playing with a magic weapon in his hand, which was similar to a ruler. An ancient talisman appeared on the magic weapon. Saint Fu seemed to be studying the ancient talisman on it, and said softly, when we study this magic weapon thoroughly, then our human race will no longer have to worry about anything. Lin Moyu felt the power of destiny from the magic weapon. This is a magic weapon based on the law of destiny. Lin Moyu thought of something and was about to speak, but Saint Hao interrupted him, go back and tell me something. Saint Hao did not give Lin Moyu a specific explanation, but Lin Moyu could naturally guess it with his intelligence. The reason lies in the Soul Eater clan. The appearance of the soul-devouring clan aroused the vigilance of all the saints. Especially this time, the Spirit Eaters appeared as Buddha. It can be imagined how deep the soul-devouring clan has been dormant for so many years. Although the human race has always been monitored by the Human Emperor Network, the Human Emperor Network cannot monitor people's hearts, and it cannot guarantee 100% that there are no soul eaters hiding in it. Foreign enemies are not scary, but chaos is what is really scary. If there really is a soul-devouring clan in the human race, if they are just gods, they can still be controlled. If the soul-devouring clan appears on the other side and the Holy Lord, that will be a real big trouble. Even among the people present, no one could guarantee whether there was a spirit-devouring clan. Lin Moyu can imagine that after returning, there will definitely be a major inspection. This inspection will affect most of the human race, and at least all the divine cities will be subject to 887 inspections. As for how to check, that is unknown. Come to think of it, the human race has its own tricks. Several saints talked about the process of the battle again. Lin Moyu just listened and said nothing. After hearing that the current Buddha had used a magic weapon and asking for help, Chang said that he wanted to awaken an ancestor. But then there was no movement, and their actions did not receive any assistance. This made several saints very confused and even a little wary. Lin Moyu knew very well that the person they were asking for help should be the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha. Fortunately, he killed the Ice and Fire Buddha, otherwise the Ice and Fire Buddha would be resurrected, and the outcome of this battle would be hard to say. The Buddha clan indeed has the means to resurrect the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha. It's still the human heart. For the sake of one's own power, it ended up being a funeral. Lin Moyu sighed in his heart. If it were not for his own power and not wanting to be inferior to one person, the Buddhist clan would not be like this. In the big world, no one can currently block the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha. If the Buddhist clan had him in charge, the status of the Buddhist clan would be unshakable. Just for the sake of power, the three Buddhas did not want to have someone above their heads, so they never resurrected the Ice and Fire Buddha. This also led to a series of things happening later. The God of War Fortress returned to the human star territory and did not stop in the Azure Dragon star territory. Instead, it flew directly to the Divine City. Feeling the familiar atmosphere of the human race, the power of the Human Emperor Network became stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu's heart became quieter. After the God of War Fortress approached the Divine City star territory, it did not enter, but moved in another direction. Between the Divine City star territory and the four major star territories, there is a seemingly desolate area. In the middle of the dark desolation, a huge galaxy appeared in front of Lin Moyu. This galaxy has 2 dim stars and a total of 28 giant planets. Before entering the galaxy, Lin Moyu felt countless terrifying auras. There are many realms of the other side and countless gods inside. This is the headquarters of the Temple of War? Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. In this galaxy hidden in the darkness, the power of the Temple of War is hidden. The God of War fortress stopped outside the galaxy and did not enter. Saint Hao said, Lao Zhan, this part of the War Temple will be left to you. You should know how. The War Saint nodded, don't worry, our War God Temple has a way to deal with the soul devourers. On your side, the impact is very wide, so it may be more troublesome. Saint Hao sighed, no matter how troublesome it is, I have to do it. I hope the result won't be too bad. As he spoke, Saint Hao glanced at him and said, let's go. Saint Wu, Saint Killer, Saint Fu, and several other gods who did not belong to the Temple of War stood up at the same time. Saying goodbye to War Saint Zun and others, Wu Xingzuan took out a battleship, and everyone flew towards the Divine City Star Field. It can be seen from Wu Xingzuan's expression that there may be waves in the human race next. Lin Moyu was a little curious about how the medical saint and the others would investigate the spirit-eating clan. After all, the ability of the soul devourers to seize the body buckle and hide it is not trivial. The current Buddha and the future Buddha have been together for tens of thousands of years, but they still failed to find out that the future Buddha was taken away by the spirit devourers. Lin Moyu was a little curious and didn't know what kind of methods the human race had. If you think about it, you will know immediately. These people present now must be the first batch of investigation targets. Even the Holy Lord is no exception. Saint Hao seemed to have communicated something with the Human Emperor Network. They did not enter the Divine City Star domain from the port star, but directly entered from the other side. The formation that protected the Divine City Star territory opened a hole, and the Human Emperor Network interfered with reality and directly opened up a new channel for them. After entering the Divine City Star territory, the battleship began to accelerate rapidly and moved forward at the fastest speed. The galaxy is like a reflection, turning into a stream of light and quickly moving away. The aura of the Human Emperor Network increased sharply, and Lin Moyu knew that they were heading towards the true core of the human race. The battleship made space jumps again and again, flying an unknown distance of light years, before finally stopping. Lin Moyu also saw shadows outside the battleship. It was an extremely splendid city. The whole city was larger than the galaxy. The city is shrouded in countless formations, standing in the starry sky. There are countless buildings in the city, and each one is beautiful. Especially in the center of the city, a great hall stands there, and its height is difficult to estimate. Roughly looking at the size, this hall is huge compared to the stars. Lin Moyu even felt that it was enough to accommodate the small world in which he was born. Human Divine City, Central Temple, Lin Moyu murmured softly. The holy land that humans yearn for, the true divine city of humans. All human cultivators, everyone wants to come here. In the description of the Human Emperor Network, the Divine City is a great existence and a great masterpiece of the ancestors of the human race. Even when the human race experienced the most terrible disaster, the Divine City still stood firm in the flames of war. Lin Moyu put away the shock in his heart and looked at the city carefully. Gradually, he saw some clues. The sacred city is not a product of this era, but a remnant of ancient times. Although the human race is powerful, it should not be able to build a magic weapon like the Divine City. Yes, the entire Divine City can be regarded as a magic weapon, an extremely powerful and terrifying magic weapon. Like the Ares fortress, it can be used as a habitable place, but if it really needs to be used, it is also a very terrifying weapon. Only the sages of the human race in ancient times had the ability to refine such a magic weapon. The battleship did not enter the Divine City, but stopped outside. Lin Moyu saw someone flying from the Divine City. He had seen the person coming, the Lord of the Divine City, Tian Xingzuan. Saint Hao 1.1 said, I informed Heavenly Saint to verify first. 7-inch. Tian Xingzuan came to the battleship door was closed, and the formation was opened. The Human Emperor Network once again interfered with reality, and a colorful light band appeared outside the battleship, wrapping the battleship. In an instant, Lin Moyu felt that he had lost contact with the wider world. This time it was a real loss of contact. The space was completely blocked, he could not sense the laws of the big world, the power of faith was cut off, and all his spells were sealed. It's not just him, everyone is like this, only a few saints are a little abnormal. They have a world of rules and their own source of power, which is different from others. Lin Moyu did not raise any questions. It was reasonable for the saints to do so. Tian Xingzuan looked serious and took out a few pills. Let's get started. The surveillance of the human emperor network also became extremely fierce at this moment. Lin Moyu even felt a faint sense of chilling.